Chapter 162. The third-level low golden orchid was a useless spirit grass in everyone's eyes. Everyone knew that it was a spirit grass that disguised itself as a metal type. The user's body would shine with a bright light, just like a spirit master's netherworld armor. This kind of disguise could scare off opponents below the spirit master level, but in reality, it couldn't increase the strength of a spirit master, so it could be said that it wasn't worth much. Hua Xiaogui thought that Ling Xiao didn't understand the characteristics of the golden orchid, so she pulled him away. Who knew that Ling Xiao would directly ask for the price, so she couldn't just leave. The sloppy young man raised his eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "I don't need gold coins, I only want Xian crystals." Xian crystals? Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui were both stunned. Normally, expensive spirit grass, Xian weapons, pills, and Xian techniques could be exchanged for Xian crystals, but the golden orchid in front of them didn't seem to be worth it. "Big brother, you really like to joke. The golden orchid doesn't seem to have that value." Ling Xiao looked at the sloppy young man and said, "Big brother, why are you paying attention to him? There's definitely something wrong with his head. Let's go look elsewhere." Hua Xiaogui said unhappily. The sloppy young man looked at Ling Xiao and said again, "Buy it or leave it." "What kind of attitude is that?" Hua Xiaogui said with disdain, and Ling Xiao was about to leave. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still followed Hua Xiaogui. But before he left, he gave the sloppy young man a meaningful look. He didn't plan on letting go of the golden orchid since it was very useful to him. Moreover, it wasn't common to find golden orchids. They didn't walk far before they found a high level 2 spirit grass. This time, Hua Xiaogui didn't have enough gold coins, so Ling Xiao bought it for 150,000 gold coins. Previously at the Luo clan's auction, Ling Xiao had used a level 3 wind grass to sell for more than 10 million gold coins. After deducting what he had at that time, he still had a few million gold coins left. He was now a rich man. After walking around, Ling Xiao sold quite a few level 2 spirit grasses. These were all essential spirit grasses for alchemy. Hua Xiaogui was surprised that Ling Xiao bought so many spirit grasses. "Boss, what type are you?" Hua Xiaogui asked. It's of the metal element." "Why?" Ling Xiao replied. "Then why did you buy so many spiritual herbs of the 5 elements?" Hua Xiaogui asked. Ling Xiao was of the metal attribute, so Hua Xiaogui did not feel anything wrong with him buying the metal attribute spiritual grasses, but Ling Xiao actually bought the 5 elemental spiritual grasses, which made him puzzled. Ling Xiao smiled but did not say anything. He did not plan to let others know of his identity as an alchemist for the time being. At this moment, the sloppy young man selling the golden orchids actually packed up his things and prepared to leave. Looking at the way he walked, he was actually lame. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. What a pity. He sensed that this sloppy young man had the cultivation of a high-level mystic cultivator. With his age, it should not be difficult for him to break through to the spirit master level in the future. Just as Ling Xiao was deep in thought, 4 ruffians walked over and blocked the sloppy young man's path with a playful smile on their faces. The freckled young man had a disgusting smile on his face and said, "Chi-Hu, didn't I warn you yesterday not to set up a stall here? Did you forget?" The sloppy young man raised his eyes and avoided the freckled young man. He did not want to be entangled with him. However, the other party was obviously here to find trouble. Naturally, they would not let him go so easily. The freckled young man's companions blocked him again. "Chi-Hu, don't pretend to be deaf and mute. Leave the golden orchids behind, and maybe I will let you go. Otherwise, hee." The freckled young man laughed sinisterly. "Get lost." The sloppy young man roared. His voice was very loud, like the roar of a tiger coming down the mountain, shocking people's hearts. Ling Xiao did not think that the sloppy young man's voice would be so terrifying. Even his soul felt like it was being hit. Could this be a lion's roar? No, it should be a tiger's roar. Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. "Boss, let's go. It won't be good if we get into trouble." Hua Xiaogui pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes and said, "What's the rush? Look, the others are not leaving." Ling Xiao replied. None of the people who set up the stalls left. Instead, they all had smiles on their faces. They were not afraid that they would be implicated. "I gave you face but you don't want it. Break his other leg." The freckled young man said sinisterly. Haha, if I knew you were Fan Ren's lackey, why did you have to find such a lowly excuse? The sloppy young man laughed at the sky. His laughter was filled with sorrow and anger. You are not worth the boss's attention. Go. The freckled young man waved his hand again. The other 3 young men immediately attacked the sloppy young man. The sloppy young man's reaction was also very fast. He tilted his face slightly, twisted his body, and dodged 2 attacks. His other fist collided head-on with one of the young men. The young man who collided head-on with him was only a middle-level mystic cultivator. He was instantly pushed back 5 steps. The sloppy young man did not seem to be better off. He staggered back 3 steps and almost fell. At this time, the 3 young men saw the opportunity and rushed forward. Even though the sloppy young man was a high-level mystic cultivator, one of his legs was not agile. He only managed to resist a few moves before he was suppressed by the 3 men. 2 of them were middle-level mystic cultivators, and 1 was low-level mystic cultivator. Their attacks all contained elemental attacks. Soon, the sloppy young man was beaten to the ground. But he was tough enough. He did not even make a sound. Enough. Break his other leg. Don't appear in front of us again. Otherwise, it won't be so easy next time. The freckled young man walked over and stepped on the sloppy young man's face. The people at the side were all watching the show. No one stepped forward to help. Just when one of them was about to break the sloppy young man's leg, a lazy voice sounded. What kind of man are you to bully a person who can't fight back? The one who stood out was Ling Xiao. He did not want to meddle in other people's business. Who asked him to urgently need the golden orchid. He had no choice but to be a good person for once. He sighed in his heart. It's good that it's a beauty. I can even get the reputation of a hero saving a beauty. The freckled young man looked at Ling Xiao and said with a disdainful smile. Brat, are you sure you want to meddle in other people's business? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Of course I'm afraid, but I just want his golden orchid. I don't know if you guys can part with it. Ling Xiao made a little scared gesture and said. Humph. Don't you know that you're snatching food from the tiger's mouth? Jianzi, knock out his front teeth for me. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense in the future. The freckled young man coldly snorted. As the outer sect disciples of the Purple Sky sect, their status was quite high. Most people recognized their martial clothes and did not dare to be presumptuous towards them. But now, a brat came out and talked nonsense. If they did not teach this brat a lesson, they were afraid that others would think that they were people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. A young man walked out, twisted his neck, and said with a sinister smile, Brat, come here. Grandpa will help you pull out your teeth. If you want to be my grandson, I'll think you're too young. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The young man's face darkened. Without saying anything, he punched towards Ling Xiao's lower jaw. The punch was like the wind, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Boss, be careful. Hua Xiaogui exclaimed from the side. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to be smashed, he slowly raised one hand and grabbed the young man's hand. Then he punched out with the other. Ah! The young man's mouth was punched by Ling Xiao. Fresh blood splattered out of his mouth, and 2 of his front teeth flew out. Then Ling Xiao kicked his lower abdomen. The young man flew a few meters away like a dead dog. Although Ling Xiao and the young man were at the same level, Ling Xiao cultivated the powerful 3 parts return to origin Qi. He had already cultivated the first 2 levels, and his profound strength was comparable to a high-level profound practitioner. The young man in front of him was naturally not his opponent. All of you go. This brat is tired of living. The freckled young man frowned and called out to his other 2 companions. The 2 companions were not careless anymore. They each took out their weapons and greeted Ling Xiao. For a moment, the bystanders all hid far away. Hua Xiaogui also retreated with Xia Xianxian in his arms. Is Boss the legendary low-key madman who pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger? Hua Xiaogui thought doubtfully in his heart. His eyes were filled with admiration. The reason why Hua Xiaogui got close to Ling Xiao was because Ling Xiao did not look down on him because of his low strength. The other reason was that he admired Ling Xiao's glib tongue. He had a deep understanding of it all the way to Purple Sky City. Now his impression of Ling Xiao deepened once again. Along the way to Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao only chatted with him and Wuxia. He was very low-key like him, and did not have the slightest arrogance. However, after coming to Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao exceeded his expectations. He actually caused trouble one after another, and his methods were very tough. It was as if he could never see how strong he was. Bang bang! The two young men who came up were knocked down by Ling Xiao in just a moment. Ling Xiao did not make a heavy hand. He just let them retreat. Big brother, do you want to fight again? Ling Xiao walked to the front of the pockmarked young man and asked with a smile, as if he had not fought with him just now. The pockmarked young man couldn't help but take a step back. He did not expect the strength of the young man in front of him to be so strong. He was only at the peak of the middle stage profound realm. Naturally, he did not dare to fight with the other party. You have to think clearly. We are the disciples of Purple Sky Sect. If you offend us, it is equivalent to offending our Purple Sky Sect. At that time, you will not be able to bear the consequences. The pockmarked young man said. Hee, trash like you are just trash at the bottom of the sect. Don't worry, I will also become a member of the sect in a few days. At that time, I will have to nag with several senior brothers. Ling Xiao said with a light smile, his eyes full of contempt. He did not expect that the disciples of Purple Sky Sect also had such trash. However, when he thought that as long as there were people, there would be struggles, so he did not pursue it further. In this continent, only the fist is hard is the hard truth. Are you a new disciple who came to participate in this year's election? The pockmarked young man was surprised. Of course, I will soon be able to call you senior brothers. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You offended us and still want to pass the election? You really don't know life from death. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to us to admit your mistakes, and then take out some good things to show filial piety to us. Maybe you will still have a chance to enter the sect. The pockmarked young man said, pretending to be deep. Okay, then I will give it to you. Watch carefully. Ling Xiao said with a smile, and without warning he slapped out a palm. Chapter 163. Pa. The pockmarked young man was sent flying by Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao still had a sense of propriety. He only broke the young man's nose and gave him a minor injury. Get lost, I won't argue with you for the sake of the sect. Right, don't forget my name is Lao Fanqing, Ling Xiao said lightly. This guy already considered himself a disciple of the Purple Sky Sect. Because he had a strong confidence that he would enter the Purple Sky Sect. His wife was also inside. No matter what, he had to enter the Purple Sky Sect. He didn't think that these outer sect disciples in front of him had the ability to obstruct him from entering the Purple Sky Sect. You are also surnamed Lao? Good, you are very good. I don't think you can enter the sect. The pockmarked young man covered his painful face. After shouting a few words, he resentfully left with his people. Ling Xiao didn't know that the small character he thought would leave him a lot of trouble in a few days. Boss, why do you say you are Lao Fanqing? Hua Xiaogui asked in a low voice. This name is good, I borrowed it to use, Ling Xiao said and spread out his hands. Ahaha, I know you want to. Hua Xiaogui thought for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Before Hua Xiaogui finished speaking, Ling Xiao interrupted him and said, It's good that you know, don't be arrogant, we are low-key people. Boss, he's leaving. Hua Xiaogui laughed. Then she saw that sloppy young man crawl up, dragging his heavily injured body as he slowly walked away. Big brother, he is so pitiful, Xia Xianxian, who was in Hua Xiaogui's arms, looked at the sloppy young man and said with sympathy, Little turtle, you take Xianxian back to the restaurant first, I will go back later. Ling Xiao looked at the sloppy young man with a complicated look, and then said to Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui knew that Ling Xiao must be doing this for Jin Lanhua. So he nodded and left with Xia Xianxian. The sloppy young man was already lame, and after being beaten, his body was even worse. It was even more difficult for him to walk. However, Ling Xiao would not help him now, because he knew that this man had his own dignity and backbone. If he went over to help him now, he was afraid that he would hurt his self-esteem, and then he would not be able to achieve his goal. After walking for an hour, the sloppy young man arrived in front of a small, remote house. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? The sloppy young man said without turning his head. Aren't you going to invite me in? Ling Xiao didn't answer the question. The sloppy young man hesitated for a moment before opening the door and walking in. The door wasn't closed and the meaning was clear. Ling Xiao walked in. The house was very messy. There were wine bottles everywhere, and there was a strong stench. It was as if he had walked into a latrine pit. If it was someone else, they would probably turn around and leave immediately. But Ling Xiao's endurance was not bad, and he still had a light smile on his face. If you want Jinlanhua, take out 5 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals, and I will give them to you. The sloppy young man sat down against a corner wall, and as he spoke, he crushed some low-grade herbs and bound them to his wounds. Ling Xiao took out a bottle of dew-returning pill and handed it over. Use this, it will heal faster. Ling Xiao's sincerity was very sincere, and there was no trace of it being fake. The sloppy young man didn't stand on ceremony, and took 2 pills in a row. I have mysterious crystals, but you should understand that it can't cure your feet, Ling Xiao said to the sloppy young man. Ling Xiao seemed to have hit the sloppy young man's sore spot. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately said excitedly, "It can't cure my feet, but I can use it to exchange for 3rd-grade medicinal pills." Hearing this, Ling Xiao understood what he meant. This guy must have some unspeakable difficulties. You should know that Jinlanhua is not worth 5 pieces of low-grade mysterious crystals, and no one will take it out to exchange with you, right? Ling Xiao said lightly. If you can't take out the mysterious crystals, then get out, the sloppy young man said bluntly. I just saved your life, so I can be considered your benefactor. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Ling Xiao asked. I didn't ask you to save me, and you did it for my Jinlanhua, the sloppy young man said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled playfully. This guy really had a character. He wanted him to be under his feet, and it was not bad to let him be his servant. For a person like this, the more stubborn he was, as long as he was willing to follow him, he would be a very loyal servant. You want the mysterious crystals to cure your feet? Ling Xiao asked again. However, the sloppy young man just glanced at him and didn't say anything. Ling Xiao didn't care and continued. If I have a way to give you a 3rd-grade muscle bone replenishing pill, I wonder if you will give me the Jinlanhua? The sloppy young man's tiger-like eyes shone, but he quickly calmed down and said, Why should I believe you? Because I am a 3rd-grade alchemist, Ling Xiao said with his hands behind his back. Huh? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You actually dare to use such words to deceive me. Get out of here. Even if I die, I won't give you the Jinlanhua. The sloppy young man laughed wildly as if he had heard a big joke. If this kid in front of him was a 3rd-grade alchemist, then there would be alchemists everywhere in this world. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring, as well as some spirit herbs. The sloppy young man's eyes widened as he stared at Ling Xiao's space ring, shock filling his eyes. He didn't expect that this young man would actually have such a rare treasure, and looking at the cauldron and spirit herbs he had taken out, it seemed that he really did have the appearance of an alchemist. Ling Xiao glanced at the sloppy young man disapprovingly, and then began to perform alchemy in front of him. After Ling Xiao threw the spirit herbs into the cauldron, the medicinal essence was quickly extracted. After more than half a year of hard work, Ling Xiao had already used the flame shadow palm 24 times, and his speed was extremely fast. If Meteorite City's alchemist Yuan Ping were to see Ling Xiao's current speed, he would likely die of embarrassment. When Ling Xiao competed with Yuan Ping, he didn't use his full speed, so as not to further damage Yuan Ping's confidence. Now, in order to make this sloppy young man completely believe in him, Ling Xiao didn't mind showing off his skills in front of him. As all the spirit herbs were extracted, a rich medicinal power filled the entire room. In less than half an hour, Ling Xiao had concocted a batch of medicinal pellets. The sloppy young man looked at everything Ling Xiao had done, and his heart had already set off a storm. Ling Xiao put away the pills and handed them to the sloppy young man. This is a muscle-warming pill. Take one every day to dredge your broken muscles and bones. Wait for me to find the main spirit herbs for refining the muscle and bone regeneration pill, ox tendon vine and yellow marrow grass. Then I'll help you refine the pill. The sloppy young man tremblingly stretched out his hands to receive Ling Xiao's muscle-warming pill, and his cold eyes finally showed a strange expression. He took a deep breath and immediately swallowed a muscle-warming pill. The muscle-warming pill was a Tier 2 pill. It had the effect of warming and nourishing the tendons, and could strengthen a martial artist's meridians, making them more tenacious and expanded. Before coming to the Purple Sky Sect, Ling Xiao had already bought a large number of Tier 1 to Tier 2 spirit herbs from the Spirit Herb Hall, in case of emergencies. After taking the muscle-warming pill, the sloppy young man clearly felt that the medicinal power of the pill was taking effect, and the lame leg that had not felt for a long time had a slight swelling pain. After a while, the swelling pain disappeared, and he slightly felt that he could use a little bit of strength, which made him ecstatic. The sloppy young man looked up at Ling Xiao, hesitated for a moment, and immediately knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Master, I, Kuang-hu, have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me. These 2 golden orchids are offered to Master. Please Master can refine the muscle and bone regeneration pill for me." This sloppy young man's original name was Li Kuang-hu. Don't misunderstand, he was not a member of Meteorite City's Li family, but came from a small and remote city. He was only 25 years old now. 3 years ago, he and Ling Xiao had come to participate in the Purple Sky Sect's Outer Sect Disciple election. In the process of participating in the election, he had offended Lao Fanren, who had participated in the election with him, and had his leg and hamstrings broken. If it wasn't for the fact that the Purple Sky Sect didn't allow killing, he would have died at that time. In the past 3 years, he had been too ashamed to return to his hometown, and had been wandering around the Purple Sky City, hoping that one day he would be able to recover his crippled leg and pull himself together. However, as far as he knew, in order to cure his crippled leg, he would have to have a Tier 3 pill, the bone regeneration pill. A pill that could reach the Tier 3 could only be found by chance, not by searching for it. Moreover, a Tier 3 pill could not be bought with gold coins. It could only be bought with profound crystals. Profound crystals were scarce everywhere, so Li Kuang-hu could only set up a stall with the 2 golden orchids he had obtained in his early years, hoping to exchange them for profound crystals. However, he knew that the golden orchids were not worth the profound crystals, but he was unwilling to give up. God pitied him and finally let him run into Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he didn't know how long he could hold on. Perhaps before he could find the pill, he would be played to death by Lao Fanren's follower. Ling Xiao unceremoniously took the golden orchids and put them into the space ring. A Tier 3 pill is not so easy to refine. The 2 main spirit grasses are hard to find. You have to be prepared to wait for a long time. Ling Xiao said faintly. I know, no matter how long I wait, I am willing to wait. Master must help me. Li Kuang-hu saw hope again, and didn't care about any man's resentment. He kept kowtowing to Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao could really cure him. Get up first. Ling Xiao helped Li Kuang-hu up, and immediately said, "Since I have already said it, of course I will refine it for you. But you should know that there is no free thing in this world, right? As long as Master is willing to save me, I, Li Kuang-hu, am willing to follow Master for life, go through water and tread on fire, and die 10,000 times. Li Kuang-hu said very seriously. Good, from now on you are my servant, Ling Xiao replied with a smile, and then he said, don't worry, being my servant will not disgrace you. In the future, you will be proud of your choice. 3 of Ling Xiao's 5 most powerful servants in the future had been seen. Chapter 164. Obtaining the golden orchid was imperative for Ling Xiao, but subduing Li Kuang-hu was beyond his expectations. Since he chose to let Li Kuang-hu be his servant, he should first give him a home in Purple Sky City, so that he could recuperate. Moreover, Ling Xiao also planned to temporarily entrust Xia Xianxian to Li Kuang-hu to take care of. After he had truly established himself in Purple Sky Sect, he would then think of a way to arrange for them. Ling Xiao spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins to buy a remote and secluded courtyard as a place for Li Kuang-hu and Xia Xianxian to settle down. Kuang-hu, you will live here for the time being. I have 1,000,000 gold coins here. You can take it first. In the future, I will hire a few servants to take care of it. I will go pick up my little sister, and you can take care of her for a while. After I have a firm foothold in Purple Sky Sect, I will think of a way to help you refine pills. Ling Xiao handed a large bag of gold coins to Li Kuanghu and instructed. Li Kuanghu was not a sentimental person. He took the gold coins and nodded. Yes, young master. Ling Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, it won't be long before you get your revenge. Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao gratefully and nodded heavily. Although he did not know what kind of power Ling Xiao had behind him, with Ling Xiao's identity as a third-grade alchemist, he could definitely become a pivotal figure in Purple Sky Sect. If he really wanted to take revenge on him, it was not impossible. After explaining everything, Ling Xiao returned to the restaurant to pick up Xia Xianxian. At the same time, he also asked Hua Xiaogui if she would like to live here with him. Anyway, there were still a few days before the election. It was better to live in his own place than to live in a restaurant. Hua Xiaogui followed Ling Xiao's lead, so of course she readily agreed. It was just that she was a little reluctant to part with Wuxia. Boss, you bought such a big courtyard and plan to settle down in Purple Sky City in the future? Hua Xiaogui looked at the big family and asked. He really did not expect Ling Xiao to be so rich that he could even buy such a big courtyard. This is just a temporary place to stay. We will be participating in the election in a few days, so we naturally can't take care of Xianxian. Let her stay here first, Ling Xiao replied. The three of them entered the house together. After Hua Xiaogui saw Li Kuanghu, she was quite surprised. Hua Xiaogui, Li Kuanghu will be one of us from now on. Ling Xiao briefly introduced them. Although Ling Xiao made Li Kuanghu his servant, he wouldn't really treat Li Kuanghu as a lowly servant. Hello, young Master Gui, Mississippi. Li Kuanghu chose to be Ling Xiao's servant, so he had the awareness of being a good servant. He immediately bowed and greeted Hua Xiaogui. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao hugged Xia Xianxian and said, Xianxian, can you stay here with Uncle Hu from now on? Xia Xianxian nodded obediently and asked, Big brother, where are you going? Don't you want Xianxian anymore? Ling Xiao touched her little head and said tenderly, Little fool, of course Big brother wants Xianxian. It's just that Big brother has something to do in a few days, so I can't accompany Xianxian. But don't worry, Big brother will come back to see Xianxian when he's free. In Ling Xiao's heart, he had already treated Xia Xianxian as his sister. Then promise Xianxian that you must come back to see Xianxian often, okay? Xia Xianxian said in a pleading tone. Well, Big brother promises you, Ling Xiao replied. In the next few days, apart from going out with Hua Xiaogui to buy spirit herbs, Ling Xiao came back to teach Xia Xianxian some basic breathing techniques, so that she could build a good foundation first. Xia Xianxian was quite smart. She could often understand the main idea after he said it 2 or 3 times, which saved Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. Hua Xiaogui, on the other hand, would show off his tenbin in front of Ling Xiao whenever he was free. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, he was just a young boy who had just entered the profession. There were still many things that he needed to learn and understand. Ling Xiao wanted to tell his identity to Hua Xiaogui many times, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait until later. Although Hua Xiaogui did not seem to have any ulterior motives, one must always be on guard. It would not be too late to let him know in the future when they were more familiar. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and today was the day to enter the Purple Sky Sect. Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui had already arrived at the restaurant to wait. When Lao Fanqing saw Ling Xiao appear, he was extremely shocked. He sent his elders to kill Ling Xiao, thinking that it was foolproof, so he did not pay attention to the final result. Seeing Ling Xiao looking at him with a smile, he only felt uncomfortable and quickly found another place to hide. He thought in his heart, what's going on with Uncle Ning? He actually didn't get rid of this kid. When I return to the family, I will definitely teach him a lesson. This time, a total of nearly 300 young geniuses from the major cities under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky Sect came to participate in this election. These young people were the most outstanding talents of their respective families with tenbin. Other than a few special existences, each of them had at least the strength of a low-level profound disciple. Most of them had the strength of a middle-level profound disciple, and there were more than 10 high-level profound disciples. After everyone gathered, the city lord of the Purple Sky City, G2, appeared in front of everyone. All of you, get on the horse and follow me into the sect, G2 said simply and took the lead to set off. The Purple Sky sect was built in the middle of the mountains, where the spirit chi of heaven and earth was extremely abundant, and the environment was very quiet and pleasant. From afar, the majestic and ethereal pavilions that looked like immortal palaces made everyone excited and yearn for them. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, a handsome young man riding a level 2 green wind crane appeared in the sky above them. It's him. Ling Xiao's heart trembled. The handsome young man in front of him was actually the person Ling Xiao had seen in the desolate mountain range, Huang Yifeng. At that time, Ling Xiao was almost killed by him in the illusory valley, and he seemed to be Yin Mingqi's senior brother. Greetings, Deacon Tuesday. The sect asked me to come out and lead the disciples up the mountain, Huang Yifeng said to G2 indifferently after jumping off the green wind crane. G2 replied, Then I'll have to trouble you. I'll return to the city first. Thank you, Deacon Tuesday. Huang Yifeng cupped his hands and said. Then, he coldly and arrogantly swept his gaze over everyone and said in a clear voice, Everyone dismount and follow me into the sect. 300 people dismounted and walked up the stone steps in a grandiose manner. A few young girls whispered to Huang Yifeng at the bottom. That senior brother is so cool. How good would it be if we could cultivate together? What love-struck fool, can't you see how arrogant he is? I think he probably won't like you. Men are all cheap wretches. As long as I raise my eyes, he'll definitely take the bait. Then you can try. Maybe you won't even need to participate in the selection, and you'll be directly selected. Ling Xiao landed in the middle of the crowd and was not discovered by Huang Yifeng. He wasn't afraid of Huang Yifeng, but he didn't want to cause any more trouble before participating in the selection. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to, some things would always go against his will. From the foot of the mountain to the sect, there were a total of 1,999 steps. Even though everyone was a Mystic Knight level expert, after walking up this flight of stairs, everyone was drenched in sweat and extremely exhausted. There were even more than a dozen people who couldn't take it, and even took a qi replenishing pill to finish this journey. Halfway through, Hua Xiaogui almost couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, Ling Xiao encouraged him by the side. Just treat this as a test to enter the sect. Walk on with your willpower. This will be very beneficial to our future cultivation. In the end, Hua Xiaogui didn't take the pill and relied on Ling Xiao's willpower to persevere to the end. You, and the rest of you don't need to participate in the selection. Huang Yifeng pointed at the 10 people who had taken the pill. Why? We've traveled thousands of miles to get here, and now that we're in the sect, we're not allowed to participate in the selection? That's right. Why? The selection hasn't even started. What rights do you have? That's right, we have to wait for the deacon to explain things to us. More than a dozen people kept shouting at Huang Yifeng. You can't even finish walking 1,999 steps, and you still need to take the pill to recover your energy. This proves that your willpower isn't strong enough. What qualifications do you have to participate in the selection? If you're not convinced, then step forward. But in a while, you might not be able to continue standing. Huang Yifeng snorted. When the 10 people heard Huang Yifeng's words, they couldn't help but lower their heads in shame. But in their hearts, they thought unwillingly, when we came up, we didn't say that we couldn't take the pill. They only dared to think about it, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, if they were really beaten down, they would be asking for it. Following that, Huang Yifeng said to the remaining people, You guys go to the side and rest for a while. When your deacons arrive, they will tell you the rules of the selection. With that, Huang Yifeng turned and left. When Huang Yifeng had walked halfway, 5 people from the same sect walked out. Senior Huang, please wait a moment. The young man in the lead called out to Huang Yifeng. What's the matter, Junior Lao? Huang Yifeng asked. The young man with the surname Lao was Lao Fanren, and the 4 people beside him were the pockmarked face, and the others who had been taught a lesson by Ling Xiao a few days ago. Senior Huang, can I have a word with you? Lao Fanren asked with a mysterious expression. Huang Yifeng hesitated for a moment before following him to the side. Senior Huang, did the new batch of disciples arrive outside? That's right. What is Junior Lao planning? Haha, Senior Huang is indeed smart. Junior brother wants to Lao Fanren laughed, and then whispered something into Huang Yifeng's ear. Huang Yifeng's face revealed an awkward expression. Senior Huang, as long as you slow down a little, I can quickly settle it, Lao Fanren pleaded. Lao Fanren had a request for Huang Yifeng, so he was naturally prepared. A low-grade black crystal appeared in his hand, and he stuffed it into Huang Yifeng's hand. Huang Yifeng looked at the black crystal in his hand and said, "Then Junior Lao should quickly settle it. Otherwise, if the elders find out, I won't be able to bear the consequences." Senior Huang, rest assured, I definitely won't cause you any trouble, Lao Fanren said, then called out to his people and walked out. Ling Xiao lazily looked at the grand hall in front of him, which looked like a ghost axe. He was shocked. I don't know when I'll be able to have a territory like this, and bring a few girls to have some fun. How cool would that be? Ling Xiao laughed lewdly in his heart. The sound of impatient footsteps interrupted his thoughts. When Ling Xiao saw who it was, he cursed in his heart. Oh no! Chapter 165. The Purple Sky Sect's disciples were divided into 3 levels. The lowest and the most numerous were the Outer Sect disciples. The Purple Sky Sect recruited disciples from the cities under their jurisdiction every 3 years. After many years of recruitment, there were more than 5,000 Outer Sect disciples. These Outer Sect disciples were all managed by the sect deacons and assigned tasks. The second highest position was the Inner Sect disciples. To be able to become an Inner Sect disciple, one's own tenbin was naturally the highest of all the Outer Sect disciples. They relied on their outstanding cultivation tenbin, battle tenbin, crafting and alchemy tenbin to have the chance to become an Inner Sect disciple. The main thing was that the elders of the peaks personally chose them. Becoming a disciple of the peaks would mean becoming an Inner Sect disciple. This status was like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Their status was many times higher than that of an Outer Sect disciple. In the sect, there were only about 350 Inner Sect disciples. In addition, among the many disciples, the highest level was the sect's most mysterious direct disciple. Every direct disciple was the future pillar of the Purple Sky Sect. They represented the highest level of the new generation of the sect. To be able to become a direct disciple, they would enjoy supreme glory and status in the sect, second only to the elders. Huang Yifeng, who had just welcomed the new disciples, was an Inner Sect disciple of the Scarlet Flame Peak. He was at the peak of high-level mystic scholar. As long as he converted his attributed Xianqi into spirit force, he would be able to break through to spirit master. Lao Fanren, who had some kind of agreement with him, was an Inner Sect disciple of the Wooden Flag Peak. He was also a high-level mystic scholar, but his strength was slightly weaker than Huang Yifeng. He was ranked 25th among the many Inner Sect disciples. Actually, to become an Inner Sect disciple, other than crafting or alchemy masters, the lowest requirement for any disciple was to be a high-level mystic scholar. This was only one of the factors. In addition, if one's cultivation attribute was especially pure, they could also become an Inner Sect disciple. It could be seen that becoming an Inner Sect disciple was not easy. When Ling Xiao saw the freckled young man, he knew that he was here to cause trouble. Hua Xiaogui also saw him and looked nervously at Ling Xiao. "Boss, what should we do?" "Act according to the situation. But no matter what happens later, don't get involved," Ling Xiao said with a gloomy expression. "Boss, what kind of person do you think I am?" Hua Xiaogui said angrily. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and said, "What are you yelling for? I can deal with this myself. With your little strength, you'll only be a burden if you join in." "Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. We're good brothers." Hua Xiaogui could hear the sincerity in Ling Xiao's tone. She immediately nodded and quietly left to hide on the other side. "Lao Fanqing, come out." Lao Fanren, the pockmark-faced man, and the others stood in front of the crowd. The pockmark-faced man shouted in the direction of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao crossed his arms in front of his chest and ignored him. After all, he wasn't Lao Fanqing. "Senior brother, you were looking for me?" Lao Fanqing walked out from a corner and asked the freckled young man. "Scram to the side. I'm looking for Lao Fanqing." "Don't go looking for trouble," scolded the freckled youth. I'm Lao Fanqing from the Lao family. Lao Fanqing replied with a bitter face. He really didn't know who he had offended to be scolded as soon as he entered the sect. If they were in Blazing City, he would definitely teach this guy a lesson. Cousin. Lao Fanren, who was behind the freckled youth, asked Lao Fanqing. Lao Fanqing looked at the person who greeted him and immediately called out happily, "Cousin." That's right, Lao Fanren and Lao Fanqing were brothers from the same sect. They were both direct descendants of the Lao family in Blazing City. Although they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, they could still recognize each other. Hearing this, Ling Xiao knew that this show was over. The freckled youth's face turned green. Why did he have to scold his boss's younger brother? Come out. The freckled youth could only vent his anger on Ling Xiao. Yo, senior brother, we meet again. Does your nose not hurt anymore? Ling Xiao walked out from the crowd and said with a cheeky smile, Boss, this is the guy who called himself Lao Fanqing. He injured us and saved Lame Tiger. The freckled youth took a step back and said to Lao Fanren, Cousin, this is definitely not his name. He pretended to be me and insulted our Lao family in Purple Sky City. Lao Fanqing said to Lao Fanren angrily. Lao Fanren went forward to size up Ling Xiao and said with a sneer on his face, A mere middle-stage mystic cultivator is actually so arrogant. I wonder which city you are from. You actually dare to go against our Lao family. I'm just from Meteor City. How can a normal person like me lower myself to the level of a criminal, like you? Ling Xiao said playfully. Ling Xiao knew that this matter definitely wouldn't end well. Since that was the case, why not offend them more thoroughly? He didn't believe that these people could drive him out of the sect. How dare you? Lao Fanren shouted with a livid face. He really didn't think that a youth who had just come to compete for outer sect disciple would dare to be so arrogant and insult him in public. Even among the inner sect disciples, there weren't many who had such guts. What? Do you want to use public office to take revenge? You want to kick me out of the election? Ling Xiao said without fear. Do you think I'll treat you like this? Lao Fanren snorted coldly and then said, Now that I'm an inner sect disciple, I order you to immediately kneel down and kowtow to me 50 times and call me Grandpa 100 times. Maybe I'll let you go otherwise. Otherwise what? Do you think you're the sect master? Are you out of your mind? We're only chosen by the deacon to participate in the election, not to listen to your shout. Kowtow to you. Are you worthy? Be my grandpa. If you were my grandson, I'd think that you're too young and ugly, a dog slave who bullies others. I really don't know how your father and mother gave birth to such an uneducated son like you. If I were your father, I'd be so ashamed that I'd bang my head against the wall and die. Ling Zhao's spiritual force spread out, pressing down on Lao Fanqing and repeatedly scolding him. Lao Fanqing felt as if he was being suppressed by an invisible aura, and hearing Ling Xiao scold him in such a sharp and unkind manner, a surge of anger rose up in him, but he was unable to vent it, and it was suppressed in his chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. When Ling Xiao scolded him, he only felt his body churn, and he almost vomited blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually publicly insult an inner sect disciple? Although they felt that Ling Xiao's scolding was very reasonable, they couldn't help but feel that Ling Xiao's action was really unwise. In the crowd, Hua Xiaogui looked at the righteous Ling Xiao and only felt endless worship. I didn't expect boss to be so good at scolding people. He sighed in his heart. Wu Xixue's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao, and an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. She only felt that the current Ling Xiao was too manly. Yu Lian lightly opened her red lips and murmured, I scolded him to my heart's content, but it was too impulsive. I'm afraid. Another figure with snow-white skin was also paying attention to Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes flashing with an indescribable splendor. I'll kill you. Lao Fanren had already been completely infuriated by Ling Xiao. He had completely lost his reason, and only knew that he had to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone to wipe away this humiliation. 10 Vine Twist. Lao Fanqing shouted and his surroundings flashed with green light. He waved his hands forward and 10 green lights wrapped around Ling Xiao like vines. They were as fast as lightning. Ling Xiao didn't even have time to react before he was entangled. Immediately after, the green lights pierced towards Ling Xiao's body like sharp blades. as if they wanted to strangle Ling Xiao to death. This is the Lao family's green tier mystic technique, vine killing art. Green tier mystic technique? Looks like that kid is going to be strangled to death. This is the result of being impulsive. We should keep a low profile in the future. Inner sect disciples are not easy to deal with. Isn't that so? When I become an inner sect disciple in the future, we also want to have this kind of glory. The green lights instantly cut through Ling Xiao's clothes and wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Lao Fanqing and the pockmarked youth seemed to be able to see Ling Xiao's miserable state of being torn apart, and they both had proud smiles on their faces. At this moment, the golden light on Ling Xiao's body immediately dispersed the green lights that were about to cut into his flesh. Netherguard armor? Impossible, it must be an illusion. Lao Fanren's expression changed, and he immediately sent out dozens of green lights. These green lights seemed to have a mind of their own, and they densely swarmed towards Ling Xiao. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. Stepping down, he used the Cloud Track Phantom footwork to dodge the green light. At the same time, he condensed a golden fist and smashed it towards Lao Fanren. Lao Fanren didn't expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast, and he was instantly hit by 2 punches, his body retreating a few steps. He's actually wearing a defensive inner armor. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. When he had punched Lao Fanren just now, he had only felt a rebounding force. It was obvious that the other party was wearing a defensive inner armor. No one expected Ling Xiao to be able to resist and even force Lao Fanren to retreat. Lao Fanqing and the pockmarked youth were the same, and they were all wondering if this kid was really that powerful. Kid, you've completely infuriated me. Lao Fanren's expression was ferocious as he shouted, and a green light flew out from his back. He actually wanted to use a weapon, and it was obvious that he would only be satisfied after killing Ling Xiao. He was a dignified inner sect disciple, and was actually hit by a kid who hadn't even become an outer sect disciple. This made him lose all face. If he didn't kill this kid today, where would he put his face in the future? The weapon in Lao Fanren's hand was an iron rod profound artifact that belonged to the wood attribute. Every move he swung contained a powerful elemental attack, and its power was astonishing. All the youths retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Ling Xiao, who was fighting against Lao Fanren, didn't retaliate, and only used the wind attribute to continuously dodge. In the eyes of others, Ling Xiao was currently in a very difficult situation. Every time the rod brushed past his shoulder, he would almost be hit. However, what others didn't know was that Ling Xiao was only putting on a facade. He still didn't want to reveal his true strength. Even so, everyone had a new understanding of Ling Xiao. To compete for outer sect disciple, this person was definitely a big competitor. Stop. A loud and clear voice came from not far away. Ling Xiao was very obedient, and immediately stopped his body. However, Lao Fanren seemed to not have heard it, and his rod heavily swept onto Ling Xiao's body. Chapter 166. The power of the rod sent Ling Xiao flying dozens of meters away like a cannonball, and a mouthful of blood sprayed into the air. Boss! Hua Xiaogui cried out in alarm. She immediately chased after Ling Xiao. Wu Xixue hesitated and was about to leave when Xiaohoshi grabbed her arm and said, "Little Shui, you can't go. Let go of me. It's none of your business." Wu Xixue shook off Xiaohoshi's hand and ran toward Ling Xiao. "How dare you kill someone in front of me?" The voice rang out again, and a figure appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Behind him were several deacons, including Huang Yifeng, who had returned. The speaker was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He was tall and muscular, and he only wore a singlet, which vividly displayed his explosive body. His strong arms were exposed, and his veins popped out like green snakes, looking frightening and ferocious. His entire body emitted a powerful aura that made the outstanding talents of the younger generation feel suffocated. This was at least the strength of a peak spirit master. This person was the Purple Sky Sect's inner sect deacon, Xing Zhantian, who was in charge of all the new outer sect disciples. The Purple Sky Sect's deacons were divided into inner sect deacons and outer sect deacons. The inner sect deacons were mainly in charge of the sect's affairs, while the outer sect deacons were in charge of the Purple Sky sect's external affairs, such as recruiting new disciples, protecting business income. The power of the inner sect deacons was much higher than that of the outer sect deacons. There were 6 outer sect deacons behind Xing Zhantian, including Emoku and Ren Huafu. Xing Zhantian looked coldly at Lao Fanren and shouted, "Speak. What is going on?" Xing Zhantian's reputation in the sect was known by everyone. Even though he was not an elder, he was impartial and incorruptible. His temperament was like a raging fire, causing many disciples to respect and fear him. Lao Fanren did not think that someone would come out of the sect so quickly, and looked at Huang Yifeng with dissatisfaction. Huang Yifeng shrugged, indicating that he had done his best. Reporting to Deacon Xing, he insulted this disciple, so this disciple only took action to teach him a lesson. Lao Fanren replied with a slight bow. Boss, don't die." At this time, Hua Xiaogui supported Ling Xiao and exclaimed, "Scram! It's one thing to teach him a lesson, but you actually want to kill him? Moreover, Enforcer Xing has already told you to stop, yet you still want to kill him. How are you going to explain yourself?" Before Xing Zhantian could speak, Emoku, who was behind him, shouted. Then, he immediately ran in the direction of Ling Xiao, looking quite nervous. Others probably thought that Ling Xiao was someone he had brought back, so he was nervous. "I'll remember this matter. If there are no complications, I will ask your master for an explanation," Xing Zhantian said to Lao Fanren with a gloomy face. Lao Fanren and the pockmarked man bowed slightly to Xing Zhantian before leaving. "Ling Xiao, are you all right?" Emoku took out a pill from his body and stuffed it into Ling Xiao's mouth. Thank you for Deacon Mo's concern. Just a few broken ribs, I won't die yet." Ling Xiao swallowed the pill, and pretended to speak weakly. "It's you." Huang Yifeng followed Xing Zhantian over and recognized Ling Xiao at a glance. Back in the desolate mountain range, Huang Yifeng had met Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao had spoken disrespectfully to his junior sister, Yun Mingqi, so he had taken action to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Later on, when he met Ling Xiao again, they were ambushed by a rank 3 lightning eagle, and he, Yun Mingqi, and Ling Xiao had fallen into the abyss together. He had thought that Yun Mingqi and Ling Xiao had both died. But who would have thought that Yun Mingqi had returned to the sect and her strength had increased greatly? He should have been ecstatic, but Yun Mingqi treated him even more coldly than before. He knew that at that time he did not help and seemed weak, which was why Yun Mingqi was angry. However, he did not regret his choice at that time. Compared to a woman, his own life was more important. Yun Mingqi's miraculous return was nothing to him, but Ling Xiao was only a high-level cultivator at that time. There was no reason for him to survive. "Yifeng, you know him?" Xing Zhantian looked at Huang Yifeng and asked. "Haha, not only do I know him, I'm very familiar with him." Huang Yifeng's handsome face twisted as he spoke. "Yes, I used to shoot eagles with senior brother in the mountain range. Senior brother is very powerful," Ling Xiao said weakly. Hearing the word eagle, Huang Yifeng's expression changed and he immediately said, "Yes, when we have time. Let's go shoot eagles together again." As he said this, his eyes were filled with hatred. Following that, Huang Yifeng said something to Xing Zhantian, and turned to leave. It seems that this trip to the Purple Sky sect will not be lonely. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. After taking the medicinal pill and healing, his body quickly recovered, but his face was still pale. After being hit by a profound weapon, it was not normal for him to not be injured. It was just that his body was tough enough, it was not enough to kill him. Oh, just as Ling Xiao was about to stand up, he felt that the profound energy in his body was circulating very quickly, constantly washing through his meridians. The injured areas quickly recovered, and 2 acupoints were instantly filled. The profound energy in his dantian was constantly rising. The attendants at the side seemed to feel that Ling Xiao's aura had actually soared at this moment. About to break through? Xing Zhantian and Emoku exclaimed at the same time. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He broke free from Hua Xiaogui's hand, sat cross-legged, and quickly stabilized his profound energy. At this moment he was indeed about to break through to the high-level profound realm. After swallowing the second-level medicinal pill that Emoku gave him, His originally perfect profound energy had some changes. However, now was not the time to break through immediately. If that happened, his foundation would not be stable enough. He had to compress his profound energy and only break through after he condensed his profound energy, and his mental state was at its peak. Only then could he stabilize his foundation and make his strength more solid. The profound energy in Ling Xiao's body was like a runaway horse, constantly rushing and roaring, as if it was already dissatisfied with its current state and wanted to reach a wider area. Normally, after a person's profound energy reached a certain level, they could try to break through, increase their own strength, and step into another level. However, a situation like Ling Xiao's was not common. Before Ling Xiao came to the Purple Heaven sect, his strength had already reached the realm of the middle stage profound disciple, but he had been suppressing it and did not make a breakthrough. Now that he had absorbed the medicinal power of the second stage medicinal pill, it made his profound strength increase a bit. Like pouring water into a cup filled with water, it would naturally overflow. If Ling Xiao only pursued the momentary pleasure of breaking through, he would not hesitate to choose to break through now. However, he would not be tempted by the small benefits in front of him. He used the 3 parts returning to origin qi to guide the profound energy in his body towards the acupoints that were not filled with profound energy. In an instant, a few more acupoints were filled with profound energy. If Ling Xiao looked within himself, he would definitely discover that the filled acupoints were emitting bright lights like stars, filled with pure energy. The most peculiar thing was that the profound energy in these acupoints was filled with colorful lights. Xing Zhantian, and Mo Ke, and the other deacons looked at the meditating Ling Xiao and could not help but smile bitterly. This kid really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Was he not afraid of being disturbed and having his breakthrough stopped? However, when they discovered that Ling Xiao's soaring aura was actually forcefully suppressed, they could not help but reveal a look of surprise. A deacon at the side wanted to say something, but after being glared at by Xing Zhantian, he did not dare to utter a word. An hour later, Ling Xiao let out a soft groan and woke up from his meditation. He did not expect that the additional profound energy would allow him to fill a total of 12 acupoints, and his dantian would become even more solid. "Kid, have you recovered?" Xing Zhantian asked. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that there were deacons beside him. He quickly got up and bowed to Xing Zhantian and the others, saying, "Greetings to my lords, this kid has been impolite. This matter will be noted down for now. Now, I will announce the matter regarding the selection of outer sect disciples." Xing Zhantian did not intend to pursue the matter of Ling Xiao and Lao Fanren. After all, they were not dead, so it was not a big deal. Thus he immediately changed the topic. "Our Purple Sky sect has been established for more than 2,000 years. Every 3 years, new disciples will join our sect. Those who are able to join our sect will be protected by our sect, and at the same time, they will also be restricted by our sect." Xing Zhantian went on and on about the rules and regulations of the Purple Sky sect. This caused all of the youths to feel drowsy, but seeing Xing Zhantian's solemn expression, no one dared to actually close their eyes and rest. "Tomorrow you will all be sent to the trial grounds, Purple Maple Valley. Within 1 month, whoever obtains the most spirit beasts and spirit herbs will be able to become outer sect disciples, and the top 10 will become inner sect disciples. At that time, you can choose to become a disciple of any of the peaks. Within Purple Maple Valley, you can rob each other, but you are not allowed to kill anyone. Only those who are ordered to be killed," Xing Zhantian said faintly. Following that, the various outer sect deacons handed out jade tubes of life, and everyone dripped a bit of their blood into them. This was so that the various deacons within Purple Maple Valley would know the condition of everyone's lives. If they encountered any life-threatening danger, they could just crush the jade tube, and the deacons would sense it. At that time, they would receive the fastest reinforcements. However, the contestant who crushed the jade tube would also end the competition early, so no one would use the jade tube unless they had no other choice. After Xing Zhantian handed over many matters, he had the outer sect deacons lead the people he had brought to rest. Only Ling Xiao was left behind for questioning. "You are called Ling Xiao, and you come from Meteor City?" Xing Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao with a scrutinizing gaze. "Yes, my lord." Ling Xiao cupped his hands in response. I am very curious. Why did you suppress your profound strength and not choose to break through? Xing Zhantian asked again. Because just now was not the best time to break through, Ling Xiao replied. Not bad. To be able to resist the opportunity to break through at such a young age. You are quite rare and commendable, Xing Zhantian praised. Then he continued. Tell me, why did you offend an inner sect disciple when you just arrived at the sect? Ling Xiao could hear that Xing Zhantian's tone did not seem to have any intention of punishing him, so he boldly recounted the entire story without any embellishment. This matter was indeed Lao Fanren's fault, but you were too arrogant. I will handle this matter. Participate in the competition properly. I have high hopes for you. Xing Zhantian patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and then left. Chapter 167. At night, the mountain peak was as cold as water. Ling Xiao was meditating in his assigned room, trying to solidify the Xian energy in his dantian, so that it would reach the most perfect state. Then he would be able to smoothly break through to the high-level mystic realm. He came all the way to the Purple Sky sect to participate in the selection, mainly for that beautiful figure that he couldn't get out of his mind. He also wanted to experience the strength of these large sects to broaden his horizons and advance to a higher level. There was no limit to martial arts. Ling Xiao was a cultivation maniac and was always so persistent in his pursuit of martial arts. Otherwise, he would have stayed in Meteor City to be a hedonistic son of a rich family, hugging beauties on both sides and having fun. After 4 hours of meditation, Ling Xiao's body and mind felt refreshed. Every part of his body was full of strength, and his injured waist and abdomen were no longer a problem. Lao Fanren, just you wait. I'll pay you back tenfold for this blow. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed fiercely as he muttered to himself. Today, even if he didn't suffer this injury from Lao Fanren's rod, he would still remember this grudge. After all, Lao Fanqing had sent a spirit master to kill him. Now the brothers with the surname Lao saw him as a target. Then he walked to the window and looked at the stars in the sky. He looked at the round moon and said softly, Mingqi, do you know that I'm here? At this moment he really wanted to see Yin Mingqi. However, he knew that even if he could see her now, what could he do? She received the inheritance of an Earth sovereign. Although it wasn't complete, she should have already stepped into a new level. He, a small mid-level mystic realm cultivator, wasn't good enough for her. Unless he could catch up to her, he couldn't easily let others know that he was here for her. He believed that one day, he would be able to proudly announce that Yin Mingqi was his woman. After a silent night, a red sun rose high into the sky. Nearly 300 elites from various cities who came to participate in the election gathered at the square outside the sect gate yesterday. Xing Zhantian brought 10 attendants. Other than the 6 outer attendants who led them here, there were 4 inner attendants. Each of them was at least a mid-level spirit master. These attendants would be in charge of the rescue operation. Everyone head to the Purple Maple Valley, Xing Zhantian said and whistled. 11 low-level second-level green-wined cranes descended from the sky. Wow, second-level spirit beasts. Great, we can ride our mounts. In your dreams, don't you see there are only 11? Those are for the attendants. When can we ride them too? I'm so envious. Unless you can become an inner disciple, you won't have a chance. The youths whispered to each other as they looked at the tier 2 spirit beast. Their eyes were filled with longing. Although they were all outstanding talents from their respective cities, and had gone to the mountain range to kill spirit beasts, none of them had tamed a spirit beast. Anyone who could have a spirit beast of their own would feel very proud and prideful. Boss, when do you think we'll be able to get ourselves a spirit beast to play with? Hua Xiaogui asked Ling Xiao in a low voice. Her eyes were also filled with the desire to get her own spirit beast. Boss, when do you think we can get a spirit beast to play with? Hua Xiaogui asked from beside Ling Xiao. She also wanted a spirit beast of her own. If you want one, I can get one for you. It's just that it's inconvenient without a spirit beast wrist guard, Ling Xiao said. Hua Xiaogui looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression and asked, Boss, you're also a beast tamer? Then Hua Xiaogui gestured to Ling Xiao, treating Ling Xiao's words as nonsense. Follow at full speed. Xing Zhantian shouted, and leaped onto the green wind crane's back. The other enforcers followed suit and flew off in the same direction. Follow at full speed. Xing Zhantian yelled, and jumped onto the back of the green wind crane. The other attendants followed and flew in the same direction. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and said, "Don't talk nonsense, or else you'll be in trouble like those guys who were kicked out yesterday. Let's run." Hua Xiaogui shuddered, and without saying anything, she began to run as fast as she could. On the back of the green wind crane, the deacons looked down at the crazily running youths and couldn't help but laugh as they chatted. "Brother Mo, I heard that you guys recruited an astonishing Timbin kid from Meteor City. I wonder if he can break Meteor City's record and become an outer disciple of our Purple Sky sect." A middle-aged man with 2 hooks said to Mo Kuo, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Lu. It shouldn't be a problem for him to become an outer disciple, and it might even be possible for him to become an inner disciple." Emoku looked at the middle-aged man with 2 hooks. The middle-aged man with 2 hooks was the same as Emoku, an outer sect deacon. His name was Lu Qihai, and he was responsible for selecting elites from other cities. Among the many outer court deacons, Emoku and LV Qihai both had a high chance of becoming inner court deacons. The key was still to see which of the 2 of them chose the highest disciple, Zhong Tianbin, and how many of them could become true outer court disciples, and how many could become inner court disciples. The ones with the most could become inner court deacons. Therefore, the 2 were competing and attacking each other for the position of inner sect deacon. "Haha, Brother Mo, you're really confident in him. It's just that I know this kid offended that kid from the Lao family when he just came to Purple Sky City. Do you think he still has a chance?" Lu Qihai laughed loudly, his expression full of ridicule. "Of course, how about I bet with Brother Lu?" Emoku replied confidently. "Bet? How do we bet?" Lu Qihai asked. He really couldn't understand why Emoku was so confident in that kid. "How about we bet on whether this kid can become an inner sect disciple? I heard that Brother Lu recently obtained a blazing serpent grass. If he can become an inner sect disciple, why don't you give the blazing serpent grass to me?" Emoku glanced at Lu Qihai and said. When these words were spoken, all the deacons looked at Emoku vaguely. Although they knew that Ling Xiao was about to advance to high-level Mystic Realm, high-level Mystic Realm was only the minimum requirement. In addition, if he wanted to become an inner sect disciple in this trial, he needed to be in the top 10 with the highest points, and his own attributes needed to be above 70%. It could be seen that the difficulty was not small. Lu Qihai smiled and said, "Since Brother Mo thinks so highly of this kid, then I'll naturally accompany him. If this kid really becomes an inner sect disciple, there's no harm in giving the blazing serpent grass to Brother Mo. However, what if Brother Mo loses?" "If I lose, how about I give you a white jasmine vine?" Emoku replied. "All right, I'll watch with you. Deacon Xing, please be a witness for us." Lu Qihai replied straightforwardly. Xing Zhantian revealed a faint smile at the side and nodded his head. Half a day later, in front of a valley filled with purple maple trees, close to 300 young men were gasping for breath, their entire bodies completely drenched in sweat. After the dozens of young women were soaked in sweat, their exquisite figures made the young men stare at them with stars in their eyes. However, all of them were exhausted and didn't have the mood to flirt with them anymore. 11 green wind cranes descended from the sky. Xing Zhantian looked around at everyone and said, "Very good. You were all able to persist until here, which shows that you have great perseverance and willpower. In front of us is our Purple Sky Sect's training ground, Purple Maple Valley. Inside there are many high tier 1 to high tier 2 spirit beasts. Of course, occasionally, there will be rank 3 spirit beasts, but that will depend on your luck. Every high tier 1 spirit beast you kill will be worth 10 points, low tier 2 spirit beasts will be worth 100 points, mid-tier 3 spirit beasts will be worth 300 points, high tier 2 spirit beasts will be worth 500 points, and rank 3 spirit beasts will be worth 5,000 points." "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. Xing Zhantian immediately ordered the other attendants to give everyone a bottle of dew returning pills and qi nourishing pills as backup. After all, it was inevitable that they would be exhausted and injured during the battle. This could be considered as providing them with some insurance. Alright, everyone immediately enter the valley. If you encounter any life-threatening danger, crush the jade tube, and we will come to your rescue. Remember, the 150 people with the highest points will become outer sect disciples, and the top 10 will become inner sect disciples. Let's go, Xing Zhantian announced to everyone. Following that, those youths who still hadn't recovered their strength immediately rushed into Purple Maple Valley, as if they were afraid that the closest spirit beasts and spirit herbs would be taken by others first. There were still around 20 people who hadn't entered the valley, and they all chose to meditate to recover their strength. Ling Xiao also pulled Hua Xiaogui away, not allowing him to enter. Boss, hurry up and go in. If you're any slower, you won't get a share. Hua Xiaogui anxiously called out. With your meager strength, do you think you'll be able to obtain any benefits if you go in? Ling Xiao couldn't help but mock Hua Xiaogui. Hearing this, Hua Xiaogui's impulsive spirit immediately dissipated. Boss, you're right. With my strength at the bottom, it's really... Hua Xiaogui shook his head and sighed. Don't worry, with boss here, becoming an outer sect disciple won't be a problem. Hurry up and recover your strength, then we'll talk. Ling Xiao said, then ignored Hua Xiaogui and sat down to meditate. Not far away, a group of deacons cast supportive gazes at those who hadn't entered. Don't think that the first to enter would be first place. Who knows, you might even be the first to be eliminated. An hour later, Ling Zhao's condition had recovered to its peak. Hua Xiaogui took a qi replenishing pill, and after an hour, he also became spirited and began to count. Just as the two of them were about to enter Purple Maple Valley, Wuxia walked over to them. Behind her were a few youths, and one of them was Shi Xiaoho, the one who disliked Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui. Ling Xiao, Hua Xiaogui, do you want to team up with us? Wuxia's gaze stopped on Ling Zhao's handsome face. Hua Xiaogui, who was standing to the side, was displeased. She sighed inwardly, forget it. Women are like clothes, and brothers are like hands and feet. From now on, she's my sister-in-law. I can't have any thoughts about her anymore. Before Ling Xiao could reply, he saw Shi Xiaoho's cold, murderous glare, as if warning Ling Xiao. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to team up with them. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get some points. But looking at Shi Xiaoho's threatening gaze, he felt displeased. Thus he nodded to Wuxia and said, It's my Ling Zhao's honor to be invited by a beauty. After saying that, he even gave Shi Xiaoho a provocative look. I wonder if you'd agree to my invitation? A crisp, soft voice sounded from not far away. The person who walked over was Yu Lian, and her red phoenix eyes were looking at Ling Xiao affectionately. Chapter 168. Looking at Yu Lian's mesmerizing appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of Wei Dyer. It was just that Wei Dyer didn't cultivate seduction techniques, otherwise, she wouldn't be any worse than Yu Lian. Wuxia said with hostility, Ling Xiao has already teamed up with us. Haha, Sister Shui, why are you in such a hurry? Is he your man? Yu Lian looked straight at Wuxia. Whoosh. Wuxia's face turned red, and she said shyly, What nonsense are you talking about? Since he's not your man, why are you making decisions for him? Your man should be this young Master Xia, right? Yu Lian pointed at Xia Hosher, and tapped on her lips lightly. He's not my man, Wuxia replied without thinking, as if afraid of being misunderstood. Oh, so he's not. I saw that this young master has a crush on you, so I thought. Yu Lian put on an innocent face. Enough, Xiaoxue, let's go. Xia Hosher shouted in annoyance. Ling Xiao, let's go together. Wuxia ignored the angry Xia Hosher, and called out to Ling Xiao. All right, let's go together. Sister Yan, good luck. Ling Xiao waved at Yu Lian, and then followed Wuxia into the Violet Maple Valley with Hua Xiaogui. Only Yu Yanlai was left standing in the same place with a charming and moving smile on her delicate face. The Violet Sky sect was divided into 9 great peaks. The main peak was the Violet Sky Peak, which was the largest peak in the sect, and where the sect master resided. There were also the Golden Tree Peak, the Wooden Flag Peak, the Jade Spring Pavilion, the Scarlet Flame Peak, the Black Cliff Peak, the Medicine Peak, the Tool Refining Peak and the Beast Taming Region. Currently, The 9 peak lords were gathered in the Violet Sky Peak's cabinet hall. Sitting at the head of the table was an elegant and handsome middle-aged man. His sideburns were slightly white, and his tiger-like eyes revealed an unfathomable expression. To his right was a dignified golden-robed elder. His eyes were half closed, as if he only knew how to hold 2 golden beads in his hands, constantly spinning them and making strange sounds. Opposite the golden-robed old man was a tall and thin old man in a black robe. The back of the black robe was embroidered with the pattern of a golden sun, making it look extremely lively. His eagle-like eyes shone with a light that was as hot as the sun. It was as if one would feel scorching pain just by being stared at. Next was an old man in a green robe. He always had a bright smile on his face, as if he never knew what it meant to be distressed. At first glance, one would think that he was a kind old man, but in reality, he was a smiling tiger, the kind that killed without spilling blood. There was also a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. She was dressed in blue satin, which added a lot of color to the hall. Her beautiful face did not look ugly because of the faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Her plump figure could still kill many men in seconds. Beside her was an old man in a yellow robe. He was slightly plump and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, one would think that he was a good person. One of them had a head full of white hair, and even his eyebrows and beard were snow white, giving him a rather sage-like appearance. The other had a face full of wrinkles, his cheekbones were slightly sunken, and his forehead was exposed. His hands that held onto the wooden chair seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. The last one was the shortest of the group. His long face was ugly and wretched, and his eyes kept wandering around the beautiful woman's body, as if he didn't want to leave her side for even a moment. These 9 people were the peak lords of the Purple Sky Sect. Sect Master Yun Xiong, Jintong Peak Lord Su Jiannan, Wood Flag Peak Lord Mu Huai, Jade Spring Pavilion Master Wen Haiyan, Scarlet Flame Peak Lord Zhao Mingyuan, Black Crag Peak Lord Gushi, Medicine Peak Lord Nangong Changel, Refining Peak Yanzhen, and Beast Taming Region Lord Wan Shalai. Today, all the elders have been gathered here for 2 reasons. One is to discuss the matter of the new disciples, and the other is because of the abnormality in that place. There should be a few good seedlings among the new disciples this time, and all the elders should nurture them well. Also, send a few more people to the encampment to avoid any more trouble. Yun Xiong said lightly. That place is remote, and the conditions are extremely bad. I'm afraid that many attendants are not willing to go there. Su Jiannan said while stroking his beard. That's right. I originally thought that it was a good place to cultivate, but the disciples I sent there were all poisoned with yang poison. Fortunately, Elder Nangong's medicinal pills suppressed it, or else they would have all gone to see the King of Hell. Zhao Mingyuan said in agreement. Back then, you were the one who insisted on sending your disciples there. Who can you blame for that? Mu Huai said in a strange tone. I was doing it for the sake of the sect. I'm not like some people who shirk their responsibilities as soon as something happens. Zhao Mingyuan said while glaring at Mu Huai. Don't make it sound so pleasant. That's just using my position for personal gain. I'm using my position for personal gain. It's better than some people being cowardly and afraid of trouble. Zhao Mingyuan and Mu Huai continued to argue. Enough. Elders, it's improper for you to keep arguing like this, Yun Xiong said with a cold snort. Zhao Mingyuan and Mu Huai immediately shut their mouths. When Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion suggested, I think it's better to send 2 attendants from each peak. When the time comes, they will take turns to guard. There shouldn't be any accidents. That's a good idea, but we can double the number of people. This way, the time everyone takes turns to guard won't be long, and they shouldn't be affected by the yang poison. However, this matter shouldn't be dragged on for a long time. We must think of a solution that satisfies both sides. Gushi agreed from the side. This method can be implemented, but does anyone have a good plan to solve this problem? Yun Xiong nodded and responded. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. The Purple Maple Valley occupied an unusually vast area. Purple maple trees towered into the sky. This was the trial ground planned by the elders of the Purple Sky sect for every batch of newcomers to compete for and choose. Most of the spirit beasts that appeared here were first to second rank spirit beasts. Third rank spirit beasts and above were rare. This was also taking into account that many of the youngsters that came to participate in the selection only had the cultivation of Mystic Knight. If there were too many third-rank spirit beasts, they might not even be able to complete the month of trial before all of them died inside. Nearly 300 youngsters, some in groups of 3 to 5, and some moving alone. In short, they all wanted to obtain the most points and become official disciples of the Purple Sky sect. After everyone plunged into the valley, they immediately looked for prey. They were all Mystic Knight experts, and they were elites from all over the world. They were equipped with second-tier, high-tier weapons, and even profound weapons. They even had elixirs distributed by their families. All of this was for the sake of this 1 month's trial. In the dense mountains, a group of 7 people slowly shuttled back and forth. The expressions of these people were extremely serious. Their gazes were constantly wandering around, not daring to be careless for even a moment. Only the young man in the cloak looked extremely relaxed, completely different from the others. Weren't these 7 people Ling Xiao, Hua Xiaogui, Wu Xixue, and the others? The 7 of them had already entered the Purple Maple Valley for 2 days. They had killed a total of 5 first-rank spirit beasts and 2 second-rank low-level spirit beasts. Their harvest was quite plentiful. Even so, they also realized that there were hidden dangers everywhere in the Purple Maple Valley. Spirit beasts always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. If they were slightly careless, they could still be devoured. Roar! A beast's roar came from not far away. A mottled blue figure pounced towards everyone. Careful! Everyone shouted in unison, and the weapons in their hands all shot towards that giant figure. Xiao xiao xiao! Countless sword shadows swept towards the giant figure, and the surrounding weeds and trees were blasted away. That giant figure's reaction was extremely fast. Not only did it dodge all the attacks, it even bit towards one of them. That basin-sized bloody mouth was extremely frightening. Die beast! The spear in Xiahou Shi's hand was like a snake coming out of its hole, piercing towards that spirit beast's bloody mouth. That spirit beast was extremely crafty. When it sensed the danger, it actually stopped its biting action. Instead, it spat out a ray of fire from its mouth and rushed towards Xiahou Shi. Wu Xixue gripped her blue sword, and circles of ripples spread out like water waves, enveloping that spirit beast. The other 2 also used their respective Xian techniques to surround and kill the spirit beast. Overall, it seemed like they had a tacit understanding. Only Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui stood at the side and didn't make a move. Boss, are we really not going to help? Hua Xiaogui seemed to be a little apologetic as she asked. No need, it's just a second-level low-level striped tiger. They can deal with it. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. But if this goes on, we won't have any spoils of war. Hua Xiaogui said in distress. Along the way, Xiahou Shi had always ostracized the 2 of them, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of a united atmosphere. If it wasn't for Wu Xixue, they would probably have already left to find other prey. Sure enough, after a while, that striped tiger died under their combined attacks. Xiahou Shi cut off the striped tiger's head and gave it to one of them. Then he said to Wu Xixue, Little Shui, this striped tiger is yours. Let's leave it first. We'll split it before we go out. It's everyone's contribution. Wu Xixue avoided Xiahou Shi's gaze and said. Both of them came from Wuming City. Before coming to the Purple Sky sect, the Xia family had the intention of forming a marriage alliance with the Wu family. Xiahou Shi especially liked Wu Xixue, so it had always been Xiahou Shi who liked Wu Xixue, while Wu Xixue didn't have any feelings for him. Since that's the case, let's continue. Xiahou Shi didn't continue to pester them and change the topic. No, Xiahou Shi, you guys form a team. I'll form a team with Ling Xiao and the others. Wu Xixue shook her head, and then pointed to the 3 people behind Xiahou Shi. Why? Xiahou Shi's expression was unsightly as he asked. Do you like this kid? That's none of your business. Since you won't allow them to participate in the ambush, then I can only team up with them. Wu Xixue said indifferently. Little Shui, you have to think this through. Your grandfather has already agreed to our family's proposal. Don't you know that without our Xia family's support, the Wu family's status will plummet? Xiaohoushi said gloomily. What does my grandfather's agreement have to do with me? Don't always use this matter to pressure me. Xiaohoushi, I really don't like you. Will there be happiness if we force it? Wu Sishua's beautiful eyes flashed with stubbornness. Ha, good. Then you guys are on your own. Let's go. Xiaohoushi laughed sinisterly, and a trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. He quickly left with his people. Chapter 169. At night, the roars of beasts could be heard in Purple Maple Valley, and from time to time, black shadows could be seen moving about. In front of a mountain wall, a pile of fire was burning dry branches, making crackling sounds. A large piece of beast meat was placed on the fire, and waves of meat fragrance wafted into the distance. Come, the meat is ready. Ling Xiao called out to Hua Xiaogui and Wu Sishua, who were sitting at the side. Boss, I've waited for so long, I'm starving. Hua Xiaogui jumped up and rubbed her stomach. Ling Xiao cut 2 pieces of beast meat, wrapped them in leaves, and put them in Hua Xiaogui's hands. Then he glanced at Wu Sishua, indicating that he should bring it over. Hua Xiaogui was overjoyed, and after a moment of hesitation, she took the beast meat shyly like a young girl, and walked over to Wu Sishua, her heart filled with gratitude. So boss was really thinking for me. Xiao Shui, come, this is the meat boss roasted. It smells very good, come try it. Hua Xiaogui handed the meat to Wu Sishua and said shyly. This was the first time in his life that he was moved by a girl, and ever since he saw Wu Sishua, his mind was filled with her figure. However, he was not an idiot, and it was obvious that Wu Sishua liked Ling Xiao. He thought he could be very open, but every time he saw her, he would feel nervous, and his heart would beat fast. Thank you. Wu Sishua smiled at him, took the meat, and glanced at the figure not far away. Ling Xiao, come sit here. Wu Sishua waved at Ling Xiao. This made Hua Xiaogui's heart full of bitterness. All right, Ling Xiao replied, took all the beast meat from the tree, and then sat next to Hua Xiaogui, not daring to sit next to Wu Sishua. He knew that this matter had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if that lass were to fall deep into the mud, he would be letting little turtle down. Who knew that as soon as he sat down, Wu Sishua went around Hua Xiaogui and sat next to Ling Xiao. That. Xiao Shui, can you sit a bit further away? I'm sweating all over this. Ling Xiao said awkwardly. It's fine. Wu Sishua blushed slightly, and then moved closer to Ling Xiao. It's fine. Wu Sishua blushed slightly, and moved closer to Ling Xiao. Bossa, I'll go take a walk, said Hua Xiaogui. She put down the meat and disappeared into the darkness. Boss, I'll go for a walk, Ling Xiao said. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao decided that it was better to get the pain over with than to prolong it. He decided to explain everything to her. It was not a good idea to continue like this. Besides, he still had to earn points. He didn't come all the way to the Purple Heaven sect to play around. If he wanted to surpass her in a short period of time, he would definitely have to reduce his stamina and concentrate on cultivating. Xiao Shui, there are some things I have to make clear to you, Ling Xiao said to Wu Sishua without blinking. Wu Sishua looked at Ling Xiao calmly and replied, Go ahead. Let me tell you a story, Ling Xiao said seriously. He then looked up at the sky and recalled. There was a handsome man and a beautiful woman who fell into an abyss. It was dark there, and the woman was a spirit master. However, because she used a forbidden technique, she lost all of her spiritual energy. The man, who was only a high-level Xianqi practitioner, was seriously injured in order to save the woman. Ling Xiao used a calm tone to recount his encounter with Yin Mingqi in the abyss. He only left out the parts that needed to be left out, such as the space ring, the prodigal son, and other glorious deeds. Wu Sishua listened to Ling Xiao's magnetic voice slowly narrate the story, as if he was telling a poignant love story, and her eyes couldn't help but become misty. She only felt that the man inside was willing to do anything for the woman. If it was her, she would even be willing to marry him. Did the man and the woman get together? Wu Sishua rubbed her eyes and asked. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. They didn't get together. After the woman recovered her strength, she resolutely separated from the man, because she felt that it was unrealistic to be with him. After all, she had a very powerful force behind her, and the man was only a young master from a family in a backward city. Moreover, the difference in strength between the two was too great. One was already a spirit master, and the other was only a high-level profound practitioner. It's not easy to find a man who is willing to give up everything for you. If it was me, I wouldn't care so much, I would definitely be with him. Wu Xixue waved her small fist and said angrily. Ling Xiao continued. Originally, the man also thought that the woman was very heartless, but before she left, she told him about her sect. If he really liked her, then he hoped that one day he could go to her sect and display his strength to surpass her. That way, she could be with him. So that's how it is. But I feel that the man is really pitiful. That woman is already a spirit master, and Tenbin is very high. For the man to surpass her is obviously not very possible. Wu Xixue suddenly understood. No, the man was very confident. He believed that one day he would be able to surpass her, and at that time, he would be able to be with her openly. So he went through many hardships and dangers and traveled thousands of miles to find the woman's sect. He decided that he would definitely join her sect and fulfill the promise from back then. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Wu Xixue wasn't a brainless person. Seeing Ling Zhao's strange expression, her heart trembled and she couldn't help but ask. That man was? That's right, that man was me. Ling Xiao nodded and admitted to Wu Xixue. Wu Xixue's mouth was wide open and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiao Shui, I don't want to lie to you. Actually, the one who really likes you is Little Turtle. Ling Xiao gazed at Wu Xixue and spoke sincerely. Although Wu Xixue was a girl who was not inferior to Bai Yuxi or Luo Qingxuang, he didn't have any feelings for her. Furthermore, she was a woman that Hua Xiaogui liked. Otherwise, he would have accepted her. However, he couldn't bully a friend's wife. Although she didn't like Little Turtle, he definitely couldn't hurt his brotherly relationship with Hua Xiaogui for a woman. No. That day, you clearly said in front of everyone that you liked me. Wu Xixue shook her head in disbelief. That day was just a misunderstanding, Ling Xiao explained. No. I don't want to hear it. The one I like is you. Wu Xixue covered her ears, and didn't want to accept the reality. Then she threw herself into Ling Zhao's arms and cried. Ling Xiao, the person I like is you. Ling Zhao's heart broke when he heard Wu Xixue's crying. No matter how ruthless he was to his enemies, he didn't care about beautiful women at all. He gritted his teeth and pushed Wu Xixue away. I already have her. I can't hurt you and Little Turtle anymore. Wu Xixue's beautiful eyes were filled with endless grievances. She didn't expect that she would be rejected so mercilessly when she had just fallen in love with a man. Ling Xiao, I hate you. Wu Xixue gritted her teeth and shouted at Ling Xiao. She covered her face and ran into the dense forest. Sigh, being handsome is also a sin. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. Boss, what did you do to Xiaoxue? Hua Xiaogui ran out of the darkness and asked. What can I do? I just explained to her clearly. She can't stand it anymore and ran away. You go after her quickly. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on you. Ling Xiao said impatiently. Then I'll go. Where did she run to? Hua Xiaogui asked. That way. Go quickly. Don't let anything happen to her. Ling Xiao pointed in the direction that Wu Xixue ran. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Hua Xiaogui began to run in Wu Xixue's direction with all her strength. Little Turtle, I wish you good luck. If you can't do it, don't blame me. Ling Xiao said lightly and slowly followed behind. He was worried about Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui. One was a middle-level mystic cultivator, and the other was a middle-level mystic cultivator. In this dangerous valley, if something happened to them, it would be troublesome. He didn't think that those deacons would be able to arrive in time. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Hua Xiaogui followed behind Wu Xixue like a sticky candy. Wu Xixue was a middle-level mystic cultivator. If she wanted to avoid Hua Xiaogui wouldn't be able to catch up. The reason why she slowed down was because she was afraid that Hua Xiaogui would be in danger. However, she didn't notice that Ling Xiao was following. She hated Ling Xiao to the core. Along the way, Wu Xixue treated the spirit beasts like deflating bags. Some low-level spirit beasts were killed by her. It was undeniable that a woman who hated because of love was really scary. Hua Xiaogui rarely ran out to play the hero because he knew that his strength was limited. If he ran out, not only would he not be able to help her, he would also become her burden. Therefore, he collected some spirit herbs along the way. In 2 days, he found more than 10 stalks of first-level high-level spirit herbs and 1 stalk of second-level low-level spirit herb. The harvest wasn't too bad. Can you stop following me? I hate you. Wu Xixue turned her head and shouted at Hua Xiaogui. In her eyes, Hua Xiaogui didn't have any aura of an expert. He was short and weak. Even Xiaohoshi was several times better than him. She really couldn't feel anything. Her mind was filled with Ling Zhao's figure. Xiao Shui, I was afraid that you would feel lonely by yourself, Hua Xiaogui said shyly. But his heart was full of bitterness. I don't need you to care. Look at you. Even the words you say are so soft and weak. You don't have any manly spirit. How are you worthy of me, Wu Xixue? Wu Xixue's emotions were extremely irritable. She didn't care about Hua Xiaogui's feelings at all, and said directly. Hua Xiaogui was said to be worthless by her. He felt even more upset in his heart. All right, I'll go. You have to be careful by yourself, Hua Xiaogui said softly with his head slightly lowered. He turned around and really wanted to leave. Just as he took a few steps, he heard Wu Xixue scream. He turned around to look. His pupils dilated and the hair on his body stood up. He saw a purple python as thick as a person propped up more than half of its body. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Wu Xixue. It was actually a second-level middle-level purple phosphorus python. It was 7 meters long and belonged to the metal attribute. Chapter 170. No one knew where the purple phosphorus snake came from. Its entire body was emitting a golden-purple color, and its bloody mouth was like a deep hole. A normal person would be scared to the point of not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Wu Xixue was a mid-level mystic cultivator. Even though she was scared, she was able to escape the fate of being swallowed. Damned beast. Even you dare to bully me. I'll kill you. Wu Xixue flew into a rage out of humiliation. The flexible sword in her hand created several ripples as it slashed towards the waist of the purple phosphorus snake. Poof. The sword in Wu Xixue's hand was an upper-tier second-stage sword. The sword sank into the snake's body. Hiss. The purple phosphorus snake hissed. Its cylindrical body violently flipped and broke free from the flexible sword. Then, it ruthlessly swept its tail towards Wu Xixue like a giant whip. Wu Xixue was shocked, but it was too late. She could only wave her sword again. However, the purple phosphorus snake still swept towards Wu Xixue's body. Wu Xixue's delicate body was swept away like a broken zither. Little Shui. Hua Xiaogui cried out in shock. He pulled out his sword and actually rushed towards the purple phosphorus snake. He had completely forgotten how weak he was. The purple phosphorus snake realized that there was another human coming. It hissed and a golden light shot out from its mouth. Hua Xiaogui exclaimed, "It's over." The golden light was swift, and it was not something a mid-level mystic cultivator, like him, could avoid. Boom. A blue wave came from the side and saved Hua Xiaogui's life. If you don't want to die, scram. Wu Xixue swallowed a medicinal pill and shouted at Hua Xiaogui. Then she actually rushed towards the purple phosphorus snake again. One person and one snake fought endlessly. The trees and weeds at the scene were blasted away and toppled. Hua Xiaogui did not leave. He only stared at the beautiful figure in the middle of the field. He was extremely nervous, afraid that Wu Xixue would be hurt. However, under normal circumstances, it was rare for a human martial artist to win against a spirit beast of the same level. After all, spirit beasts had a strong physique. Just this point alone could determine life and death. Although the purple phosphorus snake was covered in wounds from Wu Xixue's slashes, they were not fatal. Wu Xixue, on the other hand, was forced into a perilous situation. Extreme tide surge. Wu Xixue gathered all of her profound energy, and rays of blue light gathered on the tip of her sword. This was her ultimate killing move. Xiao. Wave after wave of blue water ripples gathered at a single point. Like a falling comet, they shot towards the purple phosphorus snake. The purple phosphorus snake seemed to have realized that this move was extraordinary, and the golden light that came out of its mouth became even brighter. Rumble. Powerful moves collided with each other, giving off a deafening sound. Wuxia circled to the other side, and took the opportunity to slash with her sword. Hiss. A small part of the snake's tail was chopped off by her sword. The purple phosphorus snake hissed, and its body quickly curled up, heading towards Wuxia, who was already exhausted. Ah! Wuxia's reaction speed was already too slow. She didn't even have time to retreat before she was strangled by the snake's body. Her beautiful face turned pale with fright. Seeing this, Hua Xiaogui once again charged out from the side. Damned snake, go and die! Hua Xiaogui raised his sword and slashed at the snake's body. Unfortunately, his own strength was too weak, and that sword did not leave any mark on the snake's body. The purple phosphorus snake felt pain, and another elemental attack came towards Hua Xiaogui. This time, there was no one to help him block the sword. Rumble. Hua Xiaogui was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the golden light, leaving only a trail of blood in the air. Hua Xiaogui. Wuxia looked at Hua Xiaogui, who had risked his life to save her. Something seemed to have stirred in her heart, and she cried out in shock. The flexible sword in her hand was thrown towards the purple phosphorus snake's head. Hiss. The purple phosphorus snake was caught off guard, and the flexible sword pierced into its eye. It was in so much pain that it kept rolling on the ground and hissing. Wuxia was suffocated by the snake's strangulation. Let go of little Shui. Hua Xiaogui, who was not far away, miraculously stood up and pounced towards the purple phosphorus snake. The purple phosphorus snake had already entered a state of madness, and it did not have any consciousness at all. The sword in Hua Xiaogui's hand ruthlessly pierced into the snake's severed tail. The purple phosphorus snake felt pain again, and its body kept rolling on the ground. At the same time, it let go of Wuxia, who was being strangled. Papa. The snake's body kept thrashing on the ground. Its bloody eyes and the stinking blood from the snake's tail kept flowing out. After Wuxia took another pill, she looked for the right direction and opportunity. She pounced towards the flexible sword that was stuck in the snake's eye and pulled it out. A pillar of blood shot into the sky, and the purple phosphorus snake once again made its last struggle. After a while, it finally stopped thrashing. Wuxia half bent over, gasping for air. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she walked towards Hua Xiaogui, whose life and death were uncertain. Hua Xiaogui, how are you? Wuxia asked as she looked at Hua Xiaogui, who was lying on the ground. His body was battered, and his face was pale to the extreme. Hua Xiaogui had just been hit by the purple phosphorus snake's elemental attack, and his body was already in a terrible state. The reason he could stand up again was because of his love for Wuxia. He was shy and bashful in front of Wuxia, but that didn't mean he didn't have a man's heart that was brave and fearless. Before, when Ling Xiao was being troubled by Lao Fanqing, he had stood on Ling Xiao's side without any hesitation. It could be seen that he wasn't as cowardly and afraid of trouble as he appeared to be. Wuxia checked Hua Xiaogui's breath. Seeing that he was still breathing, she quickly took out a healing pill and stuffed it into Hua Xiaogui's mouth. Hua Xiaogui, wake up. If you die like this, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Do you know that? Wuxia said as she lightly patted Hua Xiaogui's face. Her nature was kind, but her heart was also emotional. She liked Ling Xiao out of a young girl's naive feelings. That might not be called love, but just a good impression. Now that Hua Xiaogui was willing to sacrifice himself for her, it would be a lie if she didn't feel touched. She had previously said to Ling Xiao that if there was a man who could disregard everything for her, she would really choose that man. Of course, this didn't mean that she had already fallen in love with Hua Xiaogui. She just felt that he didn't look as weak as he seemed on the surface. At least he could stand up bravely like a man without any hesitation. Her view of him had already changed slightly. After a while, Hua Xiaogui woke up. Looking at Wuxia, who was right in front of him, he smiled in satisfaction. Little Shui, are you okay? Hua Xiaogui asked weakly. You should take care of yourself first, Wu Xixue said in a bad mood. She was obviously seriously injured, but he still remembered her safety. Her heart was filled with an inexplicable warmth. I'm fine. I'm wearing a defensive armor, Hua Xiaogui replied. Wu Xixue looked at the torn area in front of Hua Xiaogui's chest. Sure enough, she saw a faint glowing armor inside. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Can you get up? I'll help you to the side to rest first. I'll go get the purple phosphorus snake's head first, Wu Xixue said. Listening to Wu Xixue's gentle voice, Hua Xiaogui almost cried out happily. However, the pain in his body prevented him from doing so. Feeling the fragrance of a young girl for the first time, Hua Xiaogui was almost intoxicated. Wu Xixue helped Hua Xiaogui to a tree and let him lean against the tree trunk while she went to get the snake's head. Hua Xiaogui looked at Wu Xixue's graceful figure. His heart was blooming with joy. Boss, I'm almost there, he secretly shouted in his heart. When he saw Wu Xixue turn around, he couldn't help but shift his gaze, so that she wouldn't find out that he was looking at her. Suddenly, Hua Xiaogui's eyes widened as he looked in a direction and exclaimed, It's a purple gold flower. What did you say? Wu Xixue didn't hear clearly and walked over to ask. It's a third-order low-grade purple gold flower, Hua Xiaogui said as he raised his hand with difficulty and pointed in the direction he was looking. Not far away, he saw a crown-shaped golden flower floating in the grass, appearing dazzling and beautiful. It's true. Wu Xixue cried out in surprise and immediately ran over to carefully pick it up. The purple gold flower was a metal attribute spirit grass. It was very useful for metal attribute martial artists. I really didn't expect to see a third-order spirit grass here. I'm really lucky. Wu Xixue seemed to have forgotten all her unhappiness, and happily said while looking at the purple gold flower in her hand. Hua Xiaogui looked at Wu Xixue's brilliant smile, and became even more happy and satisfied. Here, this is yours. Who knew that in the next moment, Wu Xixue would hand over the purple gold flower to Hua Xiaogui. No, this is yours. I can't take it. Hua Xiaogui shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I already want the snake's head. This purple gold flower is yours. Besides, with your strength, it will be very difficult for you to reach the top 150 points. This purple gold flower is enough for you to become an outer sect disciple. Wu Xixue said very firmly. No need, I can enter the purple sky sect as a disciple. Hua Xiaowen once again refused. I told you to take it, so just take it. You're really like a woman, Wu Xixue said in a bad mood. Hua Xiaowen knew that he couldn't refuse, and was about to take the purple gold flower when a sinister laugh rang out. TSK, a third-order spirit grass. He doesn't want to give it to me. Then a few figures walked out from the nearby thicket. There were a total of 8 people who walked out, and 2 of them were impressively Xiaohoshi and Lao Fanqing. He hadn't expected them to be together. The one who had just spoken was Lao Fanqing. When Wu Xixue saw who it was, she couldn't help but frown and say, If you want it, then go find it yourself. Haha, brother Xia. It seems that this girl still doesn't understand the situation. Lao Fanqing laughed at Xiaohoshi. Xiaohoshi laughed and said to Wu Xixue, Little Shui, you should join us. I can forget about what happened before, but you definitely can't stay with this kid and that Ling Xiao. Wu Xixue looked at Xiaohoshi with dissatisfaction and said, I'll be with whoever I want. It's none of your business. Originally, she didn't have a bad impression of Xiaohoshi, but ever since she compared him with Ling Xiao, she hated Xiaohoshi even more. Perhaps she was against the marriage alliance with the Xia family, and she also didn't have any feelings for Xiaohoshi. It seems that you don't know how to repent. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Xiaohoshi's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and then he said to Lao Fanqing, Brother Lao, the things on their bodies are yours. After saying that, he brought his people to the side. Chapter 171. If it weren't for the fact that the sect forbade killing each other, Lao Fanqing wouldn't have minded killing the 2 of them. Furthermore, this girl was extremely beautiful. Hua Xiaogui, let's go. Wu Xixue glared at Lao Fanqing and supported Hua Xiaogui to leave. Hua Xiaogui had never been so intimate with a woman before, and her face immediately turned red. "It seems you still don't understand the situation," said Lao Fanqing. He waved at his people, and they immediately surrounded Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui. "What do you want?" Wu Xixue glared at Lao Fanqing. "Hey, what do you want? Put everything down, or I don't mind teaching you a lesson." Lao Fanqing greedily stared at Wu Xixue's beautiful figure. Wu Xixue looked at him with disgust and shouted, "Are you going to publicly violate the sect's rules?" "Haha, what bullshit sect rules? It's only forbidden to kill, not to snatch points. Be good and leave your things. I don't have the patience to play with you," laughed Lao Fanqing. These past few days, he and his people had snatched a few people's things, and had already obtained a lot of points. At this rate, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the points required to become an outer sect disciple. This method had been taught to him by his cousin, Lao Fanren. His cousin had told him that as long as he didn't kill, it didn't matter how he snatched. In any case, the sect administrator wouldn't care, because that was what he had done in the previous generation. Lao Fanqing had listened to his cousin's method, and obtained a lot of things over the past few days. Later he had encountered Xiahou Shi and the others, but the two sides were evenly matched, so Lao Fanqing hadn't dared to act. Unexpectedly, Xiahou Shi had taken the initiative to ask him to form an alliance. At first, Lao Fanqing hadn't agreed, but when Xiahou Shi said that they had a common enemy, Lao Fanqing didn't even think about it. "Xiao Shui, a wise man doesn't know when the odds are against him. Leave the things behind. In any case, we still have time, and we can get more," advised Hua Xiaogui. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that the difference in strength was too great. "No, why should I leave it to them? Unless they kill me." Wu Xixue had a stubborn personality. She could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. "Brother Xia, it looks like your fiancé isn't very obedient. What do you think we should do?" Lao Fanqing asked Xiahou Shi, who was not far away. "She doesn't want to admit that she's my fiancé, so you can do whatever you want," Xiahou Shi said coldly. "Good, with Brother Xia's words, I can rest assured. Unload their things. Break the legs of the men, and leave the women." Lao Fanqing ordered, his eyes filled with lust. "If you dare act recklessly, I won't let you off," Wu Xixue said worriedly as she took 2 steps back. "Xiaoxue, you go first. I'll block them," Hua Xiaogui said as she stood in front of Wu Xixue with difficulty. "Haha, you trash still have the nerve to be a hero and save the beauty. Go to hell." Lao Fanqing laughed out loud, and his body flashed as he blasted towards Hua Xiaogui's chest. "Be careful," Wu Xixue exclaimed and blocked Lao Fanqing's attack before Hua Xiaogui could. Lao Fanqing's companions immediately surrounded him. Hua Xiaogui's strength was weak, and she was seriously injured. She was sent flying far away by one of them. Wu Xixue also only managed to resist a few moves before she was subdued. That was because one of them was a high-level mystic cultivator, and he was the most outstanding person in Blazing Ground City. The reason why he helped Lao Fanqing was because his family could not go against the Lao family. Thus, he listened to his family's orders and wanted to be on good terms with Lao Fanqing. "Let me go, you bastards!" Wu Xixue struggled and scolded. "Haha, what a beautiful person! Brother Xia, how about I let you have a taste first?" Lao Fanqing called out to Xiahou Shi. Xiahou Shi replied, "This has nothing to do with me. Brother Lao, I didn't see anything you did." "Alright, since that's the case, then I won't hold back. From now on, Brother Xia will be my brother," Lao Fanqing replied as he looked at Wu Xixue lecherously. Any man would find it hard to resist the dirty thoughts in his heart when facing a beauty. "Let her go. I'll give you the amethyst flower," Hua Xiaogui shouted as he struggled on the ground. "My dear friend, your brain must be flooded with water. Everything you have now belongs to me, including the amethyst flower. Do you understand?" Lao Fanqing walked in front of Hua Xiaogui, squatted down and slapped his face. Slap. Then he slapped Hua Xiaogui's face with great force. "Where is that bastard Ling Xiao?" Lao Fanqing asked coldly. "I don't know," Hua Xiaogui replied. "You're stubborn, I'll see how stubborn you are." Lao Fanqing said as he repeatedly slapped Hua Xiaogui's face. After a while, he was beaten black and blue. Stop hitting, stop hitting. Wu Xixue exclaimed at the side. All right, I'll let you go for now on account of the beauty. Break his legs. Lao Fanqing stood up and responded. Immediately after, Lao Fanqing's companions responded, and the people who were holding Hua Xiaogui were about to hit him. Hua Xiaogui closed his eyes and accepted his fate. No. Wu Xixue couldn't help but exclaim. At this critical moment, an earth-shattering beast roar resounded. A wolf's howl came from not far away. Spirit beast. Everyone quivered and immediately tensed up. Immediately after, a huge golden figure slowly walked out from the thicket. It was a rank 3 golden wind wolf. What a big wind wolf! Everyone immediately exclaimed. Rank 3 spirit beast. Xiahou said with a panicked expression. Without another word, he turned around and fled into the dense forest. The people behind him didn't hesitate at all and followed suit, disappearing without a trace. Damn it, run! Lao Fanqing also let out a strange cry. He hated that he was born with only 2 legs and turned around to escape. Unexpectedly, the golden wind wolf chased after him. A golden figure flashed, and in an instant, it appeared behind Lao Fanqing, its front claws fiercely clawing at his back. Wah! Lao Fanqing was like a dead dog, and a large piece of flesh was torn off his back. Lao Fanqing's companions were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, and they turned to flee. Among them, that high-level mystic cultivator actually wanted to take the rank 3 purple gold flower with him. The golden wind wolf was very intelligent. It changed its target, and in a few leaps, it arrived in front of that high-level mystic cultivator. The high-level mystic cultivator could also maintain some calmness. He thought that the golden wind wolf was after that purple gold flower, and without hesitation he threw the purple gold flower in a direction, hoping to lure the golden wind wolf away. Unexpectedly, that golden wind wolf actually ignored the purple gold flower and opened its bloody mouth wide, swallowing that high-level mystic cultivator whole. Looking at this bloody scene, Wu Xixue was so frightened that her face turned pale, and her legs turned to jelly as she fell to the ground. Little Shui, don't be afraid. Let's go. Hua Xiaogui once again displayed her shocking willpower. She slowly climbed up and pulled Wu Xixue to leave. On the other side, Lao Fanqing was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. He took out a jade tube and was about to crush it to ask for help. In the next moment, that huge golden figure appeared in front of him again. Looking at the bloodthirsty fangs and the blood-stained mouth, Lao Fanqing revealed a horrified expression. He was so frightened that he actually closed his eyes and died. This guy was actually scared to death by the golden wind wolf. The golden wind wolf did not stand on ceremony and swallowed Lao Fanqing alive again. In just a moment, 2 people died in the wolf's stomach. The golden wind wolf did not leave immediately, but turned around and walked towards Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui. It's coming. Wu Xixue's legs were shaking, and she did not have the courage to stand up. Hua Xiaogui was also continuously injured, and did not have the strength to help Wu Xixue up. Little Shui, get up quickly, I'll block it first. Hua Xiaogui did not know where the courage came from, but he picked up a sword and bravely stood in front of the golden wind wolf. Seeing that the golden wind wolf was getting closer and closer, Hua Xiaogui's heart was filled with fear, and his whole body was trembling non-stop. However, there was a force that kept him standing. When Wu Xixue was faced with the call of the Grim Reaper, she actually mustered up the courage to climb up. However, when she saw the weak figure standing in front of her, she only felt a strange warmth flowing through her heart. Little Shui, run! Hua Xiaogui urged as he swung his sword at the Golden Wolf King. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great. The Golden Wolf King easily dodged the attack, and then bit at him. Hua Xiaogui knew that there was nothing he could do, so he closed his eyes and waited for death. He sighed in his heart. It's worth dying for little Shui. No. Wu Xixue saw that the Golden Wolf King was about to swallow Hua Xiaogui, and she cried out. The soft sword in her hand swept up waves as it slashed at the Golden Wind Wolf's back. Whoosh whoosh. The waves hit the Golden Wind Wolf, but they did not cause any damage. Wu Xixue took the opportunity to go in front of Hua Xiaogui and shouted, "If you want to eat it, then eat both of us. Little Shuiyu." Hua Xiaogui looked at Wu Xixue, who didn't run away. Wu Xixue looked at Hua Xiaogui emotionally and said, "If you don't die this time, I'll give you a chance." She was only saying this to comfort Hua Xiaogui before she died. After all, how could they not die? That's great. To be able to hear you say that, it's worth it even if I die. Hua Xiaogui was so excited that he was almost speechless. Oh, the golden wind wolf couldn't help but howl after being ignored by the two of them. "Big guy, hurry up and eat me. Let her go." Hua Xiaogui bravely walked towards the golden wolf king. At this moment, he no longer had any regrets. The golden wind wolf opened its bloody mouth and licked Hua Xiaogui's face with its long tongue. Then it turned around and ran away with the amethyst flower. Only the two of them were left in a daze. What's going on?" Hua Xiaogui asked in confusion. He could sense that the golden wolf king didn't want to eat him, and it seemed to be very kind to him. Could it be that his character was so good that even a spirit beast was moved? That's great. The golden wolf king left. Wu Xixue cried out in alarm after narrowly escaping death. She pounced towards Hua Xiaogui. Aya. The two of them fell onto the grass and rolled together. Chapter 172. In the forest not far away, a figure was lazily lying on a tree branch with a blade of grass in his mouth. He looked extremely carefree and at ease. There was also a dark red little beast beside him. That little beast was actually flying in the air, seemingly very carefree. At this moment, a golden figure flashed over. This was the golden wind wolf that had just swallowed Lao Fanqing and his companion. It arrived in front of the tree and looked up at the youth lying on the tree, saying, "Master, the mission is complete." This youth was Ling Xiao, and the golden wind wolf was his mount, Xiao Jin. "That's good. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Did it taste good?" Ling Xiao replied, still lying down. "Not bad, just a bit lacking," the golden wolf king replied. The golden wolf king had been staying in Ling Xiao's spirit beast bracer all this time. It only swallowed beast cores and didn't need to eat at all. Every beast core it consumed was enough for it to digest for several months. It was now at the peak of mid-tier 3, and after a while, it would become a powerful high-tier 3. However, the fire Qilin's advancement was a bit slow, and its appetite was huge. Usually, a beast core wouldn't even take half a month to digest. What made Ling Xiao the most speechless was that this guy could swallow beast cores of any attribute, unlike the Golden Wolf King, which could only swallow beast cores of metal attribute. Perhaps it was because the fire Qilin was a divine beast, which was in existence above all other spirit beasts. "Did you bring back the purple gold grass?" Ling Xiao flipped over and jumped down from the tree. The Golden Wolf King walked up to him with its head held high, holding the purple gold grass in its mouth. Good job." Ling Xiao bluntly stored the purple gold grass into his spatial ring. He looked in the direction of Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue and murmured, "This can be considered a small price for you. Little turtle, you have to cherish it. Don't say that boss didn't help you." After saying this, Ling Xiao turned around and left with the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin. Everyone would see their true feelings in adversity. If Hua Xiaogui had run away before, it would prove that he did not really fall in love with Wu Xixue, and he would lose the qualification to pursue Wu Xixue for the rest of his life. Fortunately, his conviction was firm enough to step forward. Although he couldn't help much, it was enough to show his sincerity. A woman's heart was made of water. It was easy to be moved. This saying was not wrong at all. Although Wu Xixue didn't have any love for Hua Xiaogui because of this, she had already changed her opinion of him. In her heart, she had already begun to have a good impression of Hua Xiaogui. Then the rest would depend on their luck and fate. Soon, half a month had passed. Ling Xiao had killed more than 20 spirit beasts of rank 2 and above. Among them, there were even 2 high-rank spirit beasts of rank 2. He had also obtained dozens of spirit herbs of rank 1 to rank 2. Ling Xiao did not rely on the help of the Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King. He hunted the spirit beasts with his own strength. He had always adhered to the cultivation method of using battle to nurture battle. After every battle, he would once again organize his insights after the battle. After eating spirit beast meat for another half a month, the two great profound arts continued to absorb the profound energy from the spirit beast meat. The energy in his body was becoming more and more complete, and there were a few times that he almost forced Ling Xiao to break through on his own. In this half a month, Ling Xiao did not look for Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue again. He created an opportunity for them to be alone together, and he believed that they would not encounter any more danger. They still had the jade tube in their hands, and even if it was not good, they could use the jade tube to inform the deacon to come and rescue them. The night was as cold as water. The moonlight poured down from the sky, covering the pitch-black valley with a thin veil, making it seem beautiful and mysterious. In a cave in the mountain wall, Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged. After half a year of accumulation, his profound energy had already reached the edge of breaking through. At this moment, his condition had been adjusted to its peak. His profound energy was full and condensed. If he didn't break through now, when would he? Ling Xiao's mind was focused, and the energy in his dantian began to circulate at high speed. First, the profound energy in his body returned to his dantian from his 7 meridians and 5 viscera, and 6 bowels. Streams of profound energy were like swallows returning to their nests, and not a single one was missed. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like an ordinary person, and no one could tell that he had any aura of a martial artist. However, at this moment, his dantian was surrounded by multicolored profound energy, which looked more and more condensed and holy. When all of the profound energy returned, a few different types of attributes interweaved and converged. The profound energy was suppressed smaller and smaller, and the dantian became more and more condensed. When it reached a certain limit, boom! All of the profound energy instantly surged and split into countless profound energy. With the dantian as the center, it rushed towards the various meridians. For a moment, wherever the profound energy went, those meridians were expanded a little, and many of the acupoints were instantly filled by the profound energy, emitting a radiance that was as bright as the stars. This profound energy had long reached the accumulation of a high-level profound practitioner, and after many days of heavy compression, now that it burst out, all the walls didn't cause any obstruction at all. It went all the way like a hot knife through butter, and the aura reached the beginner stage of high-level profound energy. However, that aura continued to rise a little, and then stabilized. In this process, there was also a portion of the profound energy that rushed to the sea of consciousness. The small green tree trembled slightly. It was as though the tree was absorbing nutrients from the soil, desperately sucking in the Xian energy that rushed up. After absorbing the Xian energy, the small tree seemed to look even more emerald green. The shadow in the tree murmured, "This kid's potential is endless." The energy of a few attributes mixed together has a bit of the aura of the origin. I believe that when he advances a step further, it's not impossible for me to recover my original vitality. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of this, and his whole body was still sitting cross-legged, motionless like a statue. Only the aura emanating from his body shook off the dust in the cave. His clothes were completely soaked by the sweat that was forced out of his body. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes that were even more profound. Looking at the vast starry sky, it was even more intoxicating. He casually waved his hand, and a powerful golden light blasted on the stone at the entrance of the cave. Boom! The stone was instantly blasted away. That power was comparable to the full power of a mid-level profound practitioner. Heh, a high-level profound practitioner? The power seems to be alright. Ling Xiao chuckled, stood up, and slowly walked out of the cave. The Golden Wolf King was already waiting with a low-level second-rank earth leopard in its mouth. As soon as the fire qilin on its head saw Ling Xiao coming out, it immediately pounced towards Ling Xiao. The fire qilin didn't know if it was because Ling Xiao had saved it, or because it felt that Ling Xiao's aura was extremely pleasing to it, so it only allowed him to approach, and no other living beings had ever touched it. Ling Xiao cut off the leopard's head, separated the leopard's body into pieces, and started a fire to roast the meat. To be honest, he didn't really want to eat roasted meat, it had no taste, but when he thought that eating spirit beast meat could increase profound energy, he felt that this roasted meat was also quite delicious. After solving the problem in his stomach, Ling Xiao jumped onto a big tree, lay on it, and looked up at the starry sky, and began to miss his family in Meteor City. His current expression had a bit of raising my head to look at the bright moon, and lowering my head to think of my hometown. In a daze, Ling Xiao gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. The moment the sunlight shone down, Ling Xiao opened his eyes due to the piercing light. Another day has passed. Ling Xiao stretched his waist and lightly exclaimed, looking incomparably carefree and relaxed. Other people were racing against time to obtain more points, but he wasn't anxious at all. Killing spirit beasts to him was just like cultivating, and didn't pose any threat at all. As long as spirit beasts dared to appear, he wasn't afraid of not having enough points. He felt that spending a bit more time to search for spirit herbs was more practical. But unfortunately, in this purple maple valley, spirit herbs weren't common, and high-leveled ones were even rarer, which made his interest halved. After wandering for another half a day, Ling Xiao consecutively killed 3 spirit beasts, and they were all second-ranked spirit beasts. He didn't have the slightest interest in first-ranked spirit beasts. Killing along the way, Ling Xiao's entire body was covered in blood, as though he was a blood man. Those who didn't know would think that he had suffered heavy injuries. Stop right there. A voice came from somewhere. Ling Xiao looked towards the voice, and saw 5 youths who came to participate together appear in front of him. The one who spoke was a high-leveled mystic cultivator, Fong Minga from Totem Pattern City, a 22-year-old high-leveled mystic cultivator. In Meteor City, he could definitely be called a monstrous existence, but in Purple Sky Sect, he was only considered a high-leveled Tenbin, and was far from reaching the level of a demon. What's the matter? Ling Xiao asked blankly, but in his heart he knew very well that he had encountered a group of robbers. Hurry up and take out all the points you've obtained, or else you'll be in for a treat. Fong Minga bluntly said to Ling Xiao. These days, Fong Minga had snatched a lot of points from those who were left behind, and this quick way of obtaining points made him feel very refreshed. Therefore, whenever they encountered someone who was alone or weaker than them, they would rob it. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "What points can I get by myself? I think you've found the wrong person." Ling Xiao was too lazy to entangle with these people, and after saying this, he turned and walked in another direction. "Stop right there, you bastard!" Fong Minga shouted. She waved her hand, and her companions surrounded Ling Xiao. "Sigh, this young master originally didn't want to hit people, but you guys just had to force me," Ling Xiao said with a sigh. Hearing this, Fong Minga couldn't help but laugh presumptuously. "Bah, it seems like you still don't know the situation, brother. Go, leave him some souvenirs. You forced this young master." Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold, and before those people could attack, he directly swept towards Fong Minga. Slap slap. In just an instant, 2 red handprints appeared on Fong Minga's cheeks. Fong Minga just felt his vision blur, and his face was slapped a few times. For a moment he didn't know what was going on. Motherf***cur. Before Fong Minga finished speaking, Ling Xiao followed up his words with a curse, and his hand mercilessly knocked out Fong Minga's front teeth. Ah! The pitiful Fong Minga didn't even have a chance to fight back before he lost a few front teeth in his mouth. Motherf***cur, take out all your points, or I'll kill you. Ling Xiao shouted at the others while grabbing Fong Minga's neck with one hand. It seemed like the position of the robber and the position of the victim had changed. Chapter 173. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. No wonder so many people like to rob, it's so easy to get points. Ling Xiao collected all the points and exclaimed proudly. He didn't want to rob others, but who knew they would make things difficult for him? Wasn't this forcing him to do bad things? Fong Minga and the others were regretting in their hearts. They didn't expect to meet such a pervert this time. Not only did they not get anything, but they were also robbed. This time it would be difficult to become an outer sect disciple, let alone an inner sect disciple, because more than half the time had passed. Get lost while I'm in a good mood, or I'll break your legs. You dare to rob me? Ling Xiao waved his hand. Fang Minga's heart was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. He had just walked a few steps when he seemed to think of something and walked towards Ling Xiao. What? You think you have too many teeth? Ling Xiao slightly glared at him. No, I just want to tell you an important news, but I don't know if you're interested. Fang Minga repeatedly waved his hand. Tell me about it. Ling Xiao replied. He wanted to hear what tricks this guy had up his sleeve. Not far from here, there is a waterfall with a cliff protruding from the middle of the waterfall. There seems to be a third-rank ox tendon vine growing on the cliff. At that time we were standing far away and couldn't see clearly, so we don't know if it's real or not. Brother, why don't you go take a look? Fang Minga pointed ahead and said in a very sincere tone. Third-rank ox tendon vine? Ling Xiao was delighted. This was one of the main spirit herbs to refine the third-rank bone restoration pill. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Ling Xiao asked Fang Minga suspiciously. And absolutely not. Fang Minga replied with certainty. Then why didn't you take it? I was afraid there would be spirit beasts guarding nearby, so I didn't dare to go. Okay, I'll go take a look now. If I don't find any ox tendon vine, I'll make you pay when we get back to the sect, Ling Xiao said sternly. No, I wouldn't dare. Fang Minga's back was drenched in cold sweat. After watching Ling Xiao walk away, he heaved a sigh of relief. Boss Fang, aren't you afraid that he'll hate you for doing this? One of Fang Minga's companions asked. What's there to be afraid of? In any case, there really are ox tendon vines there. It's just that it's impossible for him to get them. Haha, damned bastard, he actually stole our things. I curse you to not have a good death, said Fang Minga. Ling Xiao didn't think that Fang Minga would have any good intentions. She actually told him the location of the rank 3 spiritual grass. There was definitely something fishy going on. However, Ling Xiao also wanted to find out the truth. After all, it was related to the important spirit grass that could restore Li Kuanghu's broken leg. Along the way, Ling Xiao killed 2 advanced rank 2 spirit beasts along the way, and his body was covered in wounds. When encountering spirit beasts of the same rank, he really couldn't be careless. If it was someone else, they might have already become the spirit beast's food. After half a day, Ling Xiao didn't encounter another spirit beast. He became more vigilant because he knew that places with high-rank spirit beasts wouldn't have any low-rank spirit beasts. This was because the division of spirit beasts was extremely strict. As long as there was the aura of a high-rank spirit beast, low-rank spirit beasts wouldn't dare to enter. Otherwise, they would attract the attack of the high-rank spirit beast. Ling Xiao really wanted to summon the Golden Wolf King, but he didn't do so in the end. If he always relied on the Golden Fire Wolf and the Fire Qilin, it would be extremely detrimental to his growth. After passing through a dense forest, he unexpectedly arrived at a valley. This valley's environment was extremely beautiful and secluded. Nearby, hundreds of flowers bloomed beautifully, and the grass was verdant. Before people even arrived, they could already smell the waves of fresh air, which made people feel refreshed. As they walked closer, they could hear the rumbling sound of the waterfall. Ling Xiao couldn't help but quicken his steps as he looked at the valley in front of him. The pure white waterfall was like a curtain, which was spectacular and beautiful. The incessant sound of the water rushing down from a high place made people's emotions surge endlessly. So beautiful! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. At that moment, he felt like he was in a fairyland, which made him feel like he wanted to break away from worldly disputes. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao's vigilance was completely lowered. He couldn't think of any dangerous existence in a place like this. However, he forgot something. The more beautiful a place was, the more dangerous it was. Without saying anything, Ling Xiao pounced towards the quiet pool under the waterfall. Plop! As soon as Ling Xiao dove into the pool, a refreshing feeling assaulted him, and his body was indescribably calm and relaxed. Refreshing! Ling Xiao came out of the water and exclaimed. Then an earth-shaking sound came from the side. Ah! Ling Xiao's eardrums were almost shattered by that sound, and his head was shaken to the point where stars were appearing before his eyes. Damn, where did that lion's roar come from? Ling Xiao cursed as he covered his ears, and looked towards the source of the sound in confusion. Who knew that a gust of cold water would rush towards him? And all the hair on Ling Xiao's body stood up. An unprecedented sense of danger made him have no time to think, and he dove into the water again. Boom! As soon as Ling Xiao dove into the water, he was instantly frozen into a large piece of ice. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao had already swum a few meters away and soared into the sky from another position. As expected, it doesn't have any good intentions, Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Before he could land on the ground again, a dangerous aura attacked him again. Dozens of cold air of different sizes attacked him from all directions, and their speed was fast and swift. Ling Xiao was in midair and had nowhere to hide. He could only be a fish on the chopping board. Swoosh! Ah! Ling Xiao screamed in pain from the cold air, and with a plop he flew back into the pool again. Ling Xiao's hands and feet were numb from the cold, and he used his fire attribute as fast as he could to make his blood flow smoothly. The danger here had not been resolved, and the other side came one after another. Damn, it's coming again! Ling Xiao cursed, and his body sank into the bottom of the pool. Fortunately, the bottom of the pool was deep enough, or he would not have been able to avoid such a terrifying attack. Ling Xiao swam a few meters deep, and swam to a place not far away, trying to get away from the other party's attack range. It should be a human just now, not a spirit beast. It's just that the attack came too suddenly, and I couldn't see who it was. That attack was at least at the peak of a high-level mystic realm, or it wouldn't be so powerful. Ling Xiao pondered as he hid in the bottom of the pool. He didn't dare to rush out rashly, and it was better to be careful when facing unknown danger. Ling Xiao took out the blazing flame sword from the space ring, and slowly swam towards the side of the pool. When he reached the side of the pool, he jumped back to the shore without thinking. Looking over, he saw a drenched Tomiko glaring angrily at him, the ice sword in her hand emitting a cold aura. This cold beauty was the woman he met when he first came to the restaurant in Purple Sky City, and also the woman who had helped Xia Xianxian. This beauty was dressed in snow-white clothes and had a flirtatious and indifferent face. Her figure was as graceful as a snake, causing one to feel an unbearable desire. However, her entire body emitted an icy cold aura that repelled people 1,000 miles away. She was like a lone fragrant flower that was hiding and admiring itself, cold and beautiful yet prickly. However, if it was just that, Ling Xiao's eyes would not have bulged out, and his eyes were filled with wretchedness. He saw that the beauty was completely drenched, and her exquisite devilish figure was vividly outlined. Her seductive body was faintly discernible, and her proud and upright breasts, and her flat abdomen. All of this was simply killing him. "I'll kill you, you perverted thief." Being stared at by Ling Xiao, the cold beauty shouted, and the ice sword in her hand created a powerful sword flower that shot towards Ling Xiao. Every sword flower looked like a beautiful ice flower, but as long as one was touched by it, their body would be frozen numb and injured. Ling Xiao came back to his senses, and the blazing flame sword in his hand swung back, and the scorching flame scattered the snow-white sword flower. The beauty did not give up, and once again stabbed towards Ling Xiao's vital points. Each move was terrifying. Clang! Ling Xiao parried again and again, completely blocking off his opponent's sword moves. In his heart, however, he was secretly saying, "This girl's sword technique is so sharp." Ever since Ling Xiao became strong, it was very difficult for opponents of the same level to give him such a great sense of oppression. Only this beauty made him feel somewhat threatened. Ling Xiao blocked a few moves in a row, and then leaped backwards, shouting, "Beauty, if there's something we can talk about, I think this is just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding your head." The cold beauty frowned, and with a shout, the ice sword in her hand suddenly shone with a cold light, and the aura of a Bayan spread out. "Infinite chill." The beautiful woman shouted and leaped into the air. The ice sword in her hand exuded a powerful sword essence. Snowflakes flew towards Ling Xiao like raindrops at an extremely fast speed. "Damn, you forced me to do this." Ling Xiao was slightly angry. It was clearly just a misunderstanding, but this girl wanted to kill him. He had to teach her a lesson. Jian Luyan. The soul-stirring continuous sword technique was like flowing water, and it completely dispersed the snowflakes that contained killing intent. The surrounding weeds and flowers were swept away in all directions. The two of them were like a pair of flirting lovers, and the mood could be said to be perfect. The two of them exchanged blows, sword after sword, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Actually, Ling Xiao did not use his full strength. He felt that practicing with this beauty was not bad. Moreover, he could occasionally see the beauty's tightened body, so it was a win-win situation. The two of them fought for at least 300 rounds. Seeing that she could not do anything to Ling Xiao, the beauty could only withdraw her sword and stop. Let's not fight anymore. If you don't want to fight, then listen to my explanation, okay? Ling Xiao asked the slightly panting beauty. In terms of endurance, under the same level, Ling Xiao could be said to be an invincible existence. He had already gone through 30% of the origin energy opening meridian, causing him to be several times stronger than a normal martial artist. Naturally, his profound energy was also several times stronger than others. The beauty did not say anything, and only coldly looked at Ling Xiao. If looks could kill, she really wanted to tear Ling Xiao's body into 10,000 pieces and dig out his pair of thieving eyes. Chapter 174. Bing Ruoshui. A genius girl from the largest family in Ice City, the Bing family. She was only 19 years old, but she was already a high-level profound disciple. Since she was young, she had cultivated the ice frost arts, a cyan rank cultivation technique which was extremely powerful. She had just discovered this quiet pool of water. Seeing that there was no one around, she went into the pool to wash her body. She knew that there might be danger or other disciples at any time, so she did not take off her clothes. She only soaked in the pool to wash away the dirt and blood from the past half a month of killing. Unexpectedly, before she could wash herself clean, a figure jumped down without any warning and jumped next to her. She thought that someone was deliberately trying to take advantage of her, so she was ruthless and had to kill the other party. To be honest, this time Ling Xiao was really a fool. At that time, he did not notice that there was such a beauty hidden in the pool. Otherwise, he would not have jumped down in such a hurry. It would have been better to climb up a tree and peep. I really didn't know you were in the pool just now. I just wanted to wash my body, so I'm really sorry. Ling Xiao scratched his head as he explained, but in his heart he was thinking, if I knew you were here, I would have waited for you to take off your clothes before jumping down really. Bing Ruoshui frowned slightly and coldly snorted. I don't care if you did it intentionally or unintentionally. What you did was wrong. She had never bathed with anyone since she was young, but now the man in front of her had taken advantage of her. She still felt that she had suffered a great loss. Ling Xiao was wronged. I've already apologized to you. What else do you want? Don't tell me you still want me to take responsibility. I'm not a casual person. Although you are very beautiful, you are still a little lacking to be my wife. If you are willing to be my concubine, I can suffer a little. Ling Xiao said nonstop. However, before he could finish, another ice-cold killing intent pounced towards him. Ling Xiao took a few steps back and said snappily, Hey, why are you so unreasonable? I didn't do anything to you just now, and besides, is this pool water yours? You can bathe here, why can't I? Really? When Bing Ruoshui saw that she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but stomp her feet. Her face flushed red as she said, I don't care. In short, you have to pay the price for this. She also knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth, but she still felt that it was unfair in her heart. Furthermore, what this guy said just made her angry. She was a dignified heavenly son of Ice City, but she was only fit to be his concubine. This guy was really arrogant. You're being unreasonable. Do you really want to kill me? I'm not afraid to tell you that with your strength, you can't do anything to me, said Ling Xiao very naturally. If this beauty continued to pester him, he wouldn't introduce her to him. Why don't you try? Bing Ruoshui seemed to be furious as well. She puffed out her proud chest and couldn't help but mock him. You said that. Ling Xiao greedily swallowed his saliva and stared at Bing Ruoshui's chest. It was as if he could still see the two protruding spots of red. You're shameless. Bing Ruoshui stomped her feet, and the ice sword in her hand trembled once more, stabbing towards Ling Xiao. This young master is the purest of people. Since you say I'm shameless, then I'll show you how shameless I am, said Ling Xiao extremely indignantly. He poured wind attribute energy into his feet, and instantly dodged Bing Ruoshui's attack. However, Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and there was still an afterimage where he had been standing. Bing Ruoshui thought that she had stabbed Ling Xiao and couldn't help but be delighted. Unexpectedly, she suddenly felt her breasts being touched by a perverted hand, and even slightly pinched. A feeling of being struck by lightning made her tremble slightly, and her mouth almost let out a soft moan. It was really embarrassing to the extreme. Her private parts had never been touched by anyone before. Furthermore, she was an extremely conservative woman. Now that she had been violated by this fellow, an unprecedented wave of shame filled her heart, and an even stronger killing intent surged within her. Ling Xiao shamelessly sniffed his own hand and said, "Tirese, how fragrant." Inside he was saying, "It feels really good and it's quite plump. I'll kill you." Bing Ruoshui's eyes were red with rage. She released all of her ice attribute energy, and the ice sword in her hand began to dance with countless icy sword lights. This was a true killing intent that wouldn't rest until one side was dead. No way, this young master only touched it a bit. Is there a need to be so angry? Ling Xiao could feel that Bing Ruoshui truly wanted to kill him. Furthermore, looking at the red light in her beautiful eyes, it was obvious that her mind was in a mess. He couldn't help but regret his actions. After all, she was still an unmarried young lady. To be so frivolous with her private parts, this was truly too shameless and despicable. However, this thought of regret only lasted for an instant, because this girl had wanted to kill him without any reason. He was only earning back some interest. Just as Bing Ruoshui was planning to use all of her profound energy to kill Ling Xiao, the earth started to shake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Bing Ruoshui had also recovered some of her consciousness from the shaking. Ling Xiao frowned and looked towards the pool. Ripples started to spread out from the pool, and the ground nearby started to crack and shake, as if a huge earthquake was about to occur. As the pool shook more and more, the ground shook more and more violently, and cracks started to appear in a few places. Following that, a ferocious spirit beast emerged from the large pool. This spirit beast was in the shape of a bull. Its bell-like eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty fierceness, and its bull nose was constantly spraying pond water. Its 2.5-meter-long horns were as sharp as a spear. Its snow-white fur was covered with sparkling water droplets, which sparkled under the sunlight. It looked extremely strange as a whole. This was a white snow cow that had already reached the middle of the 3rd level. Bah! The white snow bull raised its head and let out a strange cry. When the spirit beasts within a radius of 100 miles heard this sound, they were so frightened that they ran in all directions. Fangminga looked in the direction of the pool and grinned. "Damn bastard, let's see how you die, haha." Fangminga had gone to the pool before, but that was at night. When they approached the pool to drink, they realized that the white snow bull was breathing in and out the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Fangminga and the others naturally recognized that it was a 3rd-level white snow bull. With their strength as high-level mystic cultivators, staying behind was undoubtedly courting death. Thus, they did not even dare to think about it, and immediately fled. Now he was beaten up by Ling Xiao and even robbed of all his points. If he did not repay Ling Xiao, how could he feel at ease? It was clear that Fangminga's intentions were truly cunning and sinister. Outside the valley, a group of attendants looked at the startled birds, and their expressions changed slightly. Xing Zhantian muttered, "Looks like there will be more disciples asking for help. Everyone get ready." In this half a month, there have already been over 50 people who have given up. It looks like the outer disciple quota will be confirmed soon. A attendant sighed from the side. "Isn't that so? That Ling brat still hasn't asked for help. How unexpected." LV Chihai said in a strange tone. Emoka glanced at LV Chihai and said confidently, "Don't worry, he will definitely make it to the end." Haha, Brother Mo is really confident in him. It looks like I'll have to take out my bet in advance. LV Chihai laughed. In his heart, he looked in the direction of the ancestral curse, hoping that it was caused by Ling Xiao. LV Chihai was right. It was indeed Ling Xiao who had caused the commotion. But there was another beautiful woman there. Mid-level, third-level white snow bulls usually lived in the frigid north. Who would have thought that such a spirit beast would also exist in this pool? This kind of spirit beast belonged to the 6th level of the 6th and 9th levels. If they continued to grow, they could become 6th or 7th level spirit beasts. If anyone could subdue such a white snow bull, it would be a huge gain. Its potential was very strong. However, the higher the level of the spirit beast, the more arrogant it was. It was not something that could be easily tamed by an ordinary person. As for why such a white snow bull would appear here, it was puzzling. Moreover, this was within the Purple Sky Sect's territory, so it was impossible for no one to discover it. Tisk, there's even a white milk cow? I wonder if there's milk. Ling Xiao sized up this pure white snow bull, and couldn't help but praise it. That white snow bull already had some intelligence, and it could hear the sarcasm in Ling Xiao's words. It rushed out of the pool. Its huge body was more than 4 meters long, and its waist was sturdy and round. Every step it took caused the ground to shake violently, showing how strong it was. Bah! The white snow bull cried out and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was actually very fast, and it did not look clumsy at all. Hey big guy, calm down. Brother's words are just the truth. Don't get too excited. Ling Xiao kept retreating as he spoke to the white snow bull. At the same time that Ling Xiao finished speaking, the white snow bull had already collided with him, its sharp horns stabbing towards his chest. Damn, that's fast! Ling Xiao exclaimed, leaping into the air. He originally thought that he could dodge it, but who knew that a flash of darkness would flash over? Pa! Ling Xiao only felt that his body was burning uncomfortably, as if he had been slashed by a sharp knife. His entire body flew backwards. Damn, it's fine if a woman bullies me, but a little milk cow like you also bullies me. I'll kill you. Ling Xiao cursed as he looked at the bleeding wound on his waist. It turned out that the thing that had just swept Ling Xiao was the white snow bull's tail. Just as Ling Xiao finished cursing, the white snow bull rushed over again, as if it really wanted to torture and kill Ling Xiao until he died. Damn, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Ling Xiao was furious. The flaming sword instantly appeared in his hand, and a roaring fire dragon rushed towards the white snow bull. Ling Xiao originally thought that even if this move could not really hurt the white snow bull, it would at least cause some obstruction to it. It would be convenient for him to reorganize his momentum and fight or escape. Unexpectedly, the fire dragon that he waved did not even touch the white snow bull's fur before it was dispersed by the cold air in front of the white snow bull. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and turned to run. If it was only a low-tier third-tier spirit beast, perhaps Ling Xiao could fight it. However, the white snow bull in front of him was already in the middle of the third tier, and their strength was not at the same level. There was no way for him to fight it. Unfortunately, the white snow bull seemed to be unwilling to let Ling Xiao escape just like that. Chapter 175. The white snow ox glared at Ling Xiao with its bell-like eyes and snorted. 2 streams of water shot towards Ling Xiao's back at an extremely fast speed. Even though Ling Xiao's speed was already very fast, it was still not enough against the third-rank spirit beast's elemental attack. Ling Xiao's back felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. His waist let out a cracking sound, as if it had been broken by the water stream. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his entire body flew out another 10 meters. Not far away, Bing Ruoshui, who had been watching the fight, had a strange feeling in her heart. Seeing that Ling Xiao was being chased by spirit beasts, she should have felt happy and delighted. After all, not only did this hooligan jump into the place where she was bathing to bathe with her, he even took her place. She wished that this hooligan could immediately die in front of her. However, when Ling Xiao was really about to die in front of her, her heart was conflicted. After all, she had a deep impression of Ling Xiao previously. First, when they first came to Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao saved Xia Xianxian. This made Bing Ruoshui feel that Ling Xiao should be a good person with a lot of love. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that he had been given a good person card by a beauty, or else he would have been angered to the point of going crazy. In addition, in Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao took 5 palm strikes from Lao Fanqing and was completely fine. This made her feel that Ling Xiao had become mysterious again. At that time, Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage profound disciple. In a defenseless state, he took 5 full strikes from an opponent of the same level and was actually completely fine. Even if it was any other high-level profound disciple, they would have fallen on the spot. At that time, she began to pay special attention to Ling Xiao. She felt that in the election, Ling Xiao would become one of her opponents that was worthy of her attention. However, on that night, Ling Xiao was attacked and returned with heavy injuries, causing her to be even more shocked. At that time, Bing Ruoshui was in Ling Xiao's room taking care of Xia Xianxian. She had also personally fed Ling Xiao a healing elixir. Later, something surprising happened. When Ling Xiao was unconscious, the recovery ability of the Vajra 5 transformation technique shocked Bing Ruoshui. She had originally thought that Ling Xiao was doomed, but seeing Ling Xiao circulate his Xian Qi to heal himself, and in just a short night, he actually recovered to his original state. This was too heaven-defying. From then on, Bing Ruoshui deeply remembered Ling Xiao. Of course, Bing Ruoshui didn't mean that she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao. She just felt a strong sense of curiosity towards Ling Xiao. Now that he thought about it calmly, what happened in the pool earlier should have been a misunderstanding. Yet he had played second fiddle to the other party's death. It seemed like he had gone overboard. Bing Ruoshui gently shook her head and touched her chest as she muttered to herself, "He deserves to die. Who asked him to take advantage of me?" "Xiao Jin, come out." Ling Xiao was lying on the ground. His spine was fractured and he was seriously injured. Seeing that the white snow bull was about to attack again, he had no choice but to call out to his Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King appeared majestically beside Ling Xiao with a flash of his spirit beast wrist guard. Its eyes were fierce, and its fangs were deep as it stared at the white snow bull that was about to pounce on it. "Xiao Jin, kill it for me." Ling Xiao sent a mental message to the Golden Wolf King. His entire body was in excruciating pain. If he didn't kill this white snow bull, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. "Yes, master." The Golden Wolf King replied and pounced towards the white snow bull. The white snow bull looked at the powerful Golden Wolf King with fear in its eyes. Even though the two spirit beasts were of the same level, the Golden Wolf King's aura was slightly stronger than the white snow bull's. It was already about to step into the advanced ranks of the 3rd level, and the wolf spirit beast's attack was much stronger than the bull's. The Golden Wolf King and the white snow bull clashed, and for a moment, a series of howls could be heard. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to consume a healing elixir, and quickly circulated the Vajra 5 transformation technique. When Bing Ruoshui saw the sudden appearance of the Golden Wolf King, she was shocked. Who is he? How can he have such a powerful protective spirit beast? Bing Ruoshui looked at Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, and was even more confused. She couldn't see through the man in front of her now. How many things did others not know about him? If she had allowed this golden wind wolf to appear in Purple Sky City, Lao Fanqing would probably have fled at the sight of it. He wouldn't have dared to tangle with it. He really hid it well. Bing Ruoshui's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao's figure as she muttered. In the battle of spirit beasts, the white snow bull was a water-type spirit beast, and its attack power was far from the Golden Wolf King's. After fighting for a while, the white snow bull was already covered in wounds. A lot of its white fur had fallen off, and it was even stained with fresh blood. The more it fought, the more it retreated, as if it wanted to escape back into the pool. As long as it returned to the pool, the Golden Wolf King wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Unfortunately, the Golden Wolf King's spirituality was not any lower than the white snow bull's. It had long blocked the white snow bull's path back to the pool, and continuously bit at the white snow bull. Ba ba. The white snow bull let out a series of blood-curdling cries, and it seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. After Ling Xiao consumed the elixir, he relied on the Vajra 5 transformation technique to absorb the medicinal effects. His injuries quickly recovered, and he could already stand up from the ground. Phew, that was close. I was almost killed by that cow, Ling Xiao softly exclaimed. He glanced at the Golden Wolf King, who had already gained the upper hand, and sat down to recover from his injuries. By the time Ling Xiao's injuries had mostly healed, the white snow bull was already lying on the ground, barely breathing. Its white fur had already been stained red. If the Golden Wolf King bit it a few more times, the white snow bull would definitely die. That's enough, Xiaojin. Don't eat it yet, Ling Xiao softly said as he stood up. The Golden Wolf King stopped attacking, but it still hadn't let down its guard. Pretty lady, come over here. Ling Xiao beckoned to Bing Ruoshui, who wasn't far from him. Bing Ruoshui frowned and said, "What are you trying to do, you pervert? Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Ling Xiao was speechless. This girl really thought of him as a super pervert. Don't be nervous. I was in the wrong just now. To express my apology, how about I give this white snow bull to you? I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to use it as a protective spirit beast, Ling Xiao said. You're giving it to me? Bing Ruoshui asked in disbelief. Yes, it should be an ice water attribute, which is compatible with your attribute. If you can obtain it, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. Ling Xiao nodded. Bing Ruoshui was both nervous and pleasantly surprised. Her heart was extremely conflicted. Ling Xiao was right. This white snow bull was an ice water attribute, which was compatible with her body's ice attribute. If she could obtain such a powerful spirit beast as a follower, it would greatly increase her combat strength. However, she was also suspicious of Ling Xiao's motives. She had never thought that someone would so easily hand over a third-rank spirit beast. Even if it was someone from her clan, there might not be such a generous person. Ling Xiao could tell that Bing Ruoshui was worried, and he immediately said to the Golden Wolf King, Xiaojin, make it spit out its beast core. Otherwise it'll die. After receiving the order, the Golden Wolf King held at the white snow bull on the ground, transmitting Ling Xiao's message. A third-rank spirit beast had already developed intelligence, and it already knew what fear and death were. Just as the white snow bull was about to spit out its beast core, the melodious sound of a flute could be heard from all directions. The sound of the flute was melodious and clear, like the sound of a clear spring in a secluded valley, or the morning bell in an ancient temple. The sound of the flute struck one's heart, causing one to be extremely intoxicated. The white snow bull seemed to have realized something, and it struggled with its heavily injured body, while neighing non-stop. Ling Xiao's mind was slightly on guard, and he shook his head slightly to keep himself awake. He looked around, but there was no trace of anyone. Whoosh! Suddenly, in the middle of the rapidly flowing waterfall, water splashed everywhere, and two figures shot out from the waterfall. In an instant, they arrived in front of the white snow bull and the Golden Wolf King. Ling Xiao focused his gaze and saw that it was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was currently riding on an even larger white snow bull, and he held a green bamboo flute in his hand, which he placed to his mouth and played. This old man was not very tall, and his hair and eyebrows were all white. He had a warm smile on his face, and there was no trace of a martial artist's aura on his body. He was like a kind grandfather. The large white snow bull looked at the white snow bull lying on the ground, neighed, and charged towards the Golden Wolf King without a care for anything else. Its speed was even faster than the Golden Wolf King's, which had the wind attribute. Whoosh! The Golden Wolf King's huge body was actually sent flying a few meters away, and it let out a miserable howl. When the large white snow bull was about to attack the Golden Wolf King again, the old man riding on it put down his flute and caressed the bull's head. He said, Old White, let's take a look at Whitey first. The large white snow bull turned around unwillingly and walked in front of the injured white snow bull. It licked the injured white snow bull's wound, and there was a look of pity in its eyes. Could it be that these two white snow bulls are a pair? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. The old man glanced at Ling Xiao, and it was as if he could immediately see through Ling Xiao's thoughts. He smiled and said, Whitey is Whitey's son. You guys disturbed its sleep, so it attacked you. Seeing that the old man had spoken, Ling Xiao immediately walked up to the old man and cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, senior. Are these two your spirit beasts? You can say that. Your Golden Wolf King isn't bad either. It's actually at the intermediate stage of the third level. Which family are you from? The old man nodded and asked. That's right. You're a Golden Wolf King. This junior is Ling Xiao, from the meteorite city's Ling family, Ling Xiao replied. Ling family? I've never heard of it. The old man thought for a moment, and then said, Are you the new disciples who came to participate in this year's selection? Ling Xiao and Bing Ruoshui nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. If that's the case, then I'll forget about this matter. Hurry up and leave. The old man flicked his sleeves. How should I address you, senior? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked the old man another question. The old man squinted his eyes, stroked his white beard, and said with a smile, You can ask your master after you become inner disciples. Looks like this old man should be an elder of the sect, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He thought for a moment, and then said to the old man, Senior, can I ask you for a favor? The old man raised his eyes, not understanding why this kid would ask such a big question. But seeing that he was so polite, he couldn't bear to disappoint him. He immediately said, Tell me. However, I won't help you get away with this and become a disciple of the sect as you please. Chapter 176. The elder thought that Ling Xiao wanted to ask him about the selection, so he took the initiative to make things clear, and shut Ling Xiao's mouth. Ling Xiao smiled. Senior misunderstands. Although Junior's strength is average, it shouldn't be difficult for me to become a disciple of the sect. How could I let Senior make the decision? Not bad. You're still young, but you're already a high-level mystic cultivator. You also have a spirit beast to protect you, so it really shouldn't be difficult for you to become an official disciple. The elder looked at Ling Xiao and agreed. He then asked, Then what do you want from me? It's like this. Before we entered the Purple Maple Valley, the deacon told us to hunt spirit beasts and find spirit herbs as points. Whoever obtains more points can become an outer sect disciple, or even an inner sect disciple. What do you think, Senior? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. This has been the sect's rule for generations. The elder answered. That's right. But before we entered the Purple Maple Valley, the deacon didn't tell us that Senior was cultivating here, so we didn't know that Little White was your spirit beast. The two of us spent a lot of effort and risked our lives to subdue it. It's a middle third-rank spirit beast, worth 20,000 points. That's enough for us to become inner sect disciples. But you suddenly appeared and asked for our points. This doesn't seem to be against the rules. Before we entered the valley, we heard the deacon say that no one in the sect is allowed to interfere in the selection. Ling Xiao clapped his hands together, and then revealed a troubled expression as he talked incessantly. Bing Ruoshui couldn't help but be puzzled. Why was this scoundrel looking for so many reasons? The elder pondered for a moment after hearing Ling Xiao's question. He seemed to feel that this little fellow's words made some sense. If this snow-white bull wasn't his, then he wouldn't have appeared. If he didn't appear, then it meant that the snow-white bull had already been killed by this little fellow. According to the sect's rules, killing a low third-rank spirit beast was worth 5,000 points, and a middle third-rank spirit beast was worth 20,000 points. Now that he had stirred things up like this, it was indeed a bit against the sect's rules and unfair to this little fellow. Could it be that Little White killed him? No. Absolutely not. The old man thought in his heart, then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, What you said makes sense, but I definitely can't give Little White to you. How about this? I'll go talk to your deacon and give you 10,000 points each. That way, it won't be a problem for you two to become inner disciples. The old man was very easy to talk to. If it were any other elder, they would have sent Ling Xiao flying with a slap. He actually dared to bargain here. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, If we do this, Lord Deacon will think that we asked you to cheat. This is not a good influence, and it will also affect your reputation. What are you trying to do, kid? The old man said impatiently. Ling Xiao glanced at the rock protruding from the waterfall and said, Why don't you give me that ox tendon vine? That way, I can get over 20,000 points. There was indeed an ox tendon vine growing here. Feng Minge hadn't lied to him. You little brat, you really have a good plan. The old man finally understood why Ling Xiao had gone in such a big circle, and couldn't help cursing him in his heart. Haha, senior. This junior was also forced by the situation. You don't want the sect to lose a genius like me, right? Ling Xiao felt that this old man was very approachable, and his words were becoming bolder and bolder. The old man didn't go up to take the growing ox tendon vine, but instead took out a section of it from his space ring, and threw it to Ling Xiao. Take it. Ling Xiao carefully put away the ox tendon vine. As long as he could find another yellow marrow grass, he would be able to refine the bone replenishing pill. That way, Li Kuanghu's foot would be able to return to normal. Let's go, I'll find a suitable spirit beast for you, Ling Xiao said to Bing Ruoshui, who knew that Bing Ruoshui wouldn't pay attention to him, and instead bowed to the old man before disappearing into the dense forest. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, jumped onto the back of the Golden Wolf King, and left the pool. After the two of them left, the old man muttered to himself, "This year's seedlings are not bad. A nice attribute girl is very suitable for Xiaobai, but her realm is still a bit low. The other little slippery fellow is also not bad." He actually dared to extort this old man. The younger generation will surpass the older in time. After leaving the pool, Ling Xiao first found a place to recover to his peak state. After being injured again and again, and facing the threat of death again and again, Ling Xiao realized that he had to quickly increase the realm of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. In the past in Meteor City, most of the experts were at the Mystic Knight realm. Spirit Master experts didn't often appear, so there wasn't much of a threat in terms of defense. Now that he was in a large sect, the younger generation would all have high-level Xian skills, high-level Xian weapons, and even Spirit Master experts were common. If he caused any trouble again, he couldn't just rely on the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin. If that was the case, then the increase of his realm would be abnormally slow, and his ability to respond to enemies would slowly slow down. After all, any expert would have to go through countless battles to continuously break through and grow. In order to ensure that he would have more protection in future battles, it was imperative to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique. At the very least, at the most crucial moment, it would give him a chance to survive. However, the spirit herbs and elixirs needed to cultivate the third transformation, the organ's refinement realm, were all very rare and precious. At present, Ling Xiao's savings were still far from enough. This was also the reason why he couldn't continue cultivating. Now that he was in the Purple Sky sect, the resources were much more abundant, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find all the materials. If he really couldn't find them, he could go to the inner area of the desolate mountain range. He believed that he would be able to find them there. There were many strong spirit beasts there. His current priority was to break through to the Spirit Master level as soon as possible. With the help of the Golden Wolf King and the Fire Qilin, he believed that even if he went deep into the inner area, there wouldn't be too much danger. However, the prerequisite was that his two spirit beasts had also broken through to the 4th stage. The Golden Wolf King was only at the peak of the 3rd stage intermediate stage. At the very least, it needed to devour one beast core of the metal element, and one beast core of the wind element. Moreover, it could only absorb beast cores of the 4th stage and above. As for the Fire Qilin, Ling Xiao didn't know how long it would take for it to advance. Its body seemed to have no limit. In the past half a year, it had devoured countless beast cores of the 3rd stage intermediate stage, and had only entered the 3rd stage advanced stage from the 3rd stage intermediate stage. It would probably take a while for it to enter the 4th stage. My first priority is to gain a foothold in the Purple Sky sect and break through to the Spirit Master level as soon as possible. Ling Xiao confirmed his goal, and made up his mind. In the next few days, Ling Xiao increased his speed in finding and killing spirit beasts. His goal wasn't as simple as becoming an outer sect disciple. The top 10 with the highest points could be accepted as inner sect disciples. Only by becoming an inner sect disciple would one be recognized by the Purple Sky sect. A normal outer sect disciple would at most be in name only. While killing spirit beasts, he didn't forget to find spirit grass. He collected all the useful spirit grass from 1st stage to 2nd stage. In this period of time, there were two groups of people who wanted to take advantage of Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, They found the wrong person and didn't manage to take Ling Xiao's things. Instead, they were all taken by Ling Xiao. In an instant, Ling Xiao's points skyrocketed. Other than the points he had obtained, he also had the points of 3 groups of people. This made him extremely happy. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to become an inner sect disciple. Very quickly, there were only 3 days left until the 1-month deadline. Ling Xiao no longer killed spirit beasts. Instead, he leisurely embarked on the reverse journey, picking many low-level spirit grass along the way. The Purple Maple Valley was planned by the Purple Sky sect to be a trial for participating disciples. Being able to find a 3rd-stage spirit grass like the purple gold grass was extremely rare. 3rd-stage spirit beasts were also rarely seen. This greatly disappointed Ling Xiao. If the other participating disciples knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably fight to the death with this guy. If there were many 3rd-stage spirit beasts, wouldn't they all want to take their lives? Just as Ling Xiao ate some spirit beast meat and was about to set off, he sensed that there were people walking over from his vicinity. Ling Xiao quickly jumped onto one of the big trees to hide. No matter when, he always maintained a vigilant heart. He absolutely wouldn't relax just because he became stronger. 2 figures gradually appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. It's actually them. Ling Xiao revealed a playful smile. Under the tree were Wuxia and Hua Xiaogui, who had been separated for half a month. Looking at their hurried and sorry appearance, it seemed that they had encountered some misfortune. Little Shui, you run first. I'll block them. Hua Xiaogui shouted. Can you block them? Don't waste words. If you really can't, then crush the jade tube and call for the deacon to come and save us. Wuxia said as she pulled Hua Xiaogui's hand and ran. Hua Xiaogui was only a middle-level profound practitioner. Her speed naturally couldn't compare to Wuxia's, so she could only let Wuxia pull her. Haha, do you think you can escape? A laugh sounded. A figure flashed and blocked in front of Wuxia and Hua Xiaogui. The person who came was Xiaoshi, who was in the same city as Wuxia, and his 3 companions behind him. Xiaoshi, do you really want to steal our points? Wuxia stopped and shouted at Xiaoshi. Wuxia's breakthrough stopped. Hua Xiaogui couldn't stop and pounced on Wuxia. Ouch! Wuxia was knocked 2 steps forward. She couldn't help but turn around and scold Hua Xiaogui. Stinky little turtle, what are you doing? I'm sorry, little Shui. I didn't do it on purpose, Hua Xiaogui said embarrassedly as she scratched her head. Little Shui, come back. You and I are a match made in heaven. Why do you have to be with this kind of useless trash? Xiaoshi said to Wuxia in a relaxed tone. He wanted to be with Wuxia mainly because he wanted to become the son-in-law of Wuming City's Wu clan, but a small part of it was because of his love for Wuxia. He really didn't want to have a falling out with Wuxia unless he had no other choice. You make it sound better than a song. I've always treated you as a brother, but you actually joined forces with outsiders to bully me. When I return to Wuming City in the future, I'll definitely make my father stop being friends with your clan, Wuxia said with puffed cheeks. Since that's the case, then put down all your points. Otherwise, don't think of leaving, Xiaoshi said coldly. If you have the ability, then come and take them. Do the 3 of you really want to become enemies with me, Wuxia? Wuxia called out fearlessly, and then called out to the 3 people behind Xiaoshi. They were also from Wuming City. Cut the crap. Go get them and cripple that brat for me. Xiaoshi didn't wait for the 3 to reply, and waved to his companions while he himself attacked Wuxia. Just as the 3 of them were about to attack Hua Xiaogui, a figure descended from the sky. Whoever dares to hurt my brother, I'll cripple him. Chapter 177. Boss. Hua Xiaogui couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Ling Xiao's figure. Wuxia, on the other hand, felt an inexplicable worry in her heart. Could it be that he's been following us? I was wondering where you ran off to. So you've been hiding all this time. That's even better. Let's take it together. Xiaoshi disliked Ling Xiao the most. Now that he had broken through, of course he was even happier. They had a total of 4 people on their side, and they were all above Mystic Realm. The other side had 3 people, and one of them was a Mystic Realm cultivator. Comparing them like this, their chances of winning were in their grasp. Haha, good. Let's take it together. Ling Xiao laughed wildly and then said to Wuxia and Hua Xiaogui, "You two go to the side first and watch your boss take revenge for you." Only middle stage. You've reached high stage Mystic Realm? Xiahou sure snorted, and was about to say that Ling Xiao was only a middle stage Mystic Realm. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that Ling Xiao's aura had clearly increased by several times. Only then did he know that he had broken through to high stage Mystic Realm. You're quite observant. Obediently put down all your points and I'll let you suffer less. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Even if he was only a middle stage Mystic Realm, dealing with these people in front of him was a piece of cake. Young Master Xia, what do we do? The young man beside Xiahou sure asked with some fear. Although high-stage Mystic Realm cultivators were only 1 stage higher than middle-stage Mystic Realm cultivators, their strength was many times higher than middle-stage Mystic Realm cultivators. Even 5 middle-stage Mystic Realm cultivators wouldn't be a match for 1 high-stage Mystic Realm cultivator. What's there to be afraid of? He's only a high-stage Mystic Realm cultivator. Even if a Spirit Master expert came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything. Xiahou sure said very calmly after the shock. Then he stuck his spear to the side and slowly pulled out a scarlet-red broadsword from his back. This broadsword emitted a dense dark aura. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this was a dark attribute weapon. The large blade was engraved with many profound spirit marks, making it look extremely agile. The huge teeth on the back of the blade looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. A bloodthirsty killing intent spread out, causing people to feel suffocated. This was definitely a 3rd-tier profound armament. Moreover, it should be a 3rd-tier intermediate profound armament. Blood-devouring devil saber. Wuxia seemed to have some understanding of this saber. She immediately exclaimed upon seeing it. Is it very powerful? Hua Xiaogui asked dumbfoundedly. Nonsense, a mid-3rd level profound artifact. Don't you think it's powerful? Furthermore, it can also suck human blood. It's a very terrifying demonic blade. Wuxia replied in a bad mood. Devouring Shue's profound weapon. Hua Xiaogui could not help but be shocked. Even Ling Xiao, who was beside her, was slightly moved. It's actually a dark attribute Xian weapon. It's really rare. Ling Xiao said in his heart. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then obediently put down all your points and I'll let you go. Xiahou Shi, who was holding the dark attribute Xian weapon, had his eyes turn red. It seemed that he could not bear the pressure that the profound weapon was giving him. He himself was not a dark attribute Xian cultivator. It did not match the attribute of the profound weapon. Therefore, he could not use this profound weapon with ease. Haha, you want to scare me away with just a profound weapon? I think there's something wrong with your brain. However, I want this profound weapon of yours. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Ling Xiao, you must be careful. You must not be injured by that saber. Otherwise your blood will be sucked dry and you'll die. Wuxia reminded him. Don't worry, he doesn't have the ability to hurt me. Ling Xiao replied confidently. Then watch carefully. Don't blame me if you die. Xiahou Shi's eyes became redder and redder. He held the blood-devouring saber in his hand and chopped towards Ling Xiao's head. A thick black mist with a tinge of red swept towards Ling Xiao. All of you get out of here! Ling Xiao shouted, sending out dozens of fiery streaks to meet the black light. Unfortunately, the black mist's energy was comparable to a spirit master's attack. His flames were of no use. Cloak of clouds and moon. The cloak behind Ling Xiao's back instantly flew out and blocked in front of the black mist. Sizzle. The cloak that was specially made from the mountain pangolin beast was instantly corroded when it came in contact with the black mist. Furthermore, it spread towards Ling Xiao's body. Damn, so vicious. Ling Xiao cursed. He immediately shook off the cloak to prevent himself from being affected. Haha, let's see how arrogant you can be. Die. Xiahou Shi's eyes were red with anger. It was as if he was possessed. With a sinister laugh, he charged towards Ling Xiao. His three companions behind him saw that Xiaohoshi's profound weapon was so powerful. They believed that it would not be a problem to restrain Ling Xiao. Hence, the three of them charged towards Wuxia and Hua Xiaogui. Damn it, you're looking for death. Ling Xiao did not want to waste time. He knew that Wuxia and Hua Xiaogui would not be able to hang on for too long. Just as Xiaohoshi was about to attack again, Ling Xiao did not hold back anymore. A formless condensed needle surged towards Xiaohoshi's consciousness. Ling Xiao's current mental attacks were not just condensed needles. He could also condense them into palms, fists, all sorts of shapes. Moreover, he had just broken through to a high-level mystic disciple. His consciousness had grown again. His attack range had increased from the original 5 meters to 8 meters. The reason why Ling Xiao chose to attack with condensed needles was because he did not want to assassinate Xiaohoshi. After all, killing was not allowed in this training ground. However, Ling Xiao had already set his eyes on the blood-devouring saber in Xiaohoshi's hands. He might as well snatch it. In order to prevent the incident of Lao Fanqing from happening again, he must not let others know that he was the one who snatched it. Using the condensed needle would not kill Xiaohoshi. It would only turn him into an idiot. As for the others, Ling Xiao did not plan to let them go. Before Xiaohoshi could reach Ling Xiao, he felt as if his head was being pierced by thousands of needles. It was as if his head was about to explode. He screamed. His hand loosened and the blood-devouring saber fell to the ground. He held his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. This scream attracted the attention of his companions. Seeing Xiaohoshi in this state, they knew that this had something to do with Ling Xiao. Run! Their leader was defeated. How could they have the strength to fight against a high-level mystic disciple? There was only one thought left in their minds. Do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao sneered and frowned. Next, he sent the polymerizing needles piercing towards their spiritual seas. 3 screams sounded almost at the same time. Before coming to Purple Sky Sect, Ling Xiao had used his mental strength to split the beast's core in order to refine a third-grade elixir. He had already mastered the basics of skill manipulation. He could divide his attention to several things at the same time, and hurt the consciousness of 3 people at the same time. But this way, Ling Xiao's mental strength was greatly exhausted. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the high-level mystic disciple and his consciousness had expanded. Otherwise, he would have fainted immediately. It should be known that using mental strength to attack was more exhausting than using mystic force directly. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao's consciousness was big enough and his mental strength was strong enough. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do this. Take their points. Ling Xiao said to Wuxia and Hua Xiaogui with a slightly pale expression. After saying that, he ignored the 2 and immediately sat down to meditate to recover his mental strength. Soul-controlling art had endless uses. It was a rare mental attack secret art in the world. Its recovery ability was also extremely unique and fast. Ling Xiao only spent a little more than an hour, and felt that his mental strength had recovered by more than half. When he opened his eyes, he found that Wuxia and Hua Xiaogui were staring at him with an extremely astonished expression. Ling Xiao touched his face and said very cockily, "Could it be that I have become more handsome?" "Wow, boss, you are really handsome. How did you make them lose the ability to fight?" Hua Xiaogui praised in admiration. Wuxia turned her pretty face slightly and did not speak. She seemed to still be a little worried. "You don't need to worship me. I am just a legend." Ling Xiao stood up and joked. Then he walked over and picked up the demonic blood-devouring saber. For a moment, an evil aura came from the saber hilt, as if it wanted to drill into Ling Xiao's body. How strange! Ling Xiao hurriedly guarded his mind and circulated his energy to resist that evil aura. This demonic blood-devouring saber was obtained by an ancestor of the Xia family when he was traveling. At that time, it was only at the low 3rd level, but later on, the ancestor of the Xia family continuously fed it with his blood. This demonic saber can actually upgrade itself. I just didn't know that such a strange profound weapon would be passed on to Xiaohoshi. Perhaps the Xia family especially valued him. After all, Xiaohoshi is that ancestor's great-grandson. Wuxia explained to the side. It can actually upgrade itself. This is unbelievable. This was the first time that Ling Xiao had heard of a profound weapon having this kind of ability. There's nothing strange about that. It said that in ancient times, some powerful swordsmen used their own essence blood to nourish their swords. Later on, their swords reached the level of spiritual connection, becoming the legendary spiritual weapons. Wuxia came from a large city, so she had a certain understanding of some secrets. So that's how it is. I'll take this saber. Ling Xiao nodded and then stored the demonic blood-devouring saber into his spatial ring. I think you should return it to him. Otherwise, if the ancestor of the Xia family finds out, I'm afraid. Wuxia advised. Don't worry, he doesn't know I did it, Ling Xiao said. Then he walked over to Xiahou Shi, who had already fainted, and found his jade tube. Then he crushed it. Ling Xiao's actions could be considered to have been benevolent. Otherwise, if he left them lying here, they would sooner or later be dismembered by spirit beasts. Let's go. I believe that their points should be enough for you to become outer disciples. Ling Xiao called out to the two of them. The two of them nodded and then followed Ling Xiao's footsteps. Not long after, a few green wind cranes appeared in the sky. The deacons had arrived. Emo could jump down from the green wind crane and check their auras. Only after discovering that they were not dead did he let out a sigh of relief. They've only fainted. Bring them back. Emoka said to the other deacons. Each of them carried one person and left. They did not know that the people they saved had all become idiots or mentally retarded. Chapter 178. In Wuming City, in a quiet and secluded mountain, in a cave, a figure sat cross-legged on a stone bed. This person was thin, his face was high, and his eyes were sunken. There was no aura around his body, and he sat quietly like a dead man. Suddenly, he slowly opened a pair of gloomy eyes, and two rays of light flickered with substantial energy. The demonic blade's aura is gone, the old man said in a hoarse and angry voice. Then he shot out of the cave. His speed was like a ghost, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from the cave. In a majestic and unadorned courtyard, an old man in his 50s was reading a book. This person was the Xia family's current patriarch, Xiaoshida. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the door was blown open. Who? The old man immediately cried out in alarm. A ghostly figure stopped in front of him. When Xiaoshida saw who it was, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, grandfather." This person was the old man who was meditating in the cave just now. Where did the blood-devouring demon blade go? The old man asked. Xiaoshida panicked and stammered. In the storage room. Pa. The old man's eyes flashed with anger, and with a wave of his hand, a nearby table was immediately shattered into pieces. How long are you going to lie to me? The old man said darkly. Xiaoshida panicked and immediately knelt down to the old man begging, "Grandfather, forgive me. I made the decision to reward it to that child Ho Shi. He was chosen by the Purple Sky sect to compete for outer sect disciples, so, bastard." The old man cursed again, and then glared at Xiaoshida. How can you be so muddle-headed, child? Although the blood-devouring demon blade is extraordinary, those who are not dark will lose their nature if they use it, causing them to fall into the demonic path. The consequences are unimaginable. Didn't I forbid anyone from using this demon blade? Why didn't you listen? I know my mistake. I'll send someone to the Purple Sky sect to get the demon blade back. Xiaoshida kowtowed and said. It's too late. I'm afraid the demon blade has already changed hands. The old man sighed heavily. What? Xiaoshida panicked even more this time. Outside the Purple Maple Valley, the 1-month trial time was up. In a campsite outside the valley, 11 deacons were waiting for the returning crowd. Behind them, there were already a few dozen people who had been rescued early on. These people were all people who had no choice but to crush the jade tube to ask for help after encountering danger that they could not resist in the Violet Maple Valley. This was also equivalent to giving up the trial ahead of time. Not long after, Lu Ji and the others walked out. Half a day later, those who had entered the valley for the trial had basically all come out. Those who hadn't come out would never come out again. After all, there were many spirit beasts in the valley, and there was no lack of poisonous spirit beasts. Some people could not avoid being poisoned. The deacons had already received the news of those people's deaths through the jade tube, so they didn't wait any longer. Everyone, line up and come over here to register your points. Xing Zhantian shouted at everyone. All the young people took their points and walked towards the deacon. The 11 deacons were divided into 5 points, and they each checked and registered their points. In the end, the 150 people with the highest points would become Purple Sky Sect disciples, and the 10 people with the highest points would become inner disciples. The young people with low points all had downcast faces, and were not in high spirits. As for the young people with great gains, they all raised their heads and puffed out their chests, looking very pleased with themselves. Wang Guixin, you killed 25 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts for 25 points, 5 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 500 points, 30 high-tier first-tier spirit herbs for 30 points, 3 low-tier second-tier spirit herbs for 300 points, and 1 mid-tier second-tier spirit herb for 300 points. That's a total of 1,155 points. And your results are not bad. Next. One of the deacons counted a young person's points as he spoke. After that young person heard the praise, he happily walked away. Following that, another person stepped forward and opened his bag, allowing the deacon to check the contents. Bai Fuan, you killed 27 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts for 27 points, 2 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 200 points, 31 low-tier first-tier spirit herbs for 31 points, and 4 low-tier second-tier spirit herbs for 400 points. That's a total of 658 points. Next. Tandahu, you killed 40 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts for 40 points, 5 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 500 points, 1 mid-tier second-tier spirit beast for 300 points, 36 low-tier first-tier spirit herbs for 36 points, 6 low-tier second-tier spirit herbs for 600 points, and 2 mid-tier second-tier spirit beasts for 600 points. That's a total of 2,760 points. Very good. Next. As the deacons counted, quite a few people's points were recorded. Most of the points were in the range of 1,000 to 2,000 points. Those with less than 1,000 points were basically eliminated, and those with more than 1,500 points could basically become outer disciples. Boss, let's go as well. Hua Xiaogui looked at the people being counted one by one and couldn't wait. You don't have any points. Why are you going? Ling Xiao said in a bad mood. Hee. I just want to see boss in the limelight, Hua Xiaogui said while scratching her head. I think you just want to see Xiaoxue in the limelight, Ling Xiao said jokingly. Wu Xixue turned her pretty face away and didn't say anything. 3 days ago, Ling Xiao took all the points from Xiaohoshi and the others, but he didn't accept them and instead gave them to Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue. Unexpectedly, Hua Xiaogui didn't want a single point. At that time, both Ling Xiao and Wu Xixue didn't understand. In the end, after listening to Hua Xiaogui's explanation, they understood. Originally, he was an alchemist, so he didn't need to participate in the selection, and could directly become an inner disciple of the Purple Sky Sect's refinement peak. He just wanted to join in the fun. Therefore, he didn't need any points and could also be considered an inner disciple of the Purple Sky Sect. Therefore, he gave all the points to Ling Xiao and Wu Xixue. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need those points. He himself had a lot, so he gave all the points he got from Xiaohoshi to Wu Xixue. Wow, that Sun Ge actually got 5,600 points, so scary. Yeah, looks like it's a sure thing that he'll become an inner disciple. He's worthy of being a high-level profound cultivator. Amazing. Ling Xiao glanced at Sun Ge, who had his hands crossed in front of his chest. Looking at his arrogant look, he thought disdainfully in his heart. He still has the nerve to show off this little bit of points, really. Immediately after, another 2 young people who got high scores came. They got 3,800 points and 4,100 points respectively. These 2 people also had the strength of a high-level profound cultivator. To be able to get so many points was really within expectations. Ling Xiao, why aren't you going to count your points? A beautiful figure leisurely walked towards Ling Xiao and asked in a sweet voice. Sister Yan, seeing that you're smiling so proudly, you must have gained a lot. Ling Xiao looked at the person and said, wasn't it you Lai Yin who walked over? She was wearing a red armor, and the armor was stained with blood. She must have done a lot in the trial. Hee hee, I was lucky to get some points. It shouldn't be difficult to enter the sect. Yu Yanlai lightly tapped her lips and said. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao again and revealed a surprised expression. You broke through to the high level? I was just lucky. Ling Xiao replied modestly, but in fact his expression was very proud. How old are you this year? I just turned 18. What's wrong? Could it be that Sister Yan is interested in me? TSK, you're really abnormal. An 18-year-old high-level profound cultivator. There aren't many in the sect. Yu Laiyan stared at Ling Xiao and said, her beautiful eyes revealing a strange expression. Sister Yan, don't stare at me like that, I'll be shy. Ling Xiao replied weakly. He didn't know if this fellow was really shy or what, but his face actually turned slightly red for the first time in a long time. Hee hee, you're so cute, Sister Yan likes it. Yu Laiyan laughed happily and said, let's go and count our points together. Then Ling Xiao waved at Wu Xixue and Hua Xiaogui and followed Yu Yanlai. At this time, it was already the end. Most of the points had been counted. Deacon Mo, help me count. Yu Lai Yin threw her bag to the ground and said to Mo Ku. Mo Ku nodded, but his eyes glanced at Ling Xiao before he started to count Yu Lai Yan's points. 15 low-level rank 2 spirit beasts are worth 1,500 points. 8 mid-level rank 2 spirit beasts are worth 2,400 points. 2 high-level rank 2 spirit beasts are worth 1,000 points. 50 high-level rank 1 spirit herbs are worth 50 points. 20 low-level rank 2 spirit herbs are worth 2,000 points. 5 mid-level rank 2 spirit herbs are worth 1,500 points. And 1 high-level rank 2 spirit herb is worth 500 points. That's a total of 8,950 points. Good, very good. Mo Ku excitedly counted the points, and in the end he didn't hesitate to praise loudly. Almost 9,000 points. This is too abnormal. Exactly. I wonder how many people's points she robbed, otherwise how could she have so many points? It can't be, she's so pretty, how could she rob other people's points? Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is the most vicious? The surrounding youths were discussing incessantly. At this time, there was a commotion at Deacon LV's side. 1. 13,000 points. There's actually someone with more than 10,000 points. My God, she's too powerful. Wow, isn't she that ice rose? Look at her delicate appearance. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. Killing 8 high-level second-level spirit beasts. Too terrifying. She's really a genius for my city. Good, very good, Bing Ruoshui. Looks like you'll be the first in this trial. LV Chihai praised Bing Ruoshui happily. Bing Ruoshui nodded slightly at LV Chihai. There was not a trace of excitement on her face, and then she walked to the side. Her state of mind seemed to have reached the state of not being happy with material gains, not being sad for personal gains. Chapter 179. Yu Laiyan curled his lips and said unhappily, if I had known this would happen, I would have killed a few more high-rank spirit beasts. This is so infuriating. Ling Xiao looked at the proud figure and tried to persuade Yu Laiyan. What's there to be angry about? It's fine as long as you can become an inner disciple. It's not a matter of success or failure, so you don't have to be so serious. What do you know? Yu Yanlai snorted coldly, but he still stared at Bing Ruoshui unhappily, as if he had already made her his #1 enemy. At this time, Ling Xiao and Wu Xixue took out her points and counted them. In the end, she had a total of 3,700 points. This was enough for her to become an inner disciple, which made her extremely happy. Ling Xiao, thank you. Wu Xixue sincerely thanked Ling Xiao. It's nothing. You're my sister-in-law, so this is what I should do. Ling Xiao glanced at Hua Xiaogui and said to Wu Xixue. What are you talking about? Who's your sister-in-law? Seriously. Wu Xixue stomped her feet and walked away in embarrassment. Haha, little turtle. Hurry up and go over. You have to do your best. Ling Xiao laughed and gave Hua Xiaogui a look. Hua Xiaogui gave Ling Xiao a grateful look and walked over with Wu Xixue, her buttocks trembling. At this time, LV Chihai walked over from the other side. He looked at Ling Xiao and asked Mo, "Brother Mo, what's the result? Did this kid get 3,000 points?" "Not yet, but we'll know soon," Mo replied. He then shouted at Ling Xiao, "Hurry up and take out your points to count. Let me do it. You guys just watch from the side. No one is allowed to deny the loss," Xing Zhantian said as he walked over. Ling Xiao listened to the three of them and was a little confused. Did they make a bet? "Ling Xiao, hand over your share," said Xing Zhantian to Ling Xiao. "Oh," Ling Xiao answered. Then threw a parcel on the ground and opened it. 25 high-tier first-tier spirit beasts are worth 25 points. 3 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 300 points. 33 high-tier first-tier spirit grasses are worth 33 points. 2 low-tier second-tier spirit grasses are worth 200 points, for a total of 558 points, Xing Zhantian reported. Just as Xing Zhantian finished speaking, LV Chihai burst into laughter. "Haha, haha. Brother Mo, look. This is the inner disciple that you thought highly of, but he didn't even get 1,000 points. He doesn't even have the qualifications to become an outer disciple. I'm dying of laughter. Hurry up and take out the white jasmine vine." LV Chihai was very pleased with himself. Previously, he had made a bet with Mo. If Ling Xiao could become an inner disciple, then he would lose a blazing serpent grass to Mo. If Ling Xiao could not become an inner disciple, then Mo. would lose a white jasmine vine to him. But now Ling Xiao had not even brought out 1,000 points. It was obvious that he did not even have the qualifications to become an outer disciple. Mo. was furious. He glared at Ling Xiao with eyes that were about to spit fire. This is only a portion of the points. There's still more." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before moving over 4 more parcels and placing them in front of Xing Zhantian. This time, LV Chihai's laughter stopped. Xing Zhantian opened one of the parcels and started counting. Killing 70 high-tier first-stage spirit beasts is worth 70 points. Killing 12 low-tier second-stage spirit beasts is worth 1,200 points. Killing 2 mid-tier second-stage spirit beasts is worth 600 points. Obtaining 40 stalks of first-stage spirit herbs is worth 40 points. In total, 4,810 points. Killed 32 high-tier rank 1 spirit beasts for 32 points. Killed 5 low-tier rank 2 spirit beasts for 2,902 points. Total, 2,902 points. After opening 3 more parcels, Ling Xiao's points had already reached 8,270 points. This time, not only were the deacons stunned, but the surrounding younger generation who were looking at the points were also stunned. They all stared blankly at the 2 parcels that had not been opened. It was likely that over 10,000 points was already a matter of time. Good. All right, Deacon LV, don't forget to give me my blazing serpent grass. Mo. let out a sigh of relief and smiled at LV Chihai. Just now, he had almost wanted to hack Ling Xiao into pieces. He thought that Ling Xiao would only obtain a few hundred points. Not only would he lose the bet, but he would also be scolded by the young miss. If that happened, his position as an inner deacon would be far away. Luckily, this brat did not disappoint him, nor did he disappoint the young miss. Xing Zhantian cast an appreciative glance at Ling Xiao, who had a faint smile on his face. Then, he opened the largest package. 25 low-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 2,500 points. 20 mid-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 6,000 points. 13 high-tier second-tier spirit beasts are worth 6,500 points. That's a total of 15,000 points. The more Xing Zhantian spoke, the louder he became. This parcel was filled with rank 2 spirit beast points. This was too extravagant. Just this parcel alone had more points than Bing Ruoshui's 13,000 points. The surrounding young disciples looked at Ling Xiao with even more respect. This guy is even more abnormal. He actually has more than 20,000 points. Heavens, the second place has more than 10,000 points less than him. He's simply not human. Isn't that so? So this guy is the strongest among us. I really don't know how he did it. Even a team of 2 high-tier mystic cultivators might not be able to obtain as many points as him. LV Chihai's face was burning. It was fine if he lost the bet. After all, he had Bing Ruoshui, who had more than 10,000 points on his side. As long as he reported this to the sect, he could possibly obtain the position of an inner deacon. If an outer sect deacon wanted to enter the inner sect, it would depend on who had contributed the most to the sect, and the ranking in the disciple selection also represented their judgment. Whoever picked the strongest disciples, or became the most inner sect disciples, then their contribution would be the greatest, and they would naturally become an inner sect deacon. Now that Ling Xiao had so many points, he had undoubtedly become the most dazzling new star. This also reflected Mo's accurate judgment, as he had chosen such an outstanding disciple for the sect. Because of Ling Xiao's appearance, his position as an inner deacon had been ruined. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Ling Xiao, however, did not know about this. He did not think that he would offend someone in order to obtain the highest points. If he knew, he would probably cry out, "Injustice, even more injustice than Dou-yi." Xing Zhantian then opened Ling Xiao's last parcel, which was also the smallest parcel. It was filled with spirit herbs. There were more than 100 stalks of rank 1 to rank 2 spirit beasts, and he had obtained a total of 7,350 points. In the end, Ling Xiao had obtained a total of 30,620 points. As soon as this number was calculated, it caused another uproar. "Boss is truly worthy of being my boss. Too amazing." Hua Xiaogui was full of praise for Ling Xiao. At the same time, he was proud of Ling Xiao's points, as if Ling Xiao's glory was his glory. Wu Xixue unhappily patted the back of Hua Xiaogui's head and said, "If you were even half as amazing as Ling Xiao, then I would consider being together with you." Hearing this, Hua Xiaogui's face drooped like a deflated balloon. "Little Shui, I'm a noble alchemist. There will be many martial artists following me in the future, so my future won't be much worse than bosses. Then wait until you become a rank 3 alchemist before you chase me," Wu Xixue lightly said. "Really? Then just you wait, I'll definitely become a rank 3 alchemist." Hua Xiaogui couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Of course, but there's a time limit. 3 years. If you can't reach it in 3 years, then don't blame me." Wu Xixue raised 3 fingers. "All right, it's a deal." With Ling Xiao obtaining first place with the highest number of points, the first round of selection came to an end. "All right, the first round of selection is over. Everyone return to the sect and wait for the second round of selection," Xing Zhantian announced before leading a group of attendants on their green wind cranes back to the sect. All of the youths once again rushed back to the Purple Sky sect. However, more than half of them had already lost interest, as they had already chosen to participate in the second round of selection. On the way back, Yu Yanlai joined Ling Xiao's group of 3. Her enchanting eyes constantly glanced at Ling Xiao, and her body was extremely close to him, causing Ling Xiao's mind to ripple. Wu Xixue jealously cursed in her heart. What a coquettish vixen. Half a day later, everyone once again returned to the Purple Sky sect. At this moment, there were only 150 people left waiting for the second round of selection to begin. Before the second round began, everyone had a day to rest. Ling Xiao returned to his residence and Hua Xiaogui followed him. "Boss, thank you," Hua Xiaogui said very sincerely to Ling Xiao. "Thank you for what?" Ling Xiao asked. Hua Xiaogui laughed lightly. "If it weren't for you, Little Snow wouldn't have given me this chance. Little Snow promised me that as long as I can become a 3rd-rank alchemist in 3 years, she'll agree to be with me." "You brat, what does that have to do with me? That's something you fought for yourself. But to become a 3rd-rank alchemist in 3 years, that seems a bit difficult," Ling Xiao replied. "No matter what, I'll definitely work hard. I believe I'll definitely succeed," Hua Xiaogui said very firmly. Ling Xiao inwardly exclaimed, "Love is blind, but the power of love is great. Little turtle, if you really want to become a 3rd-rank alchemist, then your martial arts must also improve. Otherwise you can't condense a 3rd-rank alchemist," Ling Xiao reminded. He knew how much energy was needed to refine a 3rd-rank alchemist. If Hua Xiaogui didn't reach the realm of a middle-stage mystic practitioner in these 3 years, it was almost impossible to try to refine a third-rank alchemist. Hua Xiaogui looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, "Boss, you also know alchemy?" Ling Xiao smiled and replied, "I know a little." "Brag. Keep bragging," Hua Xiaogui said in disbelief, and then said, "Boss, you're right. My old man said that if I want to become a real alchemist, I must reach the mystic practitioner level, transform the fire attribute, and then use my own control of fire to better refine alchemy. But my cultivation of tenbin is only average. What can I do?" "Don't be discouraged. The bridge will be the boat straight. The boss won't leave you alone. Don't worry, your wish will definitely come true." Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and comforted. Chapter 180. In front of a quiet and secluded courtyard in the Purple Sky sect, a young girl wearing light muslin and satin held a blue soft sword in her hand, continuously waving it. She was like a dancing fairy, appearing extremely agile and beautiful. The shadow of the sword rippled like water. Those ripples seemed to have substance, making a series of xiao-xiao sounds, as if the air was being cut open, crisscrossing with cracks. After a round of sword dance, she gracefully landed on the white cobblestone with her smooth jade-like feet. She stroked the blade with one hand, her eyes filled with longing and tenderness. She murmured, "You will definitely pass the trial, right?" At this time, light footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard. "Miss Emoko is back." Emoko knelt on one knee outside the courtyard and called out softly, "And let's talk business." The young girl responded indifferently. Yes, Ling Xiao obtained first place in the trial. He obtained over 30,000 points, setting a new record for our sect's trial points, respectfully reported Emoko from outside the courtyard. "And I understand you can leave first," the young girl responded softly, then thought of something and said, "You just wait to become an inner court deacon." "Thank you, miss." Emoko was overjoyed, immediately knelt down again to thank her, then turned and left. The young girl in the courtyard had a faint smile on her face as she murmured, "You really didn't disappoint me." This smile was truly beautiful beyond compare. Even the flowers that were blooming at the side would pale in comparison. Honestly speaking, why did Ling Xiao act so ostentatiously when he just arrived at the Purple Sky sect? Of course he had his own reasons and goals. If he wanted to receive the attention of the Purple Sky sect, then he had to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Purple Sky sect. As long as he quickly stood firm, he could meet the beautiful figure that he longed for as soon as possible. It was said that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. However, without a fine steel drill, one wouldn't be able to do porcelain work. Ling Xiao had the experience of 2 lives. He knew that some things had to be done. He had to have a courageous, diligent, and fearless heart. Only then would he be able to go straight to his heart, and only then would his cultivation and temperament be even more resolute. What's more, Ling Xiao didn't want to get so many points anyway. He had no time to spare. There were 3 bags of points that had been given to him by those conceited fellows. It would be a waste not to take them. As for the bag of spirit beasts heads of rank 2 and above, and the bag of spirit herbs, they were the true points that he had obtained. Of course, he still had a purple gold flower and a bull tendon vine. If he took them out, he was afraid that everyone would go crazy. Of course, Ling Xiao would not reveal such a precious spiritual grass, lest he invite unnecessary trouble. On that day, the second round of the election began. Although 150 outer court disciples remained after the first round and 10 inner court disciples were selected, it didn't mean that the number of inner court disciples was decided so hastily. The second round of selection was very simple. It only tested the attributes and purity of the candidates. Any martial artist's attribute martial value would represent how far they could go in the future. In addition to the 10 people who obtained the highest points, in the second round of selection, if there was an individual with a high purity attribute, they would also gain the favor of an elder and become an inner disciple. The 150 new disciples all gathered at the training field of the Purple Sky House. This was the largest training field of the Purple Sky sect, occupying almost half of the mountain peak. The field was paved with exceptionally smooth marble, and there were several rows of weapon racks placed around it. There were also a few war drums beside it, appearing extremely solemn and austere. At this moment, on the high platform sat the leaders of the 9 peaks. They all had serious expressions on their faces. Next to them were a few elders of the same generation who were also participating in the ceremony. Up there, the most eye-catching person was not the Purple Sky House's headmaster, nor was it the peak lord of the other peaks. Instead, it was the figure sitting next to the headmaster. Her face was covered with a veil, and she wore a light blue dress. A faint immortal aura coiled around her body, causing her to seem ethereal, divine, and inviolable. Even though Chun-Shi hadn't seen her face, he could tell from her graceful figure that she was absolutely a peerlessly beautiful woman. The new female outer court disciples all seemed to have lost their brilliance at this moment. They didn't even have the right to compete with her. Only Bing Ruoshui, Yu Yanlai, and Wu Xixue could compete with her, but anyone with a discerning eye would know that they were still inferior. The main thing was that their temperament was far from being as easy to sink into as the woman sitting there. Ling Xiao looked at the sacred and inviolable figure, and his body trembled slightly. His tiger-like eyes revealed an infinite gentleness. Is she the her you are talking about? Wu Xixue's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. That's right. My biggest goal in coming to the Purple Sky House is to fulfill my promise with her. Wu Xixue looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression, then smiled and said, Then I wish you success. At this moment, Wu Xixue finally put down the grudge in her heart. From the moment she saw Yun Mingqi, an uncontrollable sense of inferiority began to grow in her heart. Indeed, she wasn't on the same level as Yun Mingqi. No wonder Ling Xiao rejected her. Perhaps only an outstanding man like Ling Xiao was worthy of her. Yes, she's mine. No one can take her away from me, Ling Xiao said with great confidence. He had come all the way to the Purple Sky House, so he naturally wouldn't let her slip through his fingers. Yun Mingqi seemed to sense Ling Xiao's scorching gaze and couldn't help but look in his direction. The corners of her lips curled up slightly under her veil, and her heart rippled with a sweet feeling. On the viewing platform, Xing Zhantian walked out with a dragon-like gait and announced to the crowd in a clear voice, "The second round of selection will begin next. When your names are called, come up and test your mystic purity. Regardless of your score in the Purple Maple Valley, as long as your purity reaches 70%, you can become an inner court disciple." As soon as Xing Zhantian said this, the disciples below were in an uproar. They seemed to see the hope of becoming an inner court disciple again. Alright, all of you calm down. Next, the sect master will give you some instructions. After saying that, Xing Zhantian bowed toward the viewing platform before leaving. The Purple Sky Sect's sect master, Yun Xiong, looked extremely refined and handsome. He slowly walked out with his hands clasped behind his back, and a formless aura enveloped the crowd of disciples. Everyone held their breaths, and no one dared to make a sound. They felt as if their throats were stuck, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You are all elites from your respective cities, and you all have your own pride and arrogance. However, now that you have become a member of our Purple Sky Sect, whatever you do in the future will represent our Purple Sky Sect's honor and image. Therefore, in the future, you must be careful and cautious. You must not do anything that will bring shame to the sect, or else. Yin Xiongfeng briefly explained the sect's principles. To be able to become a member of the sect is your honor, as well as the sect's honor. I hope that you can discard all distracting thoughts and focus on your cultivation, so that you can become pillars of our sect as soon as possible and make even greater contributions to our sect. Now let the test begin. Yin Xiong didn't say much, but each sentence was deeply imprinted in the minds of the crowd. It wasn't because his words were inspiring, but because they seemed to be directly imprinted in their hearts, and they couldn't help but remember them. It was clear that the Purple Sky Sect's sect master's strength was truly unfathomable. How terrifying! He's so much stronger than the patriarch. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Xiong and secretly thought to himself. Yin Xiong retreated back to his seat, and an attendant carried a large square platform over. The square platform was about a meter wide, and it shone brightly. It was surrounded by a faint multicolored halo, making it look extremely magical and beautiful. There were 9 mysterious lines on the square platform, and it seemed as if each line represented a certain meaning. Xing Zhantian walked out and said, "Next, let's call your name and take the test. You just need to press your handprint on the platform." So it's that simple. Great, great. It's very similar to the testing stone in the family. That's right. With my tenbin, it shouldn't be a problem to reach 70%. If it was so easy to reach 70%, then the inner sect disciples would be overcrowded. Don't hurt my confidence, okay? When I become an inner sect disciple, I'll protect you. You protect me, so why don't I protect you? The youths below the platform were whispering to each other, and their expressions were beaming with joy. They all felt that this test was too easy to pass. In reality, they didn't know that everyone was born with a mixture of attributes. Only a certain attribute would be relatively prominent, and once they broke through to the mystic night realm, they would be able to distinguish their own attribute. Only martial artists with a higher attribute purity would be able to advance faster and walk further on the path of cultivation. The higher one's attribute purity was, the more advantageous they would be in cultivating that attribute. As long as their comprehension wasn't too bad, they would be much stronger than ordinary people. This referred to the individual's tenbin index. Tandahu, come up. Xing Zhantian began to call out people. A strong young man walked up with steady steps. Press your hand here, Xing Zhantian said as he pointed at the center of the square platform. Tandahu took a deep breath and pressed his hand down. Whoosh. The veined patterns on the square platform began to change, and the fiery red vein patterns continued to rise until they reached a certain level before stopping. Fire attribute constitution, 52% purity. That's enough, you can go down, Xing Zhantian said as he glanced at the square platform. Tandahu's expression became gloomy when he heard the announcement, and he walked back. Dong Xiuhua, come up. Would attribute constitution, 48% purity. Yu Meng Meng. Xing Zhantian called out people one by one, and soon there were 30 or 40 people whose attributes were between 40% and 60%. Not a single one had reached 70%. Next, Wu Xixue, come up. Soon it was Wu Xixue's turn and she walked up nervously. Chapter 181. Xiao Shui, you can do it. Hua Xiaogui cheered Wu Xixue on. Wu Xixue turned around and glanced at him. She smiled at him, nodded slightly, and walked up to him. This time, Hua Xiaogui fainted from Wu Xixue's gaze. Boss Xiao. Xiao Shui smiled at me. Am I dreaming? Hua Xiaogui kept shaking Ling Zhao's hand and said, her face full of joy. Is that all you've got? I already said that Xiao Shui will be yours in the future. Not only will she smile at you, but she'll also love you. Ling Xiao lightly patted the aroused Hua Xiaogui. He couldn't help but feel that Hua Xiaogui was really stupid. She had only smiled at him, and she had already fallen head over heels for him. Ling Xiao thought back to the scene of him and Yun Mingqi in the abyss, and couldn't help but look at the person on the viewing platform. Mingqi, just you wait. Before long, I'll definitely openly ask the sect master for her hand in marriage. Water attribute, 67% purity. It's a pity you're just a bit off, but don't worry. Your points are already in the top 10, so you're still an inner disciple. Xing Zhantian looked at Wu Xixue. Wu Xixue nodded at Xing Zhantian, and then walked back. On the viewing platform, the pavilion master of the Jade Spring Pavilion, when Haiyan said, this child belongs to our Jade Spring Pavilion. The Peak Lord of Black Rock Peak, Gusher laughed. Haha, this child belongs to the water attribute, so she's naturally your junior apprentice sister's disciple. But I wonder if there are any good earth attribute disciples? Every time, I always have the least number of disciples. Sigh. Fourth brother, don't sigh. You already have many earth attribute disciples, especially that child Tianhou. I'm sure he'll become a true disciple soon. When Haiyan laughed. Tianhou, that child Tianbin, isn't bad. It's just a pity that his comprehension ability is a bit low. Otherwise, he would have long since become a true disciple. When he mentioned Shi Tianhou, a benevolent smile appeared on Gusher's face. Below the viewing platform, another 10 or so people were quickly picked. Still, not a single one had surpassed the 70% purity gap. Senj, please come up. Xing Zhantian called another person. This young man was one of the people who came to Purple Heaven City with Ling Xiao. This person also got one of the top 10 points. A 22-year-old high-level mystic cultivator, Tianbin should not be low. As expected, the moment he placed his hand on the stone platform, the purity of the two attributes quickly soared. As expected, the moment he placed his hand on the stone platform, the purity of the two attributes soared. Metal and wood attribute constitution. Metal attribute 30%. Wood attribute 75%. Xing Zhantian looked at the patterns on the square platform and read them out. Ha, there's finally a good disciple from our Wood Flag Peak. Mu Huai, the peak master of Wood Flag Peak, shouted happily from the viewing platform. The auxiliary attribute is the metal attribute, which just makes is to the metal attribute to the wood attribute, and the Mu has the wood attribute. It. Just Yinxiong. Yes, sect master. Mu Huai will definitely make him a true disciple as soon as possible. Mu Huai replied happily. Senjitai walked back with an arrogant look on his face. He was the one with the highest purity in the test. Then another group of people went up. Among this group of people, there were two people whose attributes had basically reached 70%. One of them was a metal attribute, and the other was an earth attribute. Among these two people, there was a 17-year-old low-level mystic cultivator. His points did not reach the top 10. He could only be an outer sect disciple, but now he was promoted to an inner sect disciple. This made him extremely happy. Bing Ruishui, come up. Xing Zhantian called another person's name. A beautiful figure leisurely walked up, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Hey, this child should be good in Tenbin. She looks like she's only 18 or 19, but she's already a high-level mystic cultivator. When Haiyan exclaimed from the viewing platform, I know this child's information. She should be from Ice City. Junior sister, you've got another good disciple. Your Jade Spring Pavilion has gained a lot this time. Su Jiannan, the Peak Lord of Golden Tree Peak, said faintly. One of the 5 great cities, Ice City. No wonder. She should be from the same family as a female disciple from my peak. Tenbin shouldn't be weak. When Haiyan was slightly surprised. Water attribute ice attribute constitution. Attribute purity 88%. Her future is limitless. Xing Zhantian read out in shock. Those whose attribute purity exceeded 70% would have a chance to step into the king level in the future. Those whose attributes exceeded 80% would definitely not have a problem on the king level. As for the Earth Sovereign level, that would depend on her luck. Even so, Bing Ruishui was enough to cause a stir. 188%. Good, very good. When Haiyan exclaimed from the viewing platform, it was as if she couldn't wait to go down and call Bing Ruishui over. Congratulations, junior sister. Congratulations, junior sister. Many elders on the viewing platform congratulated Wen Haiyan. As long as Bing Ruishui joined Wen Haiyan, she would definitely shine in the future. At that time, the status of the Jade Spring Pavilion would also change. Therefore, the elders were both envious and jealous of Wen Haiyan. Junior sister, let me have this child, said Yin Xiong. For a moment, all the elders' gazes fell on Yin Xiong. Sect leader, you want to take her as a disciple? When Haiyan asked in disbelief. Yes, I have very few disciples. I believe junior sister won't fight with me over her, right? Yin Xiong replied. When Haiyan was speechless, and the other elders didn't dare to say anything. After all, Yin Xiong was the sect leader, and had a supreme position in the sect. Furthermore, Yin Xiong was a dual attribute of water and earth. Water was his main attribute, so he was completely qualified to teach Bing Ruishui. If Bing Ruishui had been of another attribute, Yin Xiong naturally wouldn't have made such a request. However, it was rare to meet such a good disciple like Tenbin. It would be a lie if he wasn't tempted. Furthermore, as the sect leader, Yin Xiong accepted very few disciples each time. It could be said that he had one of the peaks with the fewest disciples. Therefore, when he spoke, very few people dared to resist. The number of disciples below the viewing platform had already decreased by more than half, and there were only a few whose attribute purity was above 70%. Towards the end, 2 more disciples with 70% purity appeared. Scarlet Flame Peak obtained one, and Black Rock Peak obtained another. When it was Yu Yanlia's turn, her fire attribute purity reached 82%. Once again, she stunned the crowd and successfully became a disciple of Scarlet Flame Peak. Seeing all the people in the limelight, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was he always the last one? Could it be that the main characters are usually the last to appear? Ling Xiao was right. He was actually the last one to be called. He had waited so long that he wanted to doze off. Ling Xiao, come up. Xing Zhantian called out. He's the disciple who obtained first place in this year's ranking, Ling Xiao. Yin Xiong softly asked Ling Xiao. This Tenbin kid should be pretty good as well. He's already a high-level mystic cultivator, but I don't know what element he has, said Su Jiannan. He was thinking to himself, I hope this kid has the metal element. I'm guessing he has the wood element, said Mu Huai from the side. Haha, if you say so, then so be it. We'll know soon enough, laughed Gusher from the side. He has many elements. Yin Mingqi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. For a moment, all the elders looked at Yin Mingqi in confusion. Ling Xiao arrived on the platform and bowed to Xing Zhantian. Then he placed his hand on the platform. Whoosh! Suddenly, a line of golden xian lines shot up from the platform. Its speed was extremely fast as it rushed towards the peak. For a moment, the platform was filled with dazzling golden light. This. Xing Zhantian was so shocked by this scene that he couldn't speak for a moment. On the viewing platform, Su Jiannan immediately stood up. Metal element. It really is the metal element. The purity is so high. That's great. Just as Xing Zhantian was about to take a closer look at how high the purity of the element was, something strange happened. The lines on the platform actually began to shoot up, and the entire platform was immediately surrounded by a multicolored light. What's going on? What kind of element is it? It can't be that he has many elements, but it shouldn't be emitting such a dazzling light. As expected of the first place in the trial, even when testing his element, he can cause such a huge commotion. He's really abnormal. Little Shui, what do you think boss's element is? Hua Xiaogui asked Wu Xixue. Didn't he use metal xian energy before? I think it should be the metal element, Wu Xixue replied. Oh, that might be the case. But how can boss create so many colors? It's really beautiful, Hua Xiaogui said in confusion. At this time, all the elders on the viewing platform were alarmed by this strange scene and stood up. Several figures rushed towards the platform without any regard for their image. At this time, Ling Xiao retracted his hand and asked, Executor Xing, can you read the purity of my element now? I didn't see it clearly just now. Why don't you try again? Xing Zhantian said with some embarrassment. At this time, Su Jiannan, Zhao Mingyuan, Mu Huai, and Wen Haiyan had all arrived at the side of the platform. Su Jiannan impatiently said, Quickly put your hand on it. The elders on the side all held their breaths and looked at Ling Xiao with strong curiosity. Yin Xiong, who was on the viewing platform, also wanted to go down and take a look, but because of his status, he didn't do so. He only asked Yin Mingqi, who was beside him, Xiaoqi, how did you know? Back then, I fell into the abyss with him. He saved my life, Yin Mingqi replied indifferently. So that's how it is. Yin Xiong looked at Yin Mingqi meaningfully before looking back at the platform. Ling Xiao obediently put his hand on the platform, and the strange scene from just now reappeared. Metal element 100. 90%. That's great, you're a disciple of my golden tree peak. Su Jiannan earnestly looked at the golden pattern and exclaimed, No, it's fire element 92%. You're my crimson peak's disciple. Zhao Mingyuan stared at the fiery red pattern. Ice element 92%. This is too inconceivable. Wen Haiyan muttered with her beautiful eyes wide open. Mu Huai, who was beside her, was even more exaggerated. His old eyes were actually filled with tears as he said, Wood element. 100%. From now on, you're my Muhuai's direct disciple. If anyone tries to snatch it from me, I'll fight them to the death. This time, the entire platform was in chaos. Chapter 182. What kind of concept was an attribute purity of more than 90%? This meant that as long as Ling Xiao was provided with enough resources, he would definitely have a chance to reach the Earth Sovereign level. It was no wonder that the elders had lost their composure. However, 90% purity wasn't the highest. There was actually a wood element purity of 100%. This was simply inconceivable. Mu Huai's words gave Ling Xiao a fright. He had always known about the other attributes, but he didn't know that he possessed the wood element. The metal element was the attribute that his body possessed, and the fire, ice and wind attributes were the result of cultivating the three-part returning energy. Ling Xiao had always used these four attributes. Now that he had broken through and gained another attribute, he was a bit dumbfounded. Could it be because of the 10,000-year tree's milk? That's impossible. Right, it must be because of old Lu. He was originally a tree spirit, and now he resides in my consciousness. That's why I'm also tainted with his wood element. Ling Xiao pondered and finally concluded that it was definitely because of Lu Wang that he possessed the wood element. There's another attribute that's also at 100%. Xing Zhantian exclaimed. At this time, Yin Xiong and the other elders could no longer sit still. They all rushed over to the square platform. Boss, what's going on? It actually alarmed all the elders. Hua Xiaogui cried out in puzzlement. I don't know. It seems like he possesses many attributes, Wu Xixue replied. This fellow really makes people curious. Not far away, Yu Laiyan tapped her jade lips, her beautiful eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor as she muttered. On the other side, the snow-white figure that no one approached also had a puzzled expression in her beautiful eyes. This is the wind attribute, but it's also at 100% purity. What's going on? Yin Xiong looked at a gray pattern in puzzlement. I don't care. This kid belongs to our flag peak, Mu Huai said confidently. A 100% wood element. As long as he was properly nurtured, his wood flag peak would definitely rise above the other peaks in the future. He has the metal element. He should belong to our golden tree peak, Su Jiannan said bluntly. He also has the fire attribute. Our red flag peak also wants him, said Zhao Mingyuan, not to be outdone. Boy, our Blue Sea Pavilion is basically full of first-class beauties. Why don't you join our Blue Sea Pavilion? I will definitely try my best to cultivate you. Wen Haiyan was even more direct, using seduction, on Ling Xiao. No, his wood element is the highest, so he should belong to our wooden flag peak. The elders kept arguing. All of them wanted to make Ling Xiao their disciple. As a result, Xing Zhantian and Ling Xiao did not know what to do. That's enough. What's the point of making a ruckus in front of everyone? We'll discuss this further in the main hall. Enforcer Xing, you go ahead and make arrangements for the other disciples, snorted Yin Xiong. For a moment, all the elders shut their mouths. Xing Zhantian bowed to Yin Xiong, and then continued with his work. He arranged for the 10 or so inner sect disciples to go to the various peaks and made arrangements and instructions for the rest. Yin Xiong and a group of elders returned to the main hall of the sect. Ling Xiao was directly brought in by Mu Huai. It seemed that he was determined to have Ling Xiao belong to his peak. Everyone took their seats. Only Ling Xiao stood alone in the center of the main hall. All right, let's start discussing whose peak Ling Xiao belongs to, said Yin Xiong. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders began to fight again. Everyone wanted to have Ling Xiao. Sect Master, please be the judge. In the past, whichever disciple's elemental purity was higher, that disciple would belong to that sect. Now that this kid's wood elemental purity has reached 100%, he should belong to our wood flag peak. Sect Master, please make a decision for me. Mu Huai wiped away tears of grievance as he spoke to Yin Xiong. Even so, his metal attribute has reached 90%. As long as he cultivates my Golden Dipper mysterious art, he will definitely be able to break through to the Earth Emperor realm in the future. 100 years later. Our sect will have an Earth Emperor expert. At that time, becoming a 7th grade sect will not be a problem. Sect Master, let him become my disciple. I will definitely teach him with all my heart, said Sujian Nan. Senior brother Nan, your Golden Dipper mysterious art is not complete, and although my Scarlet Arcane art is a bit lower in rank, it is very complete. It should only be a matter of time before he breaks through to the Earth Sovereign realm. Moreover, I also have the Fire Lotus altar for him to cultivate, so my Scarlet Flame flag is the most suitable for him, said Zhao Mingyuan. When Haiyan wanted to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, she didn't say anything. At this time, Yun Mingqi opened her mouth and said, "Why don't we let him choose for himself?" Hearing this clear and melodious voice, Ling Xiao didn't avoid looking at Yun Mingqi, and his eyes revealed infinite tenderness. That's fine. Ling Xiao, you have multiple attributes, and now all the elders want to take you as a disciple. You can think about it yourself. This is the Peak Lord of Golden Tree Peak, Elder Su, who specializes in the metal attribute. This is the Peak Lord of Scarlet Flame Peak, Elder Zhao, who specializes in the fire attribute. This is the Peak Lord of Wooden Flag Peak, Elder Mu, who specializes in the wood attribute. And this is the Pavilion Master of the Jade Spring Pavilion, Elder One, who specializes in the water attribute. Yin Xiong introduced them one by one to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also bowed to each of the elders. In his heart he proudly exclaimed, "I didn't think that this young master would also become a popular commodity." "Oh right, you can also choose to become this sect master's disciple. This sect master specializes in the water attribute," added Yin Xiong. For a moment, all the elders looked at Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong laughed. "Don't look at me like that. Everyone loves talent. No matter which peak he chooses, I'll support it. In any case, it'll be the fortune of our sect." Ling Xiao glanced at Yin Xiong, then glanced at Yun Mingqi and began to ponder. Everyone in the main hall grew quiet. Only the elders of Medicine Peak, Tool Refining Peak, and the Beast region didn't care. After all, the disciples they wanted to choose weren't chosen based on the purity of their attributes. After a while Ling Xiao finally spoke. For a moment, all the elders began to grow nervous. "Sect Master, can I not choose?" Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Yun Xiong. "What? You can't? You definitely have to make a choice. You're already an inner disciple of our Purple Sky sect. Don't tell me you still want to betray the sect?" "No, that's not what I meant." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "Then what do you mean?" asked Yun Xiong. "I feel like there's no need for all the elders to make such a big fuss over a brat like me. This will hurt the harmony between us, and I feel extremely apologetic. I want to choose another peak. Is that all right?" Ling Xiao spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, seeming to show that he was very considerate of the elders. When Yun Mingqi heard Ling Xiao's words, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. What kind of scheme is he planning? Could it be that you want to cultivate the wind attribute? But none of the elders have a wind attribute. In the entire sect, only one of the previous generation's elders had a wind attribute. But he's already gone out adventuring, so I'm afraid you're not fated, guessed Yin Xiong. "Brat, you have a 100% wood attribute purity. Choosing my wood flag peak will allow you to reach the peak of martial arts faster. Don't worry about what other people think," anxiously said Mu Huai. "Choosing my golden tree peak is the wisest choice. My scarlet fire peak is the best choice for you. Elders, please listen to me. I'm actually an alchemist." Ling Xiao had no choice but to make things clear. "You're an alchemist?" All the elders cried out. Even Yun Xiong's expression changed slightly. "That's right. I'm a second-rank alchemist, so I want to become a disciple of Medicine Peak. Is that all right?" Ling Xiao asked Yun Xiong. "Impossible. How can you be a second-rank alchemist at such a young age?" Medicine Peak's Peak Lord, Nangong Changle, was the first to speak. "Elder." Ling Xiao bowed to the old man and asked. "I am Medicine Peak's Peak Lord," replied Nangong Changle. "So it's Master." Ling Xiao immediately bowed to Nangong Changle. "Hold on. In this batch of disciples, I only know a brat who's a first-rank alchemist. I think he's called Hua Xiaogui. I've already arranged for him to be my disciple. I've never heard of anyone else who's an alchemist, Nangong Chengal said solemnly. Although Ling Zhao's various attributes were very pure, which meant that cultivating tenbin was extraordinary, Nangong Chengal did not think that Ling Xiao was an alchemist, let alone a second-rank alchemist. This was simply unreasonable. In order to become an alchemist, one had to first understand the various characteristics of spirit herbs and possess the fire attribute. Most importantly, one had to know how to refine pills. The first two conditions were met by many people, but the last condition was met by very few people. Alchemists paid particular attention to refining tenbin, and one's temperament had to be steady and firm. No matter how Nangong Chengal looked at Ling Xiao, he did not think that Ling Xiao was an alchemist. In order to become an alchemist, one's cultivation speed would be affected, which would slow down one's advancement. Now that Ling Xiao was already a high-level mystic cultivator at such a young age, it could be seen that he spent most of his time on cultivation. Thus, he concluded that Ling Xiao was lying. This was not the first time that Ling Xiao had been doubted. He smiled at Nangong Chengal and said, "If Master doesn't believe me, you can prepare a set of spirit herbs for the muscle-growing pill. I'll refine one for the elders on the spot. How about it?" Nangong Chengal looked at the confident Ling Xiao and couldn't help but think, could this kid really be an alchemist? That's impossible. Nangong Chengal did not reject Ling Xiao's request. He ordered a deacon to bring over a set of spirit herbs and a cauldron for the muscle-growing pill. Yin Mingqi, who was sitting on the upper seat, was increasingly unable to understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. She originally thought that Ling Xiao would choose to become her father Yun Xiong's disciple. She didn't expect him to choose Medicine Peak, and even say that he was an alchemist. What is this guy doing? He only has low-grade pills like the Dew-returning pill and the Qi-nourishing pill. How could he be an alchemist? Yun Mingqi thought back to when the two of them were injured in the abyss and Ling Xiao only had low-grade pills. If Ling Xiao was a second-grade alchemist, he definitely wouldn't only have these two low-grade pills. Everyone was filled with doubt towards Ling Xiao's actions. No one believed that he was really a second-grade alchemist. However, Ling Xiao would soon let them know that their thoughts were wrong. Chapter 183. In the main hall of the Purple Sky sect, a group of elders were sitting upright and still. All of their gazes were focused on the figure standing in the middle of the hall, as straight as a spear. Under Nangong Chengal's orders, a medicinal cauldron was quickly brought up, as well as the spiritual herbs required to refine the muscle growth pill, like the Dew-returning pill, Qi-nourishing pill, muscle growth pill. Many people knew of these common pill formulas, but not many people could refine them. Alright, now that everything is here, let us see your strength as a second-grade alchemist. If you truly reach the second grade, this old man will accept you as my disciple, Nangong Chengal said as he stroked his beard. The expressions of the other elders weren't very good. It was as if they didn't want Ling Xiao to truly be an alchemist. Although alchemists were extremely respected in the eyes of everyone, only the strongest cultivators were the true rulers of this continent. Unless Ling Xiao was able to become a 4th or 5th grade alchemist in the future, he definitely wouldn't be able to compare to an Earth sovereign. Then this brat will have the guts to embarrass himself in front of the sect master and the elders. Ling Xiao bowed towards the crowd, then glanced at Yun Mingqi. Faintly smiling at her, he began to refine the pill. Ling Xiao was already a 3rd-grade alchemist, but he still couldn't announce his status for now. Otherwise it would be too shocking. First, he would let them know that he was a 2nd-grade alchemist. With his age, he believed that it would be enough to attract their attention. A spiritual herb was picked up by Ling Xiao and thrown into the medicinal cauldron. A small flame quickly ignited. When an expert made a move, it would be obvious. Nangong Chengal's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed slightly. The others also focused their attention on Ling Xiao. The spiritual herb that fell into the medicinal cauldron instantly withered, and a few drops of its medicinal essence were extracted. Ling Xiao's movements didn't stop, and the spiritual herbs on the table were thrown into the medicinal cauldron one after another. Very quickly, The entire hall was filled with the medicinal smell of the spiritual herbs. "Old man Nangong, this kid is really an alchemist," said the peak lord of the crafting peak, Yen Jun, who had the best relationship with Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle heavily nodded his head and replied, "Just by looking at his skillful control of fire, he is definitely not someone an ordinary first-grade alchemist can compare to. How old is this kid? Even if he hasn't reached the second grade, I still have to take him in. His alchemy tenbin is probably a bit higher than mine. When I was his age, I barely reached the first grade." All the elders looked at Ling Xiao, who was refining pills, with complicated expressions on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking. An hour later, as Ling Xiao's palms pressed down, he shouted, "Condense!" Pung. The muffled sound of the medicine cauldron setting off was extremely ear-piercing and loud in the silent hall. "Phew, the pills are done. Elders, please have a look." Ling Xiao gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then took out the 8 pills from the medicine cauldron. Why were there 8 pills and not 10? This was naturally Ling Xiao's intention. Right now, he did not want others to know that his success rate was as high as 100%. Otherwise, he was afraid that others would look at him like a monster. Even though he had only refined 8 pills in one go, this was enough to stun everyone present, especially Nangong Changle, who was an alchemist. He took the pills from Ling Xiao and observed their color and smell, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Good pills, and even better. From now on, you will be this old man's disciple." Nangong Changle praised Ling Xiao repeatedly. "Disciple Ling Xiao greets master." Ling Xiao took the opportunity to kneel and salute Nangong Changle. This time, the expressions of the elders who wanted to take Ling Xiao as a disciple became extremely ugly, especially Mu Huai, who looked like he was about to burst into tears. Those with an attribute purity of 70% were called geniuses, and those with 80% were called peerless geniuses. Then those with 90% were called monstrous geniuses. As for those with 100% pure attributes, what kind of existences were they? It was rare to see one with 100% pure attributes in a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. And now, there was one living in front of him. Unfortunately, he could not take him as a disciple. How could he not be upset? This made him feel even worse than if his wife had been snatched away. However, the other had already gone through the ceremony of taking him as a disciple. How could he still have the nerve to steal him? Alright, since Ling Xiao has become a disciple of Medicine Peak, he is now a disciple of Medicine Peak. However, while refining pills, you must not neglect your cultivation. Do you understand? Yin Xiong, who was sitting on the highest seat, tried to smooth things over. "Yes, sect master. This disciple will remember," Ling Xiao replied. "Alright, you can all disperse." Yin Xiong had not expected this result. Seeing the ashen faces of the elders, he no longer planned to discuss anything else and immediately waved his hand to disperse the meeting. "Let's go. Accompany me back to Medicine Peak." Nangong Changle very kindly said to Ling Xiao. Medicine Peak had the least number of disciples compared to the other peaks. This was because the requirements to become an alchemist were extremely harsh, and Tenbin was also extremely particular about them. Nangong Changle was already extremely satisfied to be able to find a good disciple from Tenbin this year. But he had never imagined that there would be an even more outstanding disciple joining them. How could he not be wild with joy? Ling Xiao once again bowed to the crowd, then glanced at Yin Mingqi before resolutely leaving with Nangong Changle. "I really don't know how to describe this brat. I can only hope that the path he has chosen is correct." Yin Xiong sighed in his heart. In truth, in his heart, he still hoped that Ling Xiao would focus on cultivating. But since things had already reached this point, he could only let it be. A day later, on top of a mountain peak that was filled with spiritual qi. "Boss, so you're a second-rank alchemist. You're too unkind. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Hua Xiaogui exclaimed in admiration as he looked at Ling Xiao. He had just been brought to Medicine Peak by an attendant when he discovered that Ling Xiao had already arrived. Only now did he find out that Ling Xiao was also an alchemist, and had even reached the second rank. Ling Xiao laughed. "You didn't even ask me, so is there a need to tell me?" Furthermore, I'm afraid that if I tell you, you'll suffer a huge blow. Boss, I'm just being considerate. Look at what you're saying. In the future, we'll be fellow disciples. Boss, you have to take good care of me, Hua Xiaogui said in an extremely fawning manner. But now in front of Ling Xiao, he really couldn't compare. Before, when he hadn't known that Ling Xiao was an alchemist, he would often flaunt his first-rank alchemist skills in front of Ling Xiao. But now, whether it was martial strength or alchemy, he was far inferior to Ling Xiao. This time he more or less felt inferior in his heart. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and said, "Little turtle, your tenbin is not below mine. As long as you're willing to work hard, one day you'll surpass me. Boss, I know you're comforting me, but for the 3-year promise, I'll definitely become a 3rd-rank alchemist." Hua Xiaogui clenched his fist and said confidently, "And that's right. But your first task right now is to break through to the mystic realm. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to become a 2nd-rank alchemist." Ling Xiao nodded in response. "I also know this. That old man in my family often nags that I must break through to the mystic realm and change my attributes before I can refine 2nd-rank medicinal pills. But right now, I'm only a middle-stage mystic realm cultivator. Moreover, I've eaten medicinal pills to increase my rank. Wanting me to break through to the mystic realm in a short period of time is easier said than done," Hua Xiaogui said in distress. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Xiaogui's bitter face and his heart moved slightly. He had long regarded Hua Xiaogui as a brother. Although this kid's strength was a bit lacking, he was very loyal. This was something Ling Xiao knew in Purple Sky City. "Since you're my brother, Ling Xiao, I'll help you." Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. This determination made Hua Xiaogui become a high-rank alchemist that was admired by tens of thousands of people in the future. "Little turtle, will you recognize me as your boss for the rest of your life?" Ling Xiao asked very seriously. When Hua Xiaogui saw that Ling Xiao was so serious for the first time, he immediately restrained his casual attitude and nodded heavily to Ling Xiao. "Boss, what are you saying? On the way to Purple Sky Sect, only you treated me as a friend. Although I, Hua Xiaogui, don't have much ability, I will not betray my friends and brothers. Boss, you'll always be my boss. Even if I block a knife for you, I won't frown." Good brother. From now on you're my brother Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder heavily and said. After a pause he said, "Little turtle, I'll now teach you a set of cultivation method. This set of cultivation method must not be easily known by others. Moreover, it's also extremely useful for your future alchemy, so you must keep it a secret." Boss. Hua Xiaogui was so excited that he wanted to say something. He knew that for Ling Xiao to instruct him so seriously, this Xian technique was definitely extraordinary. He trusted Ling Xiao's words very much. After all, Ling Xiao had never lied to him. Just like before, when he said that Wu Xixue would definitely be his, wasn't the opportunity given to him now? "When I'm the boss, you don't need to say anything. I'll now recite the chant for you. You have to remember it well." Ling Xiao interrupted Hua Xiaogui's words, and then passed on the cultivation method of cloud-pushing energy to Hua Xiaogui. Cloud-pushing energy was originally a set of fire attribute cultivation method. Moreover, the cultivation speed should not be slower than those high-level Xian techniques. As long as Hua Xiaogui learned this cloud-pushing energy, he would definitely be able to break through to high-level mystic realm within half a year. At that time, he would be able to take the elixir and break through to mystic realm wouldn't be a problem. Hua Xiaogui naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao was thinking about him like this. However, just based on the fact that Ling Xiao passed on the chant to him, he was moved to the point that he was in a mess. He decided in his heart that in this life, he would definitely follow in his boss's footsteps. Hua Xiaogui's comprehension was average. After Ling Xiao passed on the chant to him, he had to repeatedly explain it many times. Only then did he slightly comprehend some of the essentials. Ling Xiao also didn't force him. He could completely master it all at once. In any case, he had plenty of time. It was good to let him slowly cultivate and comprehend it. "Boss, am I stupid? I don't even know these essentials of the chant," Hua Xiaogui said with a downcast face. "It's all right. Right now you've already understood more than half of it. If you spend a bit more time, you'll be able to remember everything. Ling Xiao comforted him. Thank you, boss. I'll work hard. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.